So buckle in, because tonight 6 states set up the battle for Congress in fights that'll tell us just how successful the president's going to be in reshaping the Republican Party to look exactly how he wants it to.
That's right. And what makes tonight so exciting? It is our biggest primary night so far. Thank you so much for being with us from Washington. I'm Kristen Welker.
And I'm Hallie Jackson. This is an NBC News special report, Primary Night in America. And the focus tonight, these 6 states. Guess what? Some of the polls are already closing in Kentucky. That is moving fast, folks. Georgia shuts it down in about 28 minutes from now. Alabama and Pennsylvania, 8 o'clock Eastern. Idaho and Oregon, there are late night states. But let's start with the marquee matchup of the night in Kentucky. This is it. This is the biggie. President Trump is not on the ballot, but he has been hammering his supporters to show up anyway. Why? He wants to send Congressman Thomas Massie to an early retirement. This guy, to the president, a thorn in his side, a fellow Republican. He is now in the fight of his political life. What happens in this race could tell us a lot about the president's influence. And guess what? We are at Massie's campaign headquarters. We're live in Kentucky. We're live in Georgia. We're live in Pennsylvania and beyond. We've got it all covered with our correspondents across the country. And you know who else we've got? Guess who made his way down to Washington? You took the big board on the train, huh?
It made it. How's that? Well, we got numbers already coming in too, Hallie. Look at this. In that district in Kentucky there, Tom Massie, the president is trying to defeat him in this primary. The numbers right now encouraging early for Ed Gallrein. That is the Trump-backed opponent for Massie. Some good numbers for him right there in the Cincinnati suburbs. They're coming in by the minute, Kristen.
You know, you're tracking every single number that's coming in, Stephen. Democrats hope to show their enthusiasm across the board. Like in Hallie, my home Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Democrats will pick candidates in 4 House seats, all held by Republicans. The path for Democrats to reclaim the House runs through districts like these. But Democrats also want to retake the Senate this November. Chances are they can't do it without holding on in Georgia. Republicans have 3 hopefuls lined up in a race to be the nominee in that key battleground state. The winner to take on Georgia's current senator, Democrat Jon Ossoff. That's a race that becomes even more important for Republicans after a bombshell endorsement today in the Texas Senate race to back Ken Paxton. Our team will give us the big picture all throughout tonight. Our chief White House correspondent, Garrett Haake, and chief Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles, and our political pros, Matt Gorman and Ashley Etienne, as we break down what tonight means for November and beyond.
Kristen, it's a big night. We're here. We got a big team.
Huge night, and the results are already starting to come in.
Well, that's it. So that's where we're going to start with Steve Kornacki, because, Steve, you're already seeing stuff coming in at the big board there. Talk us through what it's telling you with these key numbers in this marquee race in Kentucky.
Yeah, you can see here, again, now it says about 4% of the vote has come in, but the most significant vote we've gotten is right here in Kenton County, which is in the Cincinnati suburbs. This is one of the biggest areas of the district. What you're looking at here is the early vote in this county. And Ed Gallrein, the candidate endorsed by Trump here, running about 10 points ahead of Massie. I think about half the vote tonight, one thing to keep in mind, about half the vote is going to come out of these 3 counties. This was a part of the state when Donald Trump first ran in 2016, these 3 metro Cincinnati counties. He struggled a bit here. He ran behind Senator Ted Cruz here. So I think there was some thought coming into tonight, just given the size of these counties, given a bit of the political history here. This is also where Senator Rand Paul is from, a Massie ally. There was a thought here that if Massie was going to have a shot tonight, this is where he'd have to win and maybe put some numbers on the board here. So he is trailing early on in a very important county for him. I think something else that's notable when you look at that 54.7% that Gallrein is running at right now, in the Republican Senate race that's going on right now, Andy Barr, the candidate endorsed by Trump, is basically getting the same number out of this county right now. So both Trump-backed candidates are running basically at the same level in Kenton County. So early on, certainly, it's early, but with that, those initial returns are what Gallrein wants to see, and probably not initially what Massie wants to see.
Yeah, and Steve, so 16% in so far. break down what counties you're going to be looking for. Jefferson County, obviously, one of the big ones.
Yeah, so I mean, we could take a look here. The district is, why was this the most expensive primary in House history? Because maybe it's the expansiveness of the markets that are covered. You got the city of Louisville right here, so you got the Louisville suburbs that are going to make up about a quarter, 30% or so of the vote. So tons of money was spent in Louisville. Also, as I just said, the Cincinnati suburbs, that's about half the district. But this district really goes along. This is the border here in the Ohio River, all the way out. This is like Metro Huntington, West Virginia here. So this is very geographically expansive. But again, 50% we think of the vote is going to come from these three Metro Cincinnati counties. And probably, I'm going to say about 30% of the vote is going to come right from the suburbs of Louisville. There's also a lot of, sort of small rural counties in here. But the other thing, too, to keep in mind, if you're Massie, we talk about the Cincinnati suburbs. These Louisville suburbs are interesting, too. This is Oldham County. This is actually the wealthiest county in the Commonwealth of Kentucky here. Demographically, when you've looked at where there's been a little bit of, if you want to say, skepticism of Trump among Republican voters, you've tended to find it in wealthier places with high concentrations of college degrees. You do have some of that there in Oldham County. So that may be another place. I say the Cincinnati suburbs. That may be another place here where if you're Massie, you're really hoping not just to win, but to win by some margin to offset where you could take some hits in those rural areas.
All right, Steve, we'll obviously come back to you early and often. Thank you for that early look at what's happening in the biggest race that we're watching tonight.
We're going to take you now to Massie headquarters. Our Julie Sirkin is there. And Julie, if the Gallrein camp was organizing around the principle that they believe that Republican voters will take some cues here from President Trump, we know that President Trump is extremely invested. The Massie camp is hoping for basically the opposite. What's the sense of things where you are?
Yeah, Hallie, look, we've seen a couple of key tests already of how the voters approve or don't approve of the president's performance so far, but none of them as stark as this race. And that's because voters today voted either for somebody who sticks to the president like Lou, that's Ed Gallrein, of course, or somebody that's going to stand up to the president. And that's what we've heard from voters this entire time. I told you earlier, Hallie, that this is an unusual race because you could talk to one person who said they're voting for Massie, not because they necessarily agree with everything he does, but because they appreciate the fact that he's independent, that he won't be a yes man. Conversely, you talk to the other voters who said they voted for Gallrein because they feel like Massie has been a grandstander, voting against the One Big Beautiful Bill, opposing the war in Iran, and trying to push forward the Epstein files, that issue that the president wanted to go away, putting that center stage and trying to get it to come to light. And that is why tonight is so important. We're at Massie HQ, as you mentioned. You see people coming in here. The polls closed about half an hour ago. There's a bar outside of the room, so people aren't leaving. They're just going to get a refreshment. And certainly they're hoping that this night is in their favor. Massie has been in Congress for 15 years. He's hoping his voters send him back again tonight. But again, if they don't, a clear rebuke, not only of him, but somebody they want to be aligned with the president tonight. Hallie?
And Julie, you have been talking to voters there. You've been there for a couple days. And one of the things that I find so notable are these voters who say to you, this feels like a family feud. And quite frankly, we don't necessarily want to be told who to vote for. There is an independent streak in Kentucky. That's what makes the state so unique, right, Julie?
Absolutely, Kristen. There are so many independent voters here. You look at Rand Paul, he's one of the senators. So this isn't your typical area where the president's finger on the thumb could have the kind of intended effect that he wants to. And look, up until 2 hours before the polls closed, we saw posts from the president trying to rally people to come and show up and vote for Ed Gallrein. This is the most expensive House primary in history. So much money has been pumped into this race. When I talked to Congressman Massie a couple of days ago, he told me this isn't about him or his opponent. This is about him and him only. People either went to the polls to support him or they went to the polls to oppose him. But one thing that I was kind of blown away by in this area are the number of people who told me they voted for the president 3 times in some cases and said hindsight is 20/20. They would oppose him if he was on the ballot again. Of course, he won't be, but that's because they don't like the pressure campaign that they saw from the president. These are people who are independent thinkers in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and they don't want to be told what to do. So we'll see what happens here, but certainly for Massie's sake, he's hoping he pulls it out.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. We will come back to you and check on the vibe in just a little bit.
What's so interesting here, looking at the clock, we are 20 minutes away from all the polls closing in the state of Kentucky and in the state of Georgia. It's not just the the Kentucky 4 race that we've been watching. There's a Senate race in Kentucky, too. Not expected that that's going to, necessarily be a total shocker, but it is obviously Senator McConnell's former seat. You've got Andy Barr there. Steve, anything you're seeing of interest on that front? Yeah, we could just show you where things stand there in that Republican Senate primary statewide. You could see Andy Barr again running. This thing took a huge turn, this race did, on May 2nd. That's when Trump came in and endorsed Andy Barr. A third candidate in this race actually left. Sort of the Trump folks orchestrated his departure from the race. And really, I think since then, the sense has been that this race is Barr's to lose. And you can see Barr early on, leading by a very wide margin here. But again, what I think was so significant, we're looking at that congressional race, that Massie congressional race. I do think it's significant. You just look at this place here, Kenton County, that I was talking about in the House race. Again, take a look at what Kenton County looks like in the Senate race. The Senate race is not supposed to be that competitive tonight. It's supposed to be a pretty big win for Andy Barr. And Andy Barr is winning in Kenton County, not surprisingly, 57 to 30%. Okay, but keep that number in mind, 57, 30%, because then when I flip back over and we take a look at the House race here, the Republican primary, what does it look like? They said 57, 30. Yeah, Trump's candidate in the Senate race, which is not supposed to be close, is getting 57% right here. Trump's candidate in the House race that's supposed to be close is basically sitting at 55%. So he's not quite at the Barr number, but the expectation is Gallrein doesn't need to be at the Barr number, given the expectations for Barr tonight. So that's the context for that number that you see for Gallrein that's come in so far from Kenton County. Super interesting, Steve. You talk about somebody like Andy Barr. I'll tell you, Kristen, in talking with a source close to his campaign, they felt like the president's endorsement, not all that long ago, really, just the beginning of the month, helped break any of the remaining undecideds in their favor. Then again, as you well know, Daniel Cameron's team feels like maybe there's a shot. Well, and I had the opportunity to interview the former Attorney General Daniel Cameron today. You're absolutely right. What's notable, it's become a race about trying to distance themselves to some extent from Mitch McConnell and trying to align themselves with President Trump. That's an uphill battle when you haven't been endorsed by the president himself. The president campaigned for Andy Barr through a tele-rally last night. So that's the type of momentum that Republicans say makes the difference in this type of
All
race.
that being said, I don't think there's much of an expectation, if we just level with folks here, that the Kentucky Senate seat is going to, let's say, flip blue come November. But one that I think people are looking for as a potential flip is the one in Georgia.
In Georgia, absolutely. Let's head to Georgia right now. Priscilla Thompson is at a polling site in Atlanta. We are just about 30 minutes away from most of the polls closing. Priscilla, take us inside your conversations today. You've got a Senate race there. Republicans hoping to unseat Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff. You've got a wide open race for governor. What are folks there telling you?
Yeah, Kristen, lots going on here, and I will tell you, folks are making their way to the polls as they are getting off of work. You see that line starting to creep out the door. That is about the first time in the past hour we've started to see that line building as folks here are looking to make it in these last 20 minutes or so before polls here close. But a lot on the ballot, especially for those Republican voters. Of course, you have this gubernatorial race in which you have the Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and also the state's Attorney General Chris Carr, both of them who sort of defied Trump's asks in 2020 to sort of not accept the results of the election here in Georgia. And I got to tell you, I've been speaking to a lot of Republican voters today who don't want to say who they're voting for. They don't want to tell me the name of the person. But the themes that I've heard is there was one woman who talked about wanting to sort of end the divisiveness and find a way to bring people together. And I asked her, well, what about Trump's endorsement in some of these races? We know that he's endorsed in that Senate race. Does it make a difference to voters? And she said that while she'll take it into account, that is not the be-all, end-all of her decision. And I spoke to another Republican voter here who told me the exact same thing, that he actually didn't really care about Trump's endorsement. And, of course, he has not put his hand on the scale in the governor's race, but he has, of course, done so in the Senate race. And so a lot of decisions for Republicans here in those competitive primaries today.
Yeah, I wonder, Priscilla, if anybody you're talking to, they may not have a thought about a Trump endorsement. Do they have a thought about all the ads they've been inundated with in the state of Georgia? Because, boy, you look at the spending in the gubernatorial primary on the GOP side, it is gangbusters. It is extraordinary to the point where some of the folks I've talked to say it's kind of blotted out the sun for some of these other races to try to get on the air.
Yeah, and I wonder if that may have been what that woman was alluding to when she said she's a little tired of the divisiveness, because of course you have these two very MAGA candidates in the Senate race, one of which Trump has endorsed, and there have been a ton of ads back and forth just between the two of them trying to sort of out MAGA each other, so to speak, on some of that. And so, yes, they're certainly seeing a lot of it. It's unclear, though, how much it is really swaying the way that people are thinking about this election, I will tell you. But of course, we are in a suburb. We're in Buckhead, so we're just outside of Atlanta. So it'll be interesting to see what folks in the rest of the state are thinking as well.
Priscilla Thompson live for us there in Georgia. Priscilla, thank you very much. 15 minutes now until the polls close in that state. We will be watching that very closely.
Yes, as we continue to watch what's happening in Georgia. Ryan Nobles joining us at the table.
Nice of you to join.
Thanks. Great to see you. Let's start with Georgia, since we just heard from Priscilla there. You heard about the enthusiasm on the ground. This is one of the fascinating races that we're watching as Republicans try to unseat Senator Jon Ossoff. And again, it bears repeating, President Trump did not endorse in this Senate race. So you have two representatives running against former football coach Derek Dooley, who was endorsed by Governor Brian Kemp. I guess the question is, will that give Derek Dooley any momentum? And is this actually a gettable seat for Republicans? Jon Ossoff's pretty popular.
Yeah, I think we should take a step back and talk about Brian Kemp's role in all of this. Before he endorsed Derek Dooley, he was heavily recruited by the Republican leadership to run himself. He's a very popular governor in that state, would have probably easily won this race against Jon Ossoff if he had decided to get in. But for whatever reason, he decided he did not want to be a United States Senator and decided to sit it out. That was a huge loss in the recruitment efforts for Senate Republicans.
For a guy who's got an 85% approval rating among Republicans in that state, that's huge.
Exactly. And somebody who has successfully found a way to buck Donald Trump on occasion and still maintain a level of popularity among Republican voters. He was really the dream candidate for the Republican Party in a state like Georgia, which, even though it tilts red, has proven to be a swing state, especially in these statewide elections. So that was the first difficult entry that the Republicans had into this Senate race. The second thing was that they couldn't get Donald Trump to pick a candidate. And Brian Kemp desperately wanted him to endorse Derek Dooley, who was the guy that he went out as a childhood friend, the son of a very popular football coach there. And Trump just wasn't interested. You have Mike Collins, who kind of identifies himself as a MAGA guy, and then Buddy Carter, who's been able to self-finance and is a kind of little-known congressman without a ton of name recognition statewide. So this became a jumbled mess for Republicans. And what has Jon Ossoff done while they've been fighting this out? He's just been giving big speeches, drawing big crowds, and raising tens of millions of dollars to position himself for the general election.
By the way, we can't get another minute into this Georgia conversation without saying the word runoff, right? Because 50 plus 1, right? So you're looking at, is it going to be maybe Collins plus either Dooley, Carter, who knows, based on where the polling has been. The interesting piece of this, you look at Georgia, you also look, I'm keeping an eye on the clock here, because Kentucky polls close in about 13 minutes, and they're a state that can sometimes get vote count in, as Steve Kornacki knows, fairly quickly. When you look at that race, I mean, you cover Congressman, everybody knows your day job as our chief Capitol Hill correspondent. You're there talking to him all the time. You're talking to, a number of these people who are part of that group. Massie prides himself on being this kind of guy who's a libertarian streak. The Gallrein campaign thinks that is actually going to be a liability for him in this state.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be tested here tonight. Kentucky voters have a way of beating to their own drum. And you look at that with the folks that already represent them. Senator Rand Paul is not someone who votes with Donald Trump every single time. He prides himself on being a libertarian. Massie is very much in that mold. And so I think that, while Massie has proven to find a way to chart his own path here, it could come at a cost. I think the big difference between Tom Massie and what we saw with Bill Cassidy over the weekend is that Cassidy bucked Trump.
Sitting incumbent senator, of course, in Louisiana.
Who lost his primary over the weekend. Cassidy initially bucked Trump when he voted to convict him in the wake of January 6th. He spent every minute after that doing everything he could to get back into his good graces. It wasn't enough. Tom Massie's taken a different approach. He said, this is who I am.
That's right.
This is what I'm going to vote for. Take me or leave me. We'll have to see if that sort of authenticity resonates with voters tonight.
Do you have plans for the next 7 hours of your life?
As long as it's with the two of you.
Okay, good.
Those are the only plans I have.
Get comfortable, Ryan Nobles. Let's go back to Steve Kornacki. Steve, because I know you're getting vote count in from Kentucky, but also from Georgia. What are you watching right now?
Yeah, I mean, just to take you through quickly a little bit more here in Kentucky 4. We don't have new vote in, but one other thing to flag, because there is some population and there is some vote here, and I didn't mention it before. This is Greenup County. This is in the eastern Kentucky coalfield. This is coal country in Kentucky here, and like 6% or so of the vote in the district is going to come out of this county tonight. Again, you're like Portsmouth, Ohio is up here, Huntington, West Virginia is over here, and I only flag this because, again, look at what Gallrein is getting with the vote that's reported out so far, a 20-point margin over Massie. This, unlike the Cincinnati suburbs and unlike the Louisville suburbs I was talking about, this is sort of the Trump country portion of the district. More blue collar, more rural. We talk about that degree divide in politics and Republican politics. Much higher concentration of voters without college degrees here. So again, even in this part of the district here, you see Gallrein, the Trump endorsed candidate, with a 20-point advantage. There are a fair number of counties, going across the span of the district here that are somewhat like Greenup. And they're much more Trump-friendly demographically. So that's the other piece of it. Gallrein getting that bump out of Kenton County early, but also out in Trump country doing a little bit better there. And there are other places like that, too. The other thing to keep in mind, we showed you Kenton County. That is the early vote in Kenton County. Most of the vote in Kentucky is conducted same day. People going out and voting in person at the polls today. One thing we saw in Louisiana over the weekend, and we've seen in some of these other Republican primaries, the pro-Trump side, when we've seen these races where Trump is going after Republican lawmakers in primaries, the pro-Trump side tends to come out more on Election Day than any early voting period. Maybe that'll be different here, but that's something to keep in mind when you look at Kenton County. That's early vote. That's the early vote you're looking at. The rest of what you're going to see there is the Election Day vote. Elsewhere, that Election Day vote has been the kind that would be friendly to Gallrein, more friendly to him than Massie. It'll have to be different than that, probably, for Massie tonight to have a shot here.
Okay, so polls close in the entire state of Kentucky in just about 9 minutes from now. Georgia closing after that. Steve, we'll come back to you at that moment. Thank you very much. Watching it all with the countdown now on to this other critical state. I mean, Kentucky's the marquee race.
Yes.
We're talking about it.
Right.
But there's plenty of other stuff that's super interesting.
There's a lot happening in Georgia, including Democrats vying to be governor, including Mike Thurmond. He's the former CEO of DeKalb County, Georgia. Thank you so much for joining us on election night. We appreciate it.
Honored to be with you.
So you've got a pretty crowded field, including the former mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms. How are you going to top the former mayor of Atlanta? What's your strategy?
We are rebuilding the urban-rural coalition that was key to Democratic success for decades. We've had our campaign to go to every county, 159 counties, with a message to Republicans in particular that the number one issue facing Georgians today is the cost of living. While Republicans are lobbing ugly, nasty ads back and forth, average, everyday Georgians are struggling to put food on the table, keep a roof over their head, and buy car insurance. They want leadership, a governor who will focus on the issues that are most important to them.
Question for you, though, because I don't mean to be the skunk at the garden party, but no Democrat, has gotten to where you want to be here in about, I think it's 28 years is the number. Even among voters in your party, Governor Kemp is more popular than President Trump. What makes you think that your state wants to see change, wants to see a Democrat in that position instead of a Republican?
Winning statewide is not a theory. I've actually won 3 statewide races as the Georgia Labor Commissioner. I'm convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that a majority of Georgians are now ready to elect candidates based on qualifications, focus, attention, and vision. I know Georgians are struggling every day, can't afford gas, struggling to purchase food. They want leadership, not focus on redrawing lines to feather their own nest, but focusing on their issues. That's what this Democratic campaign has been about. That's what I'm about. And frankly, that's what's going to generate a huge turnout, first in this primary and even more so in November.
Mr. Thurmond, let me ask you, because if you are elected, if you were to become the next governor of Georgia, how would you view working with President Trump, which is something that every governor needs to figure out? What would your posture be? Would you try to find bipartisan solutions for the people of Georgia?
Well, first of all, it's fighting Trump, but most importantly, I'm going to fight for the citizens of the state of Georgia. My role is to advocate on behalf of Georgians who need jobs. Rural Georgia is literally withering on the vine. We've had for 20 straight years a sharp decline in per capita income. We are now struggling to create hospitals. We've had over 13 rural hospitals to close within the last 6 years. Georgians want that type of leadership. As for working with President Trump, I'm going to fight for Georgia, and I'll fight for Georgia and work with anyone who's willing to help Georgians have access to a better quality of life. That's what this is about. You know, I get the politics, the national politics, but on the ground, when you're in rural Georgia and suburban Georgia, what's most important to Georgians is help me have access to a better life. Look, just over the last few months, 500,000 Georgians have lost their health insurance. We got to get back to the basics, get back on the helping people, and forget the craziness that's going on in Washington.
All right, Mike Thurmond, all the best to you on this election night. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Listening in with us here in the studio, our political pros, Democratic strategist Ashley Etienne, Republican strategist Matt Gorman, both of them, NBC News political analysts, also hanging out with us for the duration of the evening. So let me, Ashley, I'll start with you on what we just heard from Mike Thurmond in that Q&A session with Kristen and I here. You got this sort of, if a big theme of the night is the Trump factor, right? What happens with these people that the president has endorsed, the people that he is seeking on this so-called revenge tour to get into Congress? You've also got on the Democratic side, in some instances, questions around what people like to call the fight for the soul of the Democratic Party, as you well know, in Georgia, in that governor's primary there that we just heard about, in a state like Pennsylvania, where you look at Philly. Trust me, Kristen's got plenty to say about that later on in the night, our Philly native here. But there's a lot of really interesting races tonight that Democrats are going to be watching closely.
No, you're absolutely right. And I would just say sort of what's giving Democrats some hope tonight is that it's still about the economy, stupid. I mean, it still comes down to high inflation, high gas prices, high healthcare costs. It's just what the candidate just said there. If you look at Georgia, what we're seeing is a record turnout among Democratic voters, where they have a 15% advantage over Republican voters right now. There's also these 2 Supreme Court seats that Democrats are going to be trying to vie for, that former President Obama has weighed in on to make some endorsements, post VRA that matters a ton for those local states. And then when you look at Pennsylvania is going to be a different test for the Democratic Party. When you look at the congressional race in the 3rd district, it's all about the war in Gaza, whether or not our message on Israel and the war in Gaza will penetrate and resonate with a broad swath of the Democratic voter base. So Democrats as a whole are feeling very optimistic about where things stand right now, because although the president is not on the ballot, his policies certainly are.
Well, we've got a graphic I'd love to pull up if our team can find it. Gas prices in the 6 states that are holding these primaries tonight. To Ashley, to your point about sort of the economic focus here, and you hear about it on the Hill. You hear about it all the time on Sundays and all week long on Meet the Press Now. It's an issue.
Well, and one voter put it this way. Gas is the #1 issue. It's another way of saying the economy is the #1 issue. And Matt, pick up on that point. I mean, to what extent? I mean, this night with 3 dozen Trump-backed candidates is really a test of the extent to which the president still has a grip on his party, even against these headwinds of these high gas prices and this very unpopular war in Iran.
Sure. And certainly Thomas Massie out in Kentucky, everybody's watching that race. That's the headline race of the night. But also down in Georgia, I mean, you have Burt Jones, who Trump endorsed, is one of the Republican candidates there, but he's running against Rick Jackson. And I was talking to folks who are affiliated with the Republican governors, and they think Rick Jackson could actually get the most votes by the end of the night. So again, we talk about Trump's influence, and certainly after the bombshell endorsement of Ken Paxton today, no argument here from me, but you could be seeing in a very pivotal swing state, somebody get the most votes in a primary that actually didn't have his endorsement. I'm watching that as well.
The Ken Paxton, you mentioned that. This is that news you referenced at the top of the show here. It is part and parcel of what I think you could think of as maybe a thesis of the night here. The president looking to flex his political muscle. He's coming in. He's putting a stamp on this race.
Absolutely.
I mean, what is it, 24, 48 hours after John Cornyn kind of gave up the idea of ever having an endorsement in this race in the first place?
The timing is just absolutely astonishing. Ashley Etienne and Matt Gorman, thank you so very much.
Ryan, let me bring you into this conversation here, because as we talk about the landscape of what Congress looks like, I mean, John Cornyn just told, actually one of our former interns just today asked the question. He said that he thinks that if you look at the sort of landscape of the Senate map, that Ken Paxton is going to be problematic for the state of Texas up against James Tallarico come November.
I think there's a lot of people scratching their heads about what Donald Trump was thinking from a strategic political perspective here. We know his motivation for political retribution. We understand that he has an ultimate loyalty test, and if you don't pass that ultimate loyalty test, he has no problem casting you to the side. But what he has done is made his life a lot more difficult in endorsing John Cornyn over Ken Paxton. Across the board, our team was all through the halls of the Capitol today. Very few Republicans wanted to talk about this, but the ones that did were very upset that the president made this move because of how much they adore Cornyn.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. The clock is just hitting 7 o'clock now on the East Coast, and we are ramping up to a new round of polls closing in our special coverage of primary night in America. Thank you again for being with us. I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I'm Kristen Welker. In literally the last few seconds, polls have closed across Kentucky and Georgia. In Kentucky, NBC News can project that Andy Barr will be the Republican nominee for Senate in Kentucky. That's over Daniel Cameron.
Barr, of course, endorsed by President Trump, and we are still seeing vote coming in, but our decision desk feeling confident to project Andy Barr the winner. Let's take you over to Georgia now. Senator Jon Ossoff, obviously the Democratic nominee. This is making official what we knew would happen as Ossoff is running on the Democratic side of the ticket. Question is going to be, who could his opponent be? His seat is a race that Republicans hope to flip. That one, by the way, too early to call at this moment, as you see the candidates there.
Yeah, there's also the Georgia's governor's race wide open to succeed the state's popular governor, Brian Kemp. That race also too early to call. Same thing on the Democratic side. The Democratic governor's race too early to call. Of course, we just did talk to Mike Thurmond, and we're still watching that race out of Kentucky. Congressman Thomas Massie in the fight of his political life against a Trump-backed candidate who the president wants to see win big. Our team of reporters fanned out all across the nation to bring you the very latest from these high-stakes races.
But we would be remiss if we didn't start with our man at the big board, Steve Kornacki. Okay, Andy Barr projected in the state of Kentucky in that Senate race. What does that tell us about Kentucky 4, this other key district we've been watching?
Yeah, well, take a look here. We did get some more votes in Kentucky for Ed Gallrein, the candidate endorsed by Trump against Congressman Tom Massie. Now a 12-point lead district-wide for Gallrein. Of course, the vote only coming from 3 places, but a couple interesting things we can tell you about those places. Number one, if you were watching just a few minutes ago, we've been zooming in on Kenton County. This is one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle in this district. About a quarter of the vote is in there, and Gallrein continues to lead. It's an 8-point advantage. Now, we said what initially was reported out here was the early vote. And then we said that Massie was going to have to do better as the Election Day vote came in. Most of the vote is cast in Kentucky by people who show up at the polls on Election Day. So what is the split looking like? The early vote was 55% for Gallrein. And the first batch of Election Day vote that we got, Gallrein is still winning it. He's winning it by a little bit less, 53%. Again, if you're Massie, you really want to be winning the Election Day vote. You need to do better than come close. So, again, the numbers initially here, that initial early vote batch, that initial Election Day batch in this key county, in this district, both of them right now are numbers you'd probably rather have if you're Gallrein than if you're Massie. Also out here in Greenup County, where we now have a third of the vote in. And again, this is, Portsmouth, Ohio, Huntington, West Virginia, about 20, 30 minutes away here. You see Gallrein leading out here with 61% of the vote. Something that's interesting, you mentioned Andy Barr. Andy Barr winning easily in that primary. Andy Barr's getting 57% of the vote right here. The Trump-backed candidate in the Senate primary, who's having an easy time of it, is not getting as much as Gallrein is here. So, again, that's an encouraging number, too, if you're Gallrein right now. Overall, that's what it looks like with 7% counted.
So I hate to make you handicap the timeline on this, Steve, but I wonder, do you have a sense of when we expect to see more vote coming in and when we might get a clearer picture than we already have, which, as you point out, is pretty interesting at this race?
Yeah, no, I mean, it could come any minute. I'm a little surprised more have not sort of lit up. What's I don't know the correct version.
All of the above works for me. I love it.
More, to be honest with you. So really, they should start to come. And generally what you'll get in these counties is an early vote batch, and then the election day comes out.
And by the way, nothing in Georgia, right? I mean, those polls, 3 minutes into polls closing, other than Ossoff, right?
Let's just make sure there's nothing on that map. There's nothing on that map yet. But this one, I can tell you, in Georgia, it can come real fast in some of these counties. We are going to have an issue, though, in Fulton County tonight, the biggest county in the state, where there's hours have been extended at some places. 11 p.m. is when we're getting our first results from Fulton County tonight.
Okay, that's an interesting point.
Good thing we're on the air all night.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. I want to bring in Houston Gaines now. He's a Republican running in Georgia's 10th Congressional District and a member of the Georgia State House. Thanks so much for being here on election night. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having us.
So let's talk about the state of the race. You won the endorsement of President Trump in this race. Do you believe that's going to be the difference maker? We should say this seat is reliably Republican.
Yeah. It is, and I do think that the president's endorsement, it's been a huge boost to our campaign. We've been working overtime since August of last year, since we launched this race, and we've talked about my record in the State House and what we've done in the General Assembly, and certainly what I plan to do in Congress and work alongside the president. But his endorsement has been an incredible boost to our race, and we feel really good about where we are. We're looking forward to seeing results come in here any minute, and looking forward to winning this thing and having the opportunity to go to Congress and work alongside the president and the speaker and the rest of the Republican team.
We, too, sir, are eager for the results to come in, and we've got Steve Kornacki at the board watching it all. I wonder, though, and listen, I totally take the point that, local politics is a lot different sometimes than what folks on the national level are talking about. But, you're part of what you could call your early 30s, new wave, new generation of the Republicans coming in. New York Times poll out today shows most young Republicans want the party to move in its own direction here and not simply follow the president's lead. So I'll ask here, where do you think there may be a split with President Trump on some of these key issues that people care about, like the economy, like the war against Iran, et cetera?
Well, I think that what the president's done has worked, and I think the agenda, it's certainly like the war in Iran. We've got more time that certainly before the midterms, and I think that what the president has done and what's going to happen is going to end up being a successful. It's already been successful, but certainly what the president's moving forward on, I think, is the right thing for our country for the long term, to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And certainly, I think on the economy, like what we've done here in Georgia and what the One Big Beautiful Bill did in Congress, those are long-term fiscal policies that take a little bit of time to implement. But it's my belief that as young people, I am 31. It's my belief as young people in my age bracket learn, and as we do a better job of telling our message, we're going to win young voters across this country. I think in November and moving forward, we just got to make sure we're telling our story, telling what we've done, and continue to get things done when we're elected in Congress and certainly across the country.
Well, let me ask you, in terms of some of the more competitive races when it comes to Republicans holding on to the House, one of the big headwinds that Republicans are facing, the president's approval rating has been brought down by this war in Iran, which is unpopular. People deeply dissatisfied with his handling of the economy, the number one issue. You're talking about it right now. What do you say to voters who believe that the president broke his promise when it comes to bringing down prices?
Well, I think that, again, the Iran war, obviously, the outcome, there's we're still very early in the conflict, and what we've seen in Iran and what I think the president did was the right decision to make sure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. But I think you're going to start to see gas prices come down. You're going to start to see affordability. That has been the number one issue, certainly on the campaign trail in the Republican primary, but in the general election as we head towards November. And I think you're going to see the president's agenda working, the Republican conference agenda working. And so that's why I think you're going to see by November, you're going to see prices stabilize. You're going to see gas prices come down. In Georgia, for example, we have suspended the gas tax, and I think the Congress has discussed doing the same thing federally, which I think would be a great move to make sure that we're keeping prices affordable for all people across this country.
If you end up in Congress, sir, who's your preference for who your Senate brethren would be? Is it Congressman Collins, Congressman Carter, Derek Dooley? I know obviously Collins' district. Is he the best choice, do you believe, for the people of Georgia?
Well, I know we got to get rid of John Ossoff, and certainly I think Congressman Collins has done an incredible job representing this district, and looking forward to watching the results in the Senate race and the Senate primary. Obviously got a Senate primary, governor primary, lots of races open in the state of Georgia, but I'm excited to make sure that we defeat John Ossoff and over. I think that's going to happen. Georgians have seen what Senator Ossoff has done, and I don't think they appreciate his record, whether it's, he's allowing men and women's sports and some of these crazy far left policies that I just don't think align with the state of Georgia. And that's why I think that Senator Ossoff is in trouble come November.
So then, sir, is that your diplomatic way of saying you'd be okay with any of the three on the ballot there in Georgia's Senate primary?
Of course, over John Ossoff,
Okay.
absolutely. I'd take any Republican over John Ossoff any day of the week.
Houston Gaines, thank you very much for being with us.
All right,
so much.
Ryan, let's unpack what we heard. That's a reliably safe Republican seat. And yet, the questions Houston Gaines is answering reflective of what Republicans are going to have to answer for in the fall. That's part of what we anticipate hearing. But
what stood out most to me in the answer that he just gave you there is that prices will eventually come down. And that's the promise that you hear Republicans making up and down the ballot. And it is a promise that they're making to voters that it's going to be better by the time they cast their ballot in the fall. Right. That's a dangerous place to be. And if you recall what the situation was like leading up to the 2024 election, it's a very similar argument to what Democrats were making. And so if you're going to make that promise, you better hope it comes through.
I hate to be spying on Steve Kornacki, but he's in my eye line directly. And so when you get locked in, Steve, it's very clear to me. What's going on? You're in the zone, man. What do we got?
Well, you said, when are we going to get some more of this Kentucky vote? We got some more of this Kentucky vote.
Right.
And we got it from the single biggest county in this district, Boone County, right outside Cincinnati. Almost a quarter of the vote is going to come out of Boone County tonight, and we got more than a third of the vote from that county. And you can see Gallrein here leading that by about a 14 and a half point margin over Massie. You're looking at early vote. You are now looking at some of the election day vote here, too. So this is now a little bit of a mix of these two things. We've been talking about not a huge difference between those two chunks of vote. And what that's done district-wide is it's moved Gallrein into a 14-point advantage. But I think more significantly, we said at the start of the night, again, the supreme importance of these three metro Cincinnati counties here, especially to Massie. The idea here that they were sort of a different brand. They're very Republican, but a different brand of Republican, a more libertarian brand, a one that might be more willing to forgive sort of the places where he's departed from Trump and the Republican Party. But the results we're getting so far from Boone County, you see it right here. That's a big chunk of the vote that's now in Boone County, and next door from Kenton County, where we got about a quarter of the vote. Those are not the numbers that Massie wants to see right there. We also did get a little bit more vote in. Now, this is a smaller part of the district right here, but in Spencer County, again, this is the part of the district we said demographically would be more pro-Trump, is delivering for Gallrein. That's not a surprise there, but that's the mix in this district. You've got some metro areas around Louisville and around Cincinnati, and you've got plenty of rural pro-Trump areas, too. Those rural areas that we've seen so far are delivering for Gallrein, but he is also getting the numbers so far that he wants to see out of the metro areas. I should add, we got a little bit in here from Oldham County, very little, but this is just outside Louisville. And again, this is the wealthiest county in Kentucky. Very small amount, but keep an eye on that. So overall, if you're Gallrein, a 14-point advantage now with about 13% of the vote in.
So if you are Thomas Massie, what counties are you looking for right now as you hope you can potentially hold on to this?
Yeah, it would be, I showed you Oldham County with only 2%. This has got to turn around for him. This has got to flip for him. He's got to win Oldham County, and he's probably got to win it by a big margin. Right next door here in Shelby County, where Shelbyville, Kentucky is, again, this is a pretty big piece of the pie here. Probably 10% of the vote's going to come out of here. Again, this is outside of Louisville here, some bedroom communities. It would have to be here. He'd want, based on what we've seen in Boone and based on what we're seeing in Kenton, I don't know what the expectations currently are in Campbell County, but he would want something out of Campbell County. Really what he needs is, we say that split between the early vote and the election day. He somehow, I think, needs these numbers to turn around here as more and more of that election day vote is counted. That would be counter to what we've seen in these other Republican primaries, but he probably needs something like that to happen.
All right, Steve Kornacki, stay close. We'll be back to you soon.
Because we also want to know what's going on with Georgia. What polls are closed there. Aaron Gilchrist is joining us now from a polling site in Jackson. You got some interesting races on both sides of the aisle here, Republican and Democratic. Talk me through what you're hearing from voters as you're talking with them. I don't know if there's anybody still in line. They're probably on their way heading home at this point, huh?
You know what? We actually do have several people that are still inside this precinct here. This is the largest precinct here in Butts County, Georgia. We saw a line start building in the 6 o'clock hour, and suddenly it was stretching all the way the length of the administration building here. As we look inside the doors right now, the sheriff's office, they're only letting people leave at this point. We've had a few people walk up, and the deputy said, no, polls are closed. They're only letting people who are already in line finish up their voting here. I can tell you that here in Georgia, we've been able to find out about 2 incidents where we know the polls are going to be open late. In Cobb County, which is north of Atlanta, we know that there were some equipment issues at a couple of precincts there, and so they're going to be closing at different times through this hour. The last one closing at 8 o'clock. There's also one polling place in Fulton County, in Sandy Spring, Georgia, again, kind of north of the city of Atlanta, where there was police activity earlier that shut down a polling location. So that site will stay open until a little after 11 o'clock tonight, although we do still expect data to be rolling in. And I can tell you, as we've talked to voters here, a lot of folks who've been at this location walking into those doors, they have encountered these uber long ballots, Democrat, Republican, Independent, 3 ballots available for people here in Georgia. And depending on where you are in the state, if you're voting in the Republican primary, there were 30 races in some cases for folks to look at. Obviously, that big Senate race that we've been talking about, the governor's race, lieutenant governor, and then other races throughout for state offices, county offices, some questions on the ballot as well. And so a lot for people to sort of take in here. And as we've been looking at the Senate race in particular, we know that there are 3 candidates who are sort of rising to the top right now. 2 current members of Congress, Mike Collins, Buddy Carter, and then this person who is a well-known name, Dooley, Derek Dooley here in Georgia, of football, high school, college football fame. He's got the endorsement of Brian Kemp in this state, and those 3 men are really the ones who have been battling it out for the Republican nomination to face Jon Ossoff in November, and they have really made clear that each of them wants to be the one to face Ossoff. They haven't been talking about each other very much through the campaign season, but really talking about going up against Jon Ossoff in November. We do expect that we're going to see a runoff in that particular race. We expect you could also see that in the Republican governor's race as well, where there's been a ton of money spent in this state. Every other commercial on TV here in the Atlanta area has been about one of the gubernatorial candidates here. And so as the polls close and data starts to come in, we know that 1 million people in Georgia voted early across the different ballots that are available here. 1 million people voted early. That was record-breaking for a primary election where turnout tends to be a bit lower. And so we'll see if that is a tell about anything in terms of who ends up being the person to get most of the votes in all of these different races here, with a lot of folks focused on those gubernatorial elections as well. Yeah. Kristen and Hallie, we know that you've got a Trump-endorsed candidate in that race, not in the Senate race at this point, but in the governor's race, there's a Trump-endorsed candidate. And then, of course, there is the Democrat side, too. We can't forget about the fact that there are races on the Democratic side where you've got Keisha Lance Bottoms, the former mayor of Atlanta, former Biden administration official. I'll step out of the way of this car coming by here, who is up against, I think there are 6 other candidates on the ballot for folks. So a lot for people to parse through here. And it's very likely that some of these races, as I said, will be back on June 16th looking at runoff elections.
And can I just say, we're showing these graphics. You're seeing some of these percentages. We've got like a whopping 250 votes in, right? So just make, I don't want people to like it is early days for these races. We're waiting on a lot of numbers coming in too.
We sure are. But, you know, Aaron, one of the things that Hallie and I have been talking about throughout the night, quite frankly, when we talk about Georgia, the fact that you cannot talk about Georgia, you cannot think about some of these candidates without thinking about the 2020 election. Right. And the tension that President Trump has with some of the Republican candidates who are running tonight. Brad Raffensperger at the top of that list.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. When you look at the governor's race on the Republican side, you've got Brad Raffensperger, who really hasn't talked a whole lot about President Trump and the controversy that existed in 2021 as he's been out on the campaign trail. His ads don't really reference it either. And I can tell you, when we talk to some of the candidates in the Senate race, too, people are not quick to reference President Trump, but when asked about that, you hear folks who say, you know what, I'm the MAGA candidate. We heard that from Buddy Carter. We heard it from Mike Collins. You hear it from Burt Jones on the gubernatorial race because he does have the Trump endorsement in that race. But for the most part, we've heard each of these candidates really try to go it on their own and present themselves as people who have, the term we keep hearing is Georgia values from all of these candidates, and they feel as though that's going to be the thing that gets them across the finish line. Of course, they say they are aligned with President Trump and his agenda as well.
All right. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you so much. We'll come back to you in just a little bit. Thanks for being there.
As we talk Georgia, let's talk to Steve Kornacki, because I know you're looking at Kentucky, but I know you're flipping to Georgia, too, as some of that vote starts to come in.
Yes, absolutely. And the vote is coming fast in Georgia. I'll go right down there, just give you a quick update here. In Kentucky, more vote has come in here. What it is, it's that rural vote from the sort of Trump-friendly portions of the district. They are delivering for Gallrein, so he continues to get, so far, everything that he's needing. We'll see if something changes as more vote comes in there. Now, take a look at Georgia. As I said, this thing might start lighting up just after 7 o'clock, and indeed it is. So this is that Senate primary here. And again, you got Congressman Mike Collins leading the vote that's come in so far. Now, one thing to keep in mind, Collins' district is sort of this portion of the state here. So you do see some of those counties from his neck of the woods that have come in. Another county that we've got significant vote from that's a pretty good size is down here, Glynn County, and this is Buddy Carter's congressional district, so that's why he's doing so well, and that's carrying a lot of the weight for him statewide right now, as he has that advantage over Dooley, but again, he's getting a bit of a bang from there. Dooley, look, he's a football coach. He coached at the University of Tennessee. There's no maybe natural geographic base here, but the question for Dooley becomes, who's running second in places like this? This is Collins' district here, Barrow County. You see Dooley right there is clearly running ahead of Carter. Next door, Dooley clearly running ahead of Carter. Dooley ahead of Carter. Dooley ahead of Carter. So that's that's one of the key questions here. If Collins, he'd been leading in the polls, and if Collins does indeed finish first tonight, that battle for second place. You see Carter in second place in the early vote count, but he's getting this. Glynn County's doing a lot of heavy lifting for him right now. You see, as you move away from Carter's district here, I just took you through a few there. Dooley running second right now, I think, in more of them than Carter is.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you so much.
Let's go to Ashley and Matt, who are joining us here, talking through all of it. So listen, let me just set the table here. You look at the clock in the corner of the screen, 40 minutes until the next polls close. The big one we're looking at then is, of course, Pennsylvania, battleground central, I think, when you look at November. But before we even get there, we've got Georgia, as Steve just talked through. We've got Kentucky. What's interesting to me, Matt, in talking with folks that are sort of close to the Dooley camp there, they feel like you've got to make the case in a primary, of course, to more MAGA-oriented voters, but you've also got to be able to sort of bring in others as well if you want a chance at trying to take down John Ossoff in the general. They feel like they are well positioned to do that. Obviously, Congressman Collins' team would disagree.
No, you're right. And if you're listening to strains of what Brian Kemp would say when he had two really tough campaigns statewide when he was running for governor. You got to thread the needle in the primary, but still be electable or relatively electable in the general. Obviously, Dooley is very close with Kemp. They're banking on that Kemp machine to come out if they can get into second place in the runoff. I talked to folks affiliated with all these campaigns. I think the consensus is they expect, when all the vote is in, to see Mike Collins have the most votes among the three. But who sneaks into that second spot? Is it Carter? Is it Dooley? Dooley's been making the case throughout the whole campaign. He is the most electable. I think you could probably hear a lot more of that in the general election, especially with Ossoff, who's raising a lot of money. He's pretty formidable.
Well, and Ashley and Matt, I want to talk to both of you about this bombshell that we got today. President Trump endorsing Ken Paxton in Texas.
Super dramatic fashion.
Yes.
Dangling this as he calls people in to see the whole, saying, I'm going to endorse later today.
Early voting has already started.
Yeah, that's
There's already a day underway. So Matt and then Ashley weigh in on this. What was your reaction? Conventional wisdom is John Cornyn does better against James Tallarico. But obviously the president's been shown polling in these closing days that leads him to believe Ken Paxton's got a shot.
Yeah, let me just say this. I think even before the endorsement, I talked to folks and I was viewing it myself. Cornyn was likely to be the underdog in a head-to-head matchup anyway. The polling showed Paxton edging him slightly. This is really a game changer. I talked to folks. They were shocked. I was shocked that he was able to do it. I thought that he would kind of stay out of this. And it comes back to, when we were here a couple months ago, I was sitting next to Ashley and you guys, we thought, surprisingly, Cornyn had the lead that first primary night. I think to many of our surprise.
Remember that? That was our last night.
It was the last night.
Late night, babe. We were there.
We were
there
all
for a bit. Yep.
And, I think the expectation was that Trump would come in and weigh in on Cornyn's behalf within 48 hours. However, as that languished, that was really a tough thing for him to kind of leave out there. And then I think Paxton pulled a very brilliant gambit, offering to leave the race if the Senate passed this Save America Act.
That was a game changer.
It was a brilliant move. And it really got Cornyn back on his heels, and well, I guess the rest is history now.
Ashley, could Democrats potentially be overly confident about James Tallarico? Texas, after all, is their great white whale.
Listen, I mean, this is a dream come true for Texas Democrats. I'm a Texas Democrat. This is my home state. It couldn't have been better for us. You're talking about Ken Paxton, who is incredibly compromised. This is someone who's been impeached, has been indicted. I mean, his wife left him and said it was for biblical reasons. I mean, can you imagine that and what that means? So we think that the matchup between Tallarico and Paxton, Tallarico has the advantage, and he's going to be able to use all of that, all of Paxton's negatives against him. So we'll see how this whole thing works out. The other thing that works to Tallarico's advantage is record turnout of Democratic voters in Texas. We're seeing nothing but enthusiasm on the ground. So again, this is a dream come true for Texas Democrats, and kudos to Tallarico for making this thing happen to some degree. I mean, he spent a lot of time attacking Paxton.
It's going to be fascinating to watch. Guys, stand by.
Ron, let me bring you to the conversation here, because I know you are chomping at the bit to get in on it. No, you don't have to do that. That's cool. That's all right. But this to what Ashley and Matt are talking about here, and let me just we haven't said it in I think 45 minutes, so let's say it here and be clear. Yeah. All of this is setting up control of Congress come November, right?
And reiterate that.
Yeah, because this is something, I mean, Democrats think they have a chance of flipping the House, a very good chance of flipping the House. There's maybe an outside chance, I think, if you look at the sort of handicapping now of flipping the Senate, obviously for the last 2 years of Donald Trump, President Trump's second term here, like, Democrats are casting this as existential stakes. I think you're going to hear some of that as the night goes on and we start to get to some of these speeches in some of these key states, too.
Yeah, and I think that, first of all, let me say, I'll believe that Democrats can win Texas when they actually win Texas, because they've flirted with this on numerous occasions.
I just have to say, for our friend and Texas native Garrett Haake, who will be joining us momentarily, he'll have a lot to say.
He'll have a lot to say.
Because that is something
I better get it all out now.
Segment, because this will be your final comments about Texas.
My final comments
of the evening.
It's fine. I'm happy to defer to him. But the point I'm going to make on this is they've really never come close. They've spent a lot of money there. And Beto O'Rourke made a lot of Democrats excited. It never materialized. Colin Allred couldn't do it. Kamala Harris couldn't do it. This might be the best case scenario for them, to have a candidate as flawed as Ken Paxton on the Republican side and have a candidate that they believe in as much as James Tallarico.
Ryan, one of the things that we've all been talking about here is what happens with the money. Senator Lindsey Graham, one of his initial reactions on Sunday, he was on Meet the Press saying this is the party of Trump.
That's right.
Today, his reaction was, we're going to have to put a lot of money into Texas, effectively that could have been spent in other battleground states like Ohio, like North Carolina.
I think that's the biggest immediate impact of this decision by Donald Trump. He has forced the Senate Republican money guys to now heavily invest in Texas in a way that they didn't have to before, because of Paxton's candidacy and the fact that he is not the same level of candidate that John Cornyn is in a general election. But I'm going to tell you, Kristen, one of the things that a lot of these folks that we talked to on Capitol Hill today are nervous about is that the big money folks are not going to be as willing to open up their pocketbooks to support a Ken Paxton campaign in the same way that they would of a John Cornyn campaign. So that makes it more difficult for the Republicans. So what does that mean? That doesn't mean they're not going to, give to these Republican super PACs, but it means those Republican super PACs are going to have to spend money that they would have spent in North Carolina or in Maine. Now they have to spend that in Texas.
Don't get mad at me, but I have to ask. I got to bring it up, because we're going to talk about sort of states where Democrats feel like maybe they can make a play. We're talking about Kentucky, Amy McGrath. I know we haven't talked about that race on the Democratic side much with Andy Barr there, but
So I actually, in preparation for today, I reached out.
Oh my gosh, look at you.
I reached out to some Democrats just to ask that question.
Sure. Right.
Do you think there's any shot in Kentucky? And these were from Democrats, not Republicans.
Okay.
And
a state where we've called Andy Barr projected to be the Republican.
The universal assessment was it would have to be an incredibly good night for Democrats if they were to take Kentucky. Yes, Democrats have won there before. Democrats, first of all, have to hold a number of seats and then have to play offense in a couple of places. Kentucky is behind Iowa. It's behind Alaska. It's behind maybe even Nebraska.
Well, Amy
maybe
McGrath
Kansas.
lost by 20 points to McConnell.
And so I think that they would think that would be not a necessarily good use of their resources. Andy Barr's a good candidate, as he often likes to remind me when I talk to him about his Senate race, that his congressional district, which includes Lexington, which is one of the most bluest parts of the Commonwealth, he wins in places that are purple.
I have to add one caveat. I interviewed Amy McGrath today. She thinks there is a shot. So that's her.
I'd be shocked if she was, running and didn't.
But I wanted to give you that
that's
perspective.
good.
But to your point, I think, Hallie, your point is significant because it speaks to the climate, which is that Democrats, because of the president's poll numbers, because of the price of gas right now, are feeling emboldened.
But I think this is an important thing for us to talk about as we go through this primary season. All of the indicators, all the data tells us that this should be a wave year, that Democrats should win easily. I wonder if we're past wave years. I think the country's so polarized.
Just like
now.
existentially, you mean? Like we're just.
I just don't think people are as swingy a voter as they once were. It's hard to find people. You okay there? Who vote Republican in one race and then vote Democrat the year after. I'm not saying they don't exist, but the type of voter that you would need to compel a wave election, I just don't know if there's as many of them out there as there once were.
I'll let you pick up your hairspray that you have, so you can get to that. But we want to get to something. So listen, it's 7:29. It's just about to tick over to 7:30 here on the East Coast, which means we are 30 minutes away from the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth, of course, having its polls closed.
Our home state.
Our home state. And a state, listen, we're going to talk a lot about it tonight, but you got an interesting race in the Democratic side in Philly. You got a couple of key battlegrounds, 4 of them that people are watching so super closely. And just like that, you see them on screen, including there, Pennsylvania 7. This is the Lehigh Valley, the Allentown area. This is a biggie. Interesting on the Dem side. Governor Josh Shapiro, very popular with Democrats, is trying to throw his weight around in some of these races, too. You see Bob Brooks there, considered the front runner, but it is going to be an interesting one. There's also been now this other issue, an apparent, I believe, explosive device that was found. I want to bring in Brian Sheehan from our NBC Philadelphia station. Brian, we are so glad to have you with us tonight. You've been on the ground. You've been doing the reporting. Bring us up to speed on what you're seeing there.
Well, the latest from law enforcement officials is that they don't believe that today's incident is connected to this polling location in Catasauqua or the one about a block from here. But multiple law enforcement agencies surrounded the area for several hours. As you can see on the ground, circle marks the area where evidence was found right outside of the church. Now, they cleared the scene here just a few minutes ago. Those who live nearby tell us they heard a loud explosion a little after 9. Pennsylvania State Police say that sound was the result of an explosive device being thrown out of the window of a vehicle around 9 o'clock. No one was injured. Now, officers swarmed the area and shut down roads, but the polling centers here never closed. People were actually still able to come and cast their ballot, all while local, state, and federal investigators interviewed neighbors, and bomb-sniffing dogs were brought in. They cleared the scene a little before 6 o'clock tonight, and we are still waiting to learn from authorities about the suspect who they say threw that explosive device out of that vehicle. At this hour, still no word if any arrests have been made.
And Brian, of course, the big question on everyone's mind, did that in any way impact people's ability to vote? Or any of the polling locations going to have to be open longer? What are you hearing?
Well, we are hearing that the polls are still closing here and across Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock tonight. But we did speak with the judge of elections, who said that there was a steady stream of voters coming through these doors early this morning. And then after the roads shut down here at 9 o'clock this morning, they said that it trickled down. They really didn't see anybody coming in. So definitely having an effect. People here, we have seen people come in to cast their votes within the past hour. The roads opened at 6 o'clock, a little after 6 o'clock tonight. So people hoping to cast their ballots before the polls close here in Pennsylvania.
All right, Brian Sheehan, thank you so much. We really appreciate that report.
Let's swing back over to the big board. Steve Kornacki is there.
Yep.
I'm not trying to be a creeper, but I do watch you, okay? And I'm just saying in my head, vote, 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 vote. What do we got?
More.
What's coming in?
It's
What's
coming.
happening?
And here we are. We're up to a quarter of the vote now in Kentucky, 4 here. What we just got, a big one here. We said that third county right outside Cincinnati, where Massie, the pressure really is on Massie to start producing some numbers here. We're getting the early vote from there. And you can see, again, it's a continuation of this trend. Gallrein leading by 9 points in that early vote here. And again, remember, right next door in Kenton, this is where the night started. Gallrein leading there. And in Boone, the biggest in the district, Gallrein leading by by 15 points there. Also significantly, we just got some more vote here out of Oldham County. Remember what we said about Oldham here? This is the wealthiest county in Kentucky. This has a lot of those voters, professional class, college-educated voters, suburbs of Louisville. And you can see here the update. If you remember earlier, it was a wider margin with the initial vote out of here. So what's come in since? Massie's done better here. Massey needs to be winning Oldham County. If he's going to have a chance tonight, he needs to win Oldham. He needs to win next door here in Shelby County, and he's got to come up with a win, up here. He's got to win the election day vote up here in the Cincinnati suburbs, because elsewhere, what we've seen come in, we've seen some new votes come in. These are small rural counties here, but again, everything is kind of going, these small rural counties, you think of them as pro-Trump, and they've been delivering for Trump's candidates tonight. The one exception right here, and this is a very small county, but Mason County, it appears that Massey's won by a little bit less than 2 points. One thing to keep in mind is geography a factor here. Before he was a congressman, Massie was a county elected official right here in Lewis County. Right next door in small Mason County, he ekes out a victory there tonight. I think we just got some vote here, too, in Harrison County. So, it's starting to come. But as you can see here, it's still a 12-point advantage for Gallrein. We've not seen Massie deliver in a place tonight yet where he really needs to deliver.
And Ed Gallrein seems to be outperforming almost in all of the districts you're seeing so far, with the exception of the small district you just
and the question mark here in Oldham County, just because, Massie did a little bit better with that update. But again, Massie needs to be winning there, not coming close.
Well, we have you all night, and if people are wondering what's that big stick, that's the Kornacki cam. That's his GoPro right there, which is very exciting as we're showing you as all this is happening. Can you also walk us through what we're seeing in Georgia, Steve? Just help us set the table, because we're about 25 minutes from polls closing in Pennsylvania. We'll talk about Alabama at some point. We've got plenty of time for that. But fill us in on what you're seeing so far.
Yeah, so again, we'll start on the Senate side, because we've got a close race on the governor's side. We'll show you too. But on the Republican side here in the Senate race, 7% of the vote statewide. You can see, though, it is a scattering from across the state. And Congressman Mike Collins right now clearly leading the initial vote count. Buddy Carter right now in second over Derek Dooley. But remember, this portion of the state down here, you see that maroon color, that's Carter's number. This is his congressional district here. So right now that's delivering some, it's delivering a bit of a punch for him right there. But again, if you take a look here in the Atlanta metro area, we really don't have much in yet. We do, though, have some in Cherokee County. I was expecting this to be a little bit more. Cherokee is one of the biggest Republican plurality producing counties in the United States of America. We only have 2% of the vote in there right now. Cherokee will loom large, though, when we get more vote right there. So if Dooley were to be getting 33% when we get all of Cherokee, that's going to be a big thing for him, but that's a big if right now. Flip over to the governor's side on the Republican side right here, and what do you see? You see Rick Jackson, again, only 2%, that's in Cherokee County, 7% statewide here, and you see Burt Jones, the Trump-backed lieutenant governor, with a narrow advantage over Rick Jackson. What you also see is a gigantic gap there back to third place, where the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, is. Remembering here that this is a 50% state.
That's right.
Nobody gets
runoff.
Yeah. They go to the runoff here. I think one thing that's interesting that we've been seeing in the results here, what did we just get?
What's up?
Oh, and we just got, I just was told we just got more Boone. This is the story of the moment. So we just got more Boone County, and I wanted to show you what we got. Okay, look at this. We're nearly complete in Boone County here in Kentucky for. This just came in a gigantic batch of vote here. And Ed Gallrein, now a 10-point advantage with just about all the vote counted in Boone County. You can see how that just jumped up. It almost doubled the amount of vote that's counted in this district. And Gallrein, with that in right now, still with a 10-point advantage district-wide. That's very significant, what just happened there in Boone County.
I'm so curious. We've got Julie Sorkin at Massie campaign headquarters. We're going to get a vibe check, I think, in a couple of minutes. Steve, I know that you're going to be watching that coming in. I should also note that as we speak right now, President Trump is speaking. He's at a separate event. He's not talking politics yet, but you're taking a live look now. Here's the president speaking now. We're told right now he's talking about the war against Iran, et cetera. But I mention this, Kristen, because he looms large over so much of what is happening tonight in these Republican primaries, including what Steve just laid out with this Kentucky 4 race.
Well, he has endorsed 36 candidates. Yeah. There is no bigger race than the race in Kentucky that we're watching so closely. And to unpack this even further, we're really excited about our panel. Former Florida House Democrat Val Demings and former Speaker of the House and Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. Thanks so much to both of you for being here on a really significant night. Speaker McCarthy, I have to start with you because of what we are talking about. President Trump looming so large over what we are seeing. Your reaction so far to the lead that Ed Gallrein has opened up. Again, no calls have been made, but he's clearly so far showing signs of strength.
That's a very big lead, especially against the incumbent.
Yeah.
More money spent in this one. And I will tell you, President Trump is probably stronger in the Republican Party than any other president in history. If you look what happened last week, he's stronger than Ronald Reagan. He's stronger than he was in his very first term, even. He can defeat somebody by not endorsing them, even. We've watched that happen down in Texas. So he makes a major difference in these elections, and it's proven here, too, because to defeat an incumbent, especially in the first term, the president did endorse against Massie, and Massie still won. Now, they discredited that candidate. It wasn't somebody the president recruited. This candidate's a good candidate. This is a former Navy SEAL. This is a serious individual running, but the money was put behind, and I think the president has laid out, from his point of view of how strong he is, he could determine in almost any Republican primary.
Well, and of course, Congressman Massie was one of your favorites, right? While you were never an issue for you.
No, but I will tell you this. Massie voted for me for Speaker. He sat on the Rules Committee. He voted. I mean, Massie's a very principled man. I don't have any complaints with him. Now, will he vote no a lot of times on you? Yes. But he doesn't backstab you. He doesn't lie to you. He's very upfront. And
Which is
remember,
sort of
Kentucky comes from Rand Paul. This is he's a libertarian. He's highly intelligent. MIT, his former wife, MIT. He has more patents than others. What I always found is put him in a productive place, and he's more productive.
What's interesting when
committees.
I hear you talk about this, that's kind of how Massie ran his campaign, is by saying all of those things. I'm principled, I'm who I am authentic. I think even some people who didn't want to see him win would say, the guy is who he is. He's not like, wiggled around or wobbled around in this race, which I think has been part of a factor there. We'll see if it's enough for voters in Kentucky. We look at that race, so interesting on the Republican side. There's some interesting Democratic races, too.
Massie is one of the most conservative members in the House of Representatives. I've served with him on Judiciary. He is very principled. He's very laser focused on the rule of law. I mean, we've watched him the last year, right? Having the strongest influence over a party does not necessarily equate to being a good thing. We're going to talk about a lot of races tonight, but this race is it's not about any individual. I see this race, this night, is about the rule of law. It is about Article 1 responsibility and accountability in the U.S. Constitution. And the results will help or hurt, I believe, the future of democracy in America.
But we're watching democracy. The people of the district get to decide who represents them, not based on who we want or not. This is the best sign of democracy.
But we're talking about the influence of one person who seems to be very vindictive, have a very vindictive approach. It's not about policy.
I don't agree with that. I would look within your own party where Barack Obama was at one time.
Tonight is about the rule of law and whether you want to uphold it or destroy it.
Let me ask this question, and this is not about a race that's happening tonight, but I have to ask you about this bombshell that happened today.
Let's talk Texas.
We can't talk enough about Texas. And I think there's really fascinating questions for both of you because, Speaker McCarthy, on the one hand, you have President Trump with this endorsement. No one was expecting him to endorse today. Ken Paxton, what do you make of the timing? What are the implications? And then I want to know if you think James Tallarico has a real shot.
Well, I would say, why now? They just started early voting. So the president likes to hold back. He doesn't make a fast decision. So he's watched this. He said he was going to endorse after the first primary. I think he got a little frustrated. He's had relationships close with both individuals in the race, and I think he knew this could make a difference.
Do you think James Tallarico has a shot? That Texas has been out of reach for Democrats. Even Beto O'Rourke, as Ryan was saying, got close maybe, but not close enough by any stretch.
I'm from Florida, and Florida and Texas have a lot of similarities. I was absolutely shocked today when the president made the decision.
By the endorsement or by who he endorsed?
When he made the decision to endorse, period.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Because Kevin's right, early voting has started. Why would you do it now? But I got to let you know, Texas is still hard. but Democrats are celebrating this endorsement. I really do believe when you look at the kind of candidate that Tallarico is, that he does have. Now, we take nothing for granted. This is tough stuff, but I do believe he has a real shot at winning Texas.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask you, if you can put on your hat of electing House Republicans, because that's what you did better than anybody.
Only leader to always win seats.
That's right. That's right.
Even when Democrats won the presidency.
So put yourself back in that position, and you see Donald Trump and his political arm investing $30 million. It's going to be the most expensive House primary in American history in a seat to remove a Republican to elect another Republican. Would that frustrate you at all, especially in the political environment that House Republicans are facing right now?
Look, I expect the leader to work closely with the president. And it's not that you wait till the last minute and the president makes some decision. I would work with him all the way through. There were no surprises ever. And if we had a difference of opinion, we worked through that. We were usually always on the same page. And we helped recruiting. He helped us win those seats. He would do these telephone town halls. But what you want to look at, and you say these $30 million, you know who's raised the most money? President Trump. If you line up all the Republican money and all the Democrat money, at no time is it so one-sided. The Republicans have $800 million, the Democrats have $200 million.
But wouldn't that be better used in Mike Lawler's district or a district?
It's going to be used, but the money raised is the president. He's the one that has raised this amount of money. Normally, the Democrats have more money than us. The Democrats have not done well. I mean, the advantage in the climate is for the Democrats. Their problem is their money and their leadership.
We're going to pause this. We do have a call
to make. Girl.
All right. NBC News can now project in the state of Georgia, the 14th District, Clay Fuller projected to win Republican House seat 14. This was Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat. Not a surprise. He, of course, won the special election, Hallie. This is what we would have anticipated. But again, what's significant about this is Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, and so therefore a lot of interest.
And a lot of interest in Georgia generally. I'm looking at the clock. We're 45 minutes now past polls closed. Steve is looking at Kentucky. He's looking at Georgia as vote count comes in. But as we take a look beyond just Georgia 14 here at the state generally, you talk about seats that Republicans want to flip. In the Senate, this is one of them, Mr. Speaker. I mean, John Ossoff, somebody who we already projected that. That was a no-brainer right at 7:01. We did that early.
Thank goodness.
But the question of who is best positioned to take on John Ossoff in this general election come November. And also, let me ask you, because Derek Dooley's campaign is making the case it's him, that he's somebody who's got the support of a popular governor. President Trump, you talk about how he's crucially important, hasn't endorsed in this race.
No, he hasn't. That weighs over it, too. I think he will make a decision after this primary, probably. But I remember Ossoff running for Congress, and we beat him. Then he went up to Senate and won. The difference is money in politics is not equal, okay? The most powerful money you could give is the least amount that goes directly to the candidate. This is where Ossoff has made himself very powerful. Why that money is so important? Because candidates and members get to buy TV time at a lower rate than super PACs or anyone else. So if they have $5 million, the super PAC has to have $10 to $15 million equal. But what Ossoff has done, and this is what will happen in Texas as well, they can make the Republicans spend money. And if you're spending money in a safe seat, and if you're going to make a determination, can I win Georgia, or do I put that money in North Carolina, or do I have to put it in Ohio, Iowa, Alaska? Whoever has offense has a better chance of winning. We're playing a little defense here, and that's where recruiting matters.
Senator Ossoff has, over the course of his first tenure, tried to at least, raise a lot of money. You're saying it doesn't equal winning. But a strategy of also broadening the coalition that will vote for him, and also Senator Warnock as well. Do you think he can do it again, though?
I do believe he can do it again, because while the Republicans are in a position where they're still trying to work it out, probably headed to a runoff, John Ossoff is continuing to do his job. He's focusing on farmers. He's focusing on veterans. He's focusing on small businesses. He's doing it right. And don't we all want to see the coalition expanded? I mean, can we ever get back to a place where we are working together to get things done on behalf of the people? I think he's doing it right. I think there's going to be a mess on the other side before this is over. And I think John has an excellent opportunity to win again.
It's not a problem to have a primary. You want a primary because you want somebody to fight and get stronger through it. So I don't have a problem with that. The challenge is, where's Georgia trending? Republicans are trending a little down in Georgia.
Do you think
can't
the
take it for
president
granted.
should have endorsed in this race?
No, I like the idea of.
You like letting him duke it out.
I like him duke it out because Ossoff is a very good candidate and he's an incumbent. He's not an easy person to beat. So if you pre-pick somebody, they're not strong because they haven't proved they want it themselves.
See, I think this is the kind of race that you would expect the president to endorse in, because Georgia has gotten a lot tougher, evident by 2 Democratic senators. And this is the kind of race, not in the Texas race, because I think he did not help Republicans.
But you're doing apples to oranges. This is the first primary race in Georgia, so they're not in a runoff. Texas is a runoff. He stayed out of the primary.
This is the kind of race that you would expect him.
No, you'd only expect him to do it after the runoff, in the runoff, not in the primary.
All right, let me interrupt you guys here because we've got some other things to hit, and I want to go to Steve. Oh, we actually have an NBC News projection here. This is a big deal. This is the race we have been watching. The projected winner, NBC News can project it as Ed Gallrein winning the Kentucky's 4th district. You see the numbers here right now, 54% with 60% of the vote in across that state. Gang, listen, from the jump, since we came on the air, Steve Kornacki, you were looking at these numbers, you were looking at where Gallrein was performing in some of these key areas in the district, and it was already, from the jump, looking like an uphill battle for Thomas Massie.
Yeah, and it was. And actually, it was about 5 minutes ago, we got it in the same county where we started the night, Kenton County. Most of the rest of the vote coming in there. Again, one of those big suburban Cincinnati counties here. And the only chance Massie had since we kind of came on the air was if the election day vote, the folks who went out to the polls today and voted, if they voted in a very different way than the folks who had voted early. And this just made clear when we got that final update here from Kenton County. And we've seen similar things next door in Campbell County. And we've seen it in Boone County to the west. It made clear that was not the case. Gallrein is in position right now. As you can see, all 3 of these Cincinnati metro counties, he may end up winning tonight. And if he loses them, he's only going to lose them narrowly. Half the vote comes out of here. For that matter, you look here in Oldham County. Again, we showed you this earlier. This is a place where Massie needs to be winning big. You go into the smaller rural counties of this district here, where this is where you find probably demographically the most Trump loyalists. Again, Gallrein was largely getting the numbers he needed. Again, the one exception, the only place here you see that Massie shade of red. This is Massie's home county. He previously served in county government here before going to Congress. And then right next door, small rural county, Mason County right there. Only bright spots of the night for Massie, and they aren't even that bright. At least Mason isn't that bright. So, yes, Gallrein wins this thing, and really from the word go. And the notion had been, I think, that the Massie folks were hoping, again, that those Cincinnati suburbs that birthed Rand Paul's political career, libertarian kind of infused politics there, that they'd be more forgiving. But from the first result we saw tonight, as you said, Hallie, they weren't.
President Trump getting exactly the result that he wanted in Kentucky 4, Kristen.
Yeah, 2 in about a 4-day span. So that is significant. Let's go out to Julie Sirkin, who is at the headquarters of Thomas Massie. He was trying to hold on to trying to seek an 8th term, Julie, hoping incumbency would be the key to holding on, but it wasn't enough against a Trump-backed candidate in Ed Gallrein.
It wasn't enough, Kristen, and I just talked to somebody very close to the president for his reaction tonight. I asked him, what would Gallrein's victory mean tonight for the president's track record? And they told me it means the president keeps his commitment. So this is definitely a race, as we've been talking about, that pretty much comes up on top of all the other races. The president watching it so closely, posting on his Truth Social, posting on X, trying to get people motivated to go out to the polls to defeat Massie. I remember when I was here in March for an event that the president held in Kentucky, and he introduced Gallrein to voters. He was a political unknown, and the president said, I asked for a warm body. Give me a warm body that could beat Massie. And it appears tonight, as I'm standing in a sea of Massie supporters, some of them a little bit disappointed, coming in where they were getting an open bar, free food, trying to enjoy some semblance of their night, now paying attention to the screens posted up around this room, essentially showing Massie underwater here. And certainly they are not going to be happy. But already we are seeing calls for Massie to stay in the fight, maybe run for president, to stay relevant somehow. Because as as Steve has been saying, this is not your traditional Republican area. There are a lot of libertarians here, a lot of independent voters. This is really the battleground for old MAGA versus new MAGA. You saw Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert aligning with Thomas Massie. You see the president take actions that many voters that I talked to say they didn't vote for that, like the war in Iran, for example, adding to the deficit. These are all things that they found unacceptable, and yet you have a result like tonight, the president appearing to put his thumb on the scale and victorious at that.
We are waiting to see, Julie Sirkin, thank you, where you are. Congressman Massie set to speak. We're going to bring that to you live when that happens. The marquee race, the big results that we have been waiting for ever since we came on the air. I want to welcome in to the table Garrett Haake, our chief White House correspondent, who is joining us now. And Garrett, let me go to you. Last in, first up to speak, my friend. Listen, we set it up at the top of the show. This is the president wanted this. The president made real clear with like a dozen Truth Social posts in the span of maybe 12 hours that this is exactly what he's been wanting to see.
More to the point, the president demanded this, and he put the full force of his political weight behind it. I mean, we talk about Trump-backed candidates in races all the time. He endorsed dozens of candidates on the ballot tonight. But this is something where the president spent money. He deployed really his top political aide, I would argue, Chris LaCivita, who's, makes it his business to take down candidates that either he or the president doesn't like into Kentucky. He's posted about it incessantly. Thomas Massie has been living rent-free in President Trump's head, and now the president has basically put him out of business. This one, I think more than so many of these other races, is personal to Donald Trump. But we can talk about the reasons why.
Well, let me ask you this. If Congressman Massie hadn't joined Congressman Khanna in the push to make the Epstein files public, do you think we would be seeing what we see tonight? I know that's a hypothetical thought bubble.
But that's not even a good hypothetical because President Trump...
Tell me how you really feel, sir.
But President Trump endorsed against Massie in his first term. So you're playing something that's not there. You've got to give the president and his political team
But you can't say it's not a factor. You don't think that was a factor at all?
No, I don't think it's a factor at all.
The
thing you should read into this,
please.
What does it say to Rand Paul? Who's been a thorn in the side of the president, who Massie is aligned with, who Rand Paul ran the super PAC to keep Massie in. I think this has got to put a little scare into Rand Paul.
Yeah, look, Donald Trump's not the first Republican who wanted Thomas Massie out of Congress. One of them sitting at the table with us here right now.
Massie was with me.
I do think it's a matter by degrees here. I mean, look, I think the Epstein of this all, to your point, Hallie, is a huge factor in this. There are very few, if any, issues that irritate the president personally to the degree that the Epstein files has. I know it. I've been hung up on by the president for asking about it on at least one occasion. And so the fact that Massie was as forceful as he was on that issue certainly added fuel to the president's fire. But to the speaker's point, it's not like Massie was not going to be on the list of Trump targets. And we've seen him knock people out with less effort in this same cycle,
Remember,
too.
he voted against the big, beautiful bill.
That's right.
And the framework of what the Republicans, their whole majority was about.
And he started voting no when the margins were so tight. That put a big, bright light on his no votes. When you were working...
rule, it's difficult. It's difficult.
It just made life more difficult.
But I think it goes back to the question you asked still. We're counting seats, right?
Yeah.
Why would you spend $30 million to fight against a Republican to replace a Republican with a Republican?
He did spend $30 million.
It was personal.
Do you think...
It was personal.
What message...
And does that make sense at this time?
What message do you think it sends not only to Senator Rand Paul in the state, but in terms of what is and is not possible in the general election when you think about driving out the MAGA base? Clearly, President Trump making the point, making the case, he still has the ability to do that.
He still has the ability to do that.
He's not on the ballot, but
he's not on the ballot.
Folks,
But this, Thomas Massie stood up for what he believes in. He decided not to play the game of appeasing the president. 70% of the people in America said they don't support the Iran war. Thomas Massie didn't support the Iran war, right? He stayed with what he believed, and he will be on the right side of history. He may have lost tonight, but he'll be on the right side of history.
What about that argument that the Iran war is deeply unpopular? It will be the backdrop in one way or another come November. How much does that concern you?
Is it still going to be going in November?
Who knows? We don't know. Right. We don't know.
Technically, how strong is it going right now? I think you got to get the Strait open, and that's what they're doing within the blockade. time moves very fast. If you just go back 2 weeks, tell me where the Republican and President Trump is now than where he was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Virginia, the Supreme Court just said, no, you can't take those seats away. Supreme Court just came back, and now they're redrawing other lines and bases. The Republicans, which I didn't think they had a chance to keep the House, now have a chance to keep the House. The Democrats don't have to win 3 seats. They got to win 9 to 10 seats. It's a whole different game, and that was just 2 weeks ago. And this president stays with his plan. You've watched him win and again, and maybe it makes people frustrated. He just won a seat against an incumbent in Louisiana. He won a seat here. He is stronger than any person I've seen in my lifetime right now politically within a party.
I mean, listen, Congressman Massie is going to speak in a second, and that is part and parcel of the storyline that we are watching unfold here on tonight's primaries. I can't help but look over at Steve Kornacki, who's been bringing us some of the numbers and how we got here with the Kentucky 4, as you just took a live look at that campaign headquarters. You're also, I see you poking around on Georgia here. We're getting more vote in there?
Yeah, Georgia, we're getting a ton of vote here.
Okay.
You can see about a fifth of the vote is in now. Let's start here on the Senate side on the Republican race here. The Republican Senate primary, Mike Collins, the congressman, continues to lead that vote count. What's interesting here is what's happening beneath him, remembering that Georgia's a runoff state. So if Collins finishes first but doesn't break 50, who gets second place becomes the question. And look at this. It's about 1,200 votes, a little bit less, separating Buddy Carter from Derek Dooley. And one thing that's really being revealed in the results tonight is almost a north-south divide here when it comes to Carter and Dooley in Georgia. Look, Collins is basically running first or second, no worse than second, in basically any county that's reported right now. But big differences in where the Carter and Dooley support's coming from. You can see it right here. Buddy Carter's congressional district is in a lot of this area right here. And if you extend it across South Georgia, well, you see Mike Collins leading in a lot of these counties. Buddy Carter is second in most of them. Where Dooley is making it a game is in the Atlanta metro area. And we do have a fair amount of outstanding vote in the Atlanta metro area. We told you there's those issues in Fulton County. Unclear exactly when we're going to get results from Fulton County. Fulton's huge on the Democratic side. It's a monster. It's still 6% of the vote here on the Republican side. We don't have anything yet. And right next door in Cobb County, that's another big piece of the puzzle on the Republican side where we don't have any other votes. But look at the similar sort of counties right here.
That's right.
Dooley's leading in Gwinnett County, right? In Douglas County, Dooley's leading. Go up to Cherokee County, that big Republican county. Dooley's not leading, but he's right behind Collins. So if Dooley's going to pull this out tonight, he's going to squeeze a ton out of the Atlanta metro area. If Carter's going to do it, he's going to have a lot of South Georgia to thank.
Steve Kornacki watching all of it there in Georgia. Thank you.
It is now 8 p.m. on the East Coast. The polls have closed in Alabama and in Pennsylvania, where NBC News can project Governor Josh Shapiro will win the Democratic nomination. No surprise there.
8 o'clock Eastern. There you see Governor Shapiro, popular in that state, particularly among Democrats. He is going to face now, come November, the state's treasurer, Republican Stacey Garrity, according to our projections here. You see Stacey Garrity there.
Absolutely. And in Alabama, the open race for governor is still too early to call. The president has endorsed Senator Tommy Tuberville in that race.
His replacement for the Republican Senate nomination in Alabama. That is also a race that is still too early to call.
And as we've been tracking some of the big races all night, you see there the big projected winner in the big race that we've been following all night long, Kentucky's 4th Congressional District, Ed Gallrein. That's a win over Congressman Thomas Massie, who's been a huge thorn in the president's side. We are waiting for Massie to speak any moment now. We'll bring that to you, of course, as you take a look at the balance of power in the House there with a ton of battleground House races we're watching in Pennsylvania. This
a state that I think I can confidently say we are obsessed with here on this evening with 2 native Pennsylvanians at the table because there are some super interesting battlegrounds here. And I think this graphic is important. It looks kind of like, you're like, all right, what is it? It sets up the stakes for everything that we're talking about tonight.
Yes,
it sets up the stakes for control of Congress come November. That's what this is all about. You've got some races, especially in Pennsylvania. You look at Pennsylvania 7. We're going to get into that in a second. Obviously, no voting in PA yet, with the polls having closed 90 seconds ago. But you look at that, that's a place where you've got a sitting Republican who Democrats think is vulnerable. You've got Josh Shapiro throwing his weight around. You got a lot of action in that state. And can we just acknowledge it's like 8 Eastern and we've already got the marquee race of the night in. There's still more to go.
There's a lot more to go.
Yeah, no, I think Pennsylvania is kind of part and parcel to the Democrats' plan to win back the majority. There are a lot of seats there that Democrats think that they have an opportunity in, the Brian Fitzpatrick seat in particular. is a seat that has voted.
Bucks County. Let's do it.
Right, that's voted for a Democrat in the last couple election cycles. Fitzpatrick has built a name for himself as somebody that's kind of separate from the party. But Democrats believe that this is their opportunity to take him out, and that would be a big part of their plan.
They believe that every single term. And
well, they are swing
the Democrats
overwhelmingly
win that district, but Brian Fitzpatrick is probably one of the very best members. He's in his district.
No doubt.
He walks door to door. He knows his district well. Former FBI agent. I mean, this is a very, very good man.
He knows his district well. But he has made a name for himself. In President Trump's environment, we just saw it happen in Kentucky. Is that a good thing? Right. I do think, and look, I worked with Brian too. I like Brian. But I do believe there are at least 4 opportunities in Pennsylvania. The Democrats' ability to I think the Democrats will take back the House, certainly with the president's help. But I think it goes straight through Pennsylvania. And with Governor Shapiro's help, I think we'll do it.
I want to
How
ask
did they
you.
do in the presidential?
Well,
it was a great state too.
With the president's help, the presidential was
Think about the Senate.
Down.
You beat a Democrat incumbent.
With the president's help, we can do it.
But look ahead to the midterms here, right? You got 1, you got, I think it's 7, 8, 10 are the battlegrounds that we're looking at. I think I would propose that the most interesting one tonight is probably the Lehigh Valley on the Democratic side and see what's happening there against Congressman McKenzie there. You look at Bucks County, that's a place where you've got a pretty diverse socioeconomic spread from upper Bucks to lower Bucks. You've got, to your point, Congressman Fitzpatrick. People have said before that they'd like to take him down.
This is a different environment, though.
Yeah.
This is a different environment that we're operating under.
Here's what I like about Pennsylvania for this midterm cycle.
The people who come from?
That's first and foremost. Let's not get carried away. Maybe like a close second to the people who come from there is I do think it's a pretty pure test case for Democrats. This is a state that hasn't been redistricted. The maps are the maps. You've got candidates who've been running successfully like Brian Fitzpatrick for a long time. And Democrats are going to see exactly how far this anti-Trump sentiment can take them. Do they need more than that? Is that sufficient? Can the president not being on the ballot be enough? I mean, Pennsylvania is, I think, to me, the best place to test that. With a popular Democratic governor, by the way.
I was just going to say, you've got a popular Democratic governor who is on the ballot, and that might help.
And very actively involved in these campaigns, these congressional campaigns.
Well, and by the way, and we don't know, if he wants to run for president in 2028, and many people are saying he might, he needs to pick up those seats. That's part of his resume. Has to be, look what I was able to do in the most pivotal swing state.
I think you will hear from him later on tonight in talking with folks in his orbit, and he is going to make the case not just for Pennsylvania, but what that state means for the midterms more broadly come November. I think he sees himself in many ways as a standard bearer in the Democratic Party, setting the tone for the thing we're all going to be back here in November talking about, which is the midterm.
Right. The other race that I think we need to talk about, and Congresswoman, this is for you, is the 3rd Congressional District in Pennsylvania.
The Philly. Let's do it.
It took us way too long to get to Philly.
Ryan and I are going to sit this one out.
Well, what's fascinating about it is you have these 2 candidates, Chris Robb, progressive, endorsed by AOC. You have Sharif Street, the son of John Street, 2-term mayor in Philadelphia, the establishment candidate, this battle in the Democratic Party between the establishment and the progressive branch of the party. How do you see it playing out?
You know, I think we have 2 good candidates, number one, with 2 good backgrounds, a lot of work, maybe different philosophies in terms of how they get things accomplished. I don't think we can lose with either candidate. And we're talking about Philly. I do believe that I'm not going to make a call on which one I think, but having AOC's endorsement as a progressive candidate, that's a progressive candidate's dream, right? A lot of influence there. We can't lose with either one.
Speaker McCarthy, obviously this is a reliably safe Democratic seat, but what are the implications? What do you
It's where the party goes. Is the party going to go socialist? I mean, they're the ones that have the most enthusiasm in the party. They're the ones that bring the people out.
What does that mean, Kevin?
Which part?
What does that mean?
Well, what party is Bernie Sanders?
What happened in
is Bernie
Kentucky?
a Democrat?
What happened in Kentucky tonight? The party went, or the candidate went where?
You know what happened in Kentucky? We watched Democracy, where the people got to decide who their representative is.
All right, back to your first for one moment. One moment, only because Steve Kornacki is muttering to himself. I think he's dropping things. It's a mess over there, which means something juicy is happening. What you got in PA, pal?
Well, let's go up to Pennsylvania. You've been talking about it, and in that 7th congressional district, this is the Democratic primary. This is going to be one of the most closely watched general election House races this November. A district Biden won 2020, Trump won 2024. We got a fifth of the vote now in the primary. Bob Brooks, remember, this is the candidate endorsed by Bernie Sanders and by Governor Josh Shapiro. Right. He leads here over Lamont McClure. Ryan Crosswell, the former Republican, in third place here. Now, where the vote is coming from, it's coming from Northampton County. It's where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is where Lamont McClure was the county executive for 2 terms. So he's got a bit of a home county advantage right there. But Brooks, even there, leading by double digits. Crosswell sort of an afterthought in the vote right there. This is a big piece of the pie. There's going to be about 40% of the vote in this district tonight is going to come out of Northampton County. So what Brooks just got out of there is tremendously encouraging for him because, again, this is McClure's home turf, and he's beaten him there by 12 points, and he's beaten Crosswell by 25 points. The other big piece of the puzzle, obviously we haven't heard from yet, is Lehigh County. Between the two of these, that's going to be about 90% of the vote there. But if you're Brooks, that's a very encouraging start for you.
But what's also interesting here on Bob Brooks, you mentioned the endorsements that he's racked up from Governor Shapiro, from Bernie Sanders, from Pete Buttigieg. I mean, across the spectrum. He's, Ryan Crosswell, former DOJ, resigned over the Eric Adams situation, has made that kind of a piece of his campaign moving forward. And in some ways, I think of it, and I don't want to over-extrapolate here, but we talk about Georgia. We're talking about that race where Brian Kemp, the popular governor there, has endorsed Derek Dooley in a key race. And that's Governor Shapiro really putting some muscle into some of these Pennsylvania candidates that they're going to want to put their best foot forward for on the Democratic side come November. And so in some ways, it feels like this is also a test of a governor who's got a 90% approval rating among Democrats in his own state. Can he pull some of these candidates over the finish line? Yeah, well, again, the early signs there are encouraging for Brooks, but the test will be this November if a candidate of Brooks' profile, in this district. Let me see if this Georgia. Yes, this is what the presidential race looked like in Pennsylvania 7 in 2024. This is what it looked like in 2020. So this is one of those premier swing districts. And again, if you're looking at it just on the numbers here from Democrats nationally, if they're looking at all the Republican-held seats out there, you don't get much juicier than this. Yes, it's a Trump district, but it was barely a Trump district, and it's one that they won back in 2020. So this has got to be, a top 5, top 10 target there for Democrats.
All right, and Steve, what are you seeing out of Georgia? Because I know we're getting...
Yeah, so a couple interesting things here in Georgia. Let's show you the governor's race. It's going to reset to the Senate race. You can see the situation looks, Dooley there in second place. Show you the governor's race on the Republican side here. And again, Rick Jackson, Burt Jones, just clear separation between them and then the Brad Raffensperger and Chris Carr, the other two candidates, remembering that this is a runoff state. Something else that's happening in Georgia here, there's a lot of attention to the Supreme Court race. Now, remember, these are party primaries, but there are also 2 state Supreme Court races that are up tonight, 2 seats held by Republican-appointed justices. Democratic-aligned groups, Democrats essentially decided to make an issue of these to try to make a campaign against these 2 Republican justices. How are those races looking? Well, a little bit interesting is the answer. Let me start on the other one first. Sarah Warren is one of the Republican-appointed justices up. These numbers, if you're Sarah Warren, are awfully encouraging for you. I'll just give you a sense of what Sarah Warren's looking at right here. Douglas County, this is a Democratic county. Half the vote is in, right? This is what it looked like in the presidential election in 2024. You can see how Sarah Warren's doing there. We're seeing this across the state for her. There is a big gap, interestingly, between that race and this one, the other court seat, Charles Bethel, another Republican-appointed justice, Miracle Rankin, his challenger, backed by the Democrats. She is putting up much different numbers. Now, not quite at Harris level there. Rankin is going to need more than she's getting currently statewide. But the race for this seat, Bethel's leading only narrowly, whereas the race for this seat, Warren is leading in a runaway. An interesting divergence right there. And those seats are going to be potentially critical as we look ahead, as you point out, Steve, to what could happen in November. It's a lot to watch.
It's a lot to watch, those Philly suburbs. And with that, we do want to bring in NBC Philadelphia's Lauren Make for some more analysis. So, Lauren, we've been focusing on District 7, this race there. What
Lauren's
are
at her
you-
own big board. I love it. I'm obsessed.
Lauren, you've got a big board. Impressive. Tell us what you're seeing and what you're watching tonight.
Yeah, and Steve was breaking down a lot of the details here from PA7. Let me dig into these a little bit more. As you were saying, Governor Shapiro has put his money on Bob Brooks. So has the DCCC. So there's a lot of pressure on this race with Democrats, knowing that this is going to be competitive in November. I do want to say, though, that there has been some pushback from Governor Shapiro and the DCCC getting involved in this race on the ground. If you talk to people on the ground in Allentown, in the Lehigh Valley, there were some people, I talked to a radio host, for example, who wasn't so thrilled with the governor and national Democrats coming in and putting their thumb on the scale here in the Lehigh Valley, saying they wanted to make the choice. And in particular, you've got a Latina candidate here, Carol Obando Durstein. She is backed by Susan Wild, who held this seat previously. This is a purple seat. It's been blue. It's been red. Back when it was blue, Congresswoman Susan Wild was the incumbent. She is backing Carol Obando Durstein here. And I'll point out that Allentown is sort of the center of this district in the Lehigh Valley. Allentown is more than 50% Latino. So this is an important population in this area, and it's one of the reasons that I was really watching to see how Carol Obando Durstein would do. Right now, with just 20% of the vote in, she is in fourth place here, but it's one of the things that I am watching as these numbers come in here in the Lehigh Valley in the 7th District. Guys, back to you.
Two other, Lauren, big races that we're watching in Pennsylvania tonight. Bucks County, not just for personal preference reasons, but because that is one that's going to be a battleground come November. And then, of course, the Philly District, Pennsylvania 3, that we've been talking about, too. Can you give us a sense? You've been, and we love having you on because nobody knows Philly area politics, Southeast PA politics better than you. Walk us through what you're hearing from folks. Like, let's start with Bucks County there. We just had a spirited conversation with our folks on set here, including the former speaker, Congresswoman Demings as well, about Brian Fitzpatrick. Somebody who, you know, has had a lot of success in a very swingy district in the past.
He has, and there are some people who think that maybe it was a few years ago when Scott Wallace, who was very well funded, had a lot of money on the Democratic side, ran against Brian Fitzpatrick, that maybe that was Democrats' best chance to kind of knock him off. But they do keep trying. And I will say that Bucks County has changed over the years as well. So stuff that we'll be watching. Guys, back to you.
All right. Lauren Make, thank you so much. I have to say, when I was in Philadelphia, we did not have a big board at the local affiliate, so I'm pretty impressed.
Did you have the whiteboard at least? Well,
I don't even think we had a whiteboard. I mean, that was impressive. Congresswoman Demings, how do you see what is the picture that's starting to emerge in the Philadelphia suburbs?
You know what, and listening to the talk about, some had a problem with the governor putting his thumb on the scales, right, and the national Democrats coming in. And under normal times, maybe that's the way you do it. These are not normal times.
Congresswoman, thank you. We're going to dip in here and listen to Congressman Massie deliver what we expect to be a concession speech here.
I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable the whole time, and we're going to stay that way. You know, welcome to the most expensive congressional primary ever in the 250-year history of this country. It's not just the most expensive. This thing went on longer than Vietnam. It started 9 months ago, and they didn't even have a candidate, and they decided they want to take me out. I want to start by thanking the volunteers who have put so much effort into this. Some of you came from all across the country. Some of you are homegrown. Well, I love all of you. I see how this is going to work. I'm going to have to not quit talking or you'll start doing it. I want to thank my staff, too. Some of my staff have been with me from the very first race in 2012, and they have done so much. We've never had, contrary to all the BS you've heard, we've never had a single ethics complaint filed against me or my staff in 14 years. I want to thank the donors. Now listen, I'd name them all, but there's 50,000 donors, okay? We didn't lose this race because we didn't have enough money. You know, it is the most expensive race ever. I think when they add it up, right now they can count 35 million. I think when they add it up, it's going to be a lot more than that, because on our side, we know we spent more than 15 million. And we were able to go toe to toe. There was never a week that we got outspent more than 2-1 in this entire race once it got underway. And that's also, it wasn't just the grassroots donors. We had a long time, one of my longest friends, he went through a rough spell, and I never left him. I always supported him. And he actually started the super PAC, the one that nobody knows who runs it, Cliff Maloney. If you're around, would you come up here? Maybe I can get him out here to take some credit. Or if he's in the crowd, just pick him up and surf him over here. Cliff. I see, by the way, I see one of my online influencer heroes, Bobby Sauce, over here. There were a lot of surreal moments in this race, and frankly, in being in Congress. But being in a side-by-side racing through the woods with Bobby Sauce was definitely it wasn't even on my bucket list. It was amazing. So, and getting to that point, I want to thank the influencers who came all this way and produced all the videos and got out the young vote. I want to thank my family. That's who we have arrayed back here, my grandbabies, all three of them. She's clapping, too. It's a little bit overwhelming for them, but they are what recharges my batteries when I come back from Washington, D.C., these grandbabies. And that's what we're fighting for, really, is the next generation and the next generation after that. But I have to especially thank my wife, Carolyn. Her parents knew what they were doing when they named her. Her middle name is Grace. And, but she's a fighter. I mean, she's been tweeted at twice by the chief executive of the most powerful country in the world. She blames me for that because I didn't invite him to the wedding. But,
Congressman Massie
also,
there.
She voted this morning, and she came
with
out,
a
she said,
pointed dig, of course, at President Trump, who's been hoping, as Garrett Haake put it, demanding that Thomas Massie lose this race in Kentucky's 4th District. You heard the congressman there talking about the concession call that he made to his opponent, Ed Gallrein, projected to be the winner in that district. And interestingly, just a couple of days ago, Congressman Massie telling our Henry Gomez, as we take a look live, this is President Trump. He's been working the rope line, by the way, out on the South Lawn for maybe better part of the last 45 minutes or so, going back inside. We know that he is watching this race closely. He's already posted about it online. He's been posting about candidates who he has endorsed who has won. What's interesting about Congressman Massie as we listen to this, and we'll bring back in our folks here on set in Washington, he told our Henry Gomez just a couple of days ago that other lawmakers are telling him, they're watching his race to see the outcome, to see could they win an election? What impact would it have if they were to break with President Trump? Basically saying to him, I don't know that this is a hill I'm going to die on some of these votes. I mean, there is potentially a congressional impact here.
What I took away the most from that speech, and it was very similar to Bill Cassidy's speech on Saturday, was a sense of relief. I have to imagine that being an incumbent Republican and having the weight of the Donald Trump political machine on your back for any extended period of time. He talked about his wife being tweeted at by the president of the United States or whatever social media platform he happens to be using at the moment. And I think in Tom Massie's case in particular, he went out the way he wanted to go out. He did not compromise any of the principles. He didn't change a position to try and win an election. He basically went to the voters of Kentucky and said, this is who I am. You can either keep me in the job or remove me. And you got a sense there that he is happy to see this part of his life behind him and move on to the next thing.
Garrett, one of the things that made this race so interesting was Kentucky. It is the state that elected Senator Rand Paul, who is an independent
and Senator Mitch
Republican.
McConnell and Governor Andy Beshear.
Yes, right. And so there was a sense that maybe he had a shot. You did hear from voters who said, we don't want to be told who to vote for. And yet none of that was enough. And his incumbency, 7 terms.
Yeah, that's right. I think his own incumbency, as well as Rand Paul's success in Kentucky, certainly proved that there was a roadmap there, the possibility. But the weight of the Trump political machine fell on him in a way that we haven't seen with any of these other candidates. And to a certain degree, he welcomed that heat. I mean, he was far more comfortable taking that on, even than certainly with someone like Bill Cassidy, who, essentially tried to betray Trump in Trump's view by voting for his conviction in the last impeachment and then spent every day since trying to get back on his good side, or someone like a Tom Tillis, or I'll go back even further, like a Bob Corker, who recognized that thank you, on the way back machine, that their opposition to Donald Trump was unbalanceable with the modern Republican Party. Massie was at least willing to have that fight, and history and probably his own conscience will be the judge of how effective or not that was. But I do think probably anywhere in the country he had the best shot of making it possible. The numbers aren't there. I will say one other thing about this, and we won't know this tonight, but I was talking to a very wired Republican consultant today who told me to watch the age split on this.
Super interesting.
Younger
point.
voters,
That's right.
particularly the young men who are such a key part of Donald Trump's coalition, were going to go for Massie or they were going to sit this one out. There's a significant age divide. Those older Republican voters, particularly the ones who are going to watch Fox News all day long, those folks were going to go along with President Trump basically no matter what on this. We'll see that split again in some of these other races.
Speaker McCarthy, what are the implications of that in the fall?
Of the fall? Look, Massie has always been an individual that's been a loner or an outsider, even when Republicans had everything. He is who he said he was, and he is relieved. If you've ever been through a very tight race and every ad's coming at you, you're relieved when it's over. I thought he showed grace there.
I got to stop you.
The opponent.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies for that, but we've got a call to make in the state of Georgia. Actually, let's pivot up to there because NBC News has a projection to make. This is perhaps not a surprising projection here, and that is in the state of Georgia in the Republican race for governor. It is advancing to a runoff. You can see Burt Jones, Rick Jackson there. Both of them now moving on to a runoff. Brad Raffensperger had been a distant third, even in some of the polling here. Somebody who, as we talk about people who have been thorns in President Trump's side, he is certainly among them. This is interesting. Listen, this is, I think, not unexpected, but more money will be spent after a ton of money has already been spent in this race to the point where it has blotted out the sun in some ways.
Jackson's been on an ascendant since he started spending money. He is a very wealthy man. He has a lot more to spend. If this is Burt Jones's ceiling, that's a problem because Raffensperger's voters are probably not going to Burt Jones. If there's a Trump divide there, I think Jackson has the money to spend to go get those Raffensperger voters going forward.
We spent all night talking about how powerful Donald Trump's political arm is. Burt Jones is below the Mendoza line here. Trump-back candidate. And to Garrett's point, Brad Raffensperger voters, I can't imagine there are too many of them in that 15% that are going to vote for a Trump-back candidate. So Rick Jackson's campaign has been very interesting. He's drawing big crowds. He's positioning himself as an outsider, which is an effective message in Georgia. I wouldn't sleep on this race. I think the runoff here is going to be very
Jackson came in late, and I think the president endorsed before Jackson was even in the race. Yeah. So, I mean, I wouldn't play that. He has an unbelievable story. From how he grew up, he has been very successful and very helpful throughout Georgia.
He's trying to make clear what his story is in his ads, telling his own story.
Yeah, and I think by the end of the night, he probably could be in first.
Well, I hope he tells that story well now, because come November, he will not have an opportunity to tell it again when he's beat by the Democratic candidate.
But what is interesting, he did come into the race late.
He did.
He spent a lot of his own money. And the fact that he made it to the top two is certainly says something about his potential political prowess.
You know, but could we go back for just a minute to Thomas Massie and Senator Cass from Louisiana?
Yeah, Senator Cass.
Yeah, him. Forget him already. But anyway, the difference is Thomas Massie, as he said in his opening remarks, he stood by his honor. Mm-hmm. He did not waver about who he was, even when the president tried to bully him. Senator Cassidy helped to create the problems that we have coming out of the White House.
All right, we're going to pause 1 second because we're hearing from Andy Barr, who has now advanced in the Senate race in Kentucky. Let's listen.
To our God-given purpose to do good works and to make a positive difference in this world. Thank you to my family, especially my beautiful wife, Davis, my precious children, Eleanor, Mary Clay, Hale, and Virginia. Their sacrifice, forbearance, and love during this busy year and a half was absolutely incredible. None of this would have been possible without their support, as they gave up time with their husband and father for family dinners, school, carpool, attendance at volleyball tournaments, dance recitals, and bedtime stories. To my parents, Donna and Garland Barr, for their unconditional love and encouragement. For instilling in me and my siblings the values of honesty.
Andy Barr there doing his thank yous in the state of Kentucky, thanking, I think, right out the gate, we were coming into him as he did, but President Trump. Obviously, the president backed him in this race. It is one that, you know, of course, from Mitch McConnell's former seat. And, Mr. Speaker, as we were chatting a bit, they call it crosstalk over the speech. You had an interesting point about him, too.
He's a remarkable candidate. In 2010, he ran and came very close to winning, and he didn't. He came back in 2012 and they redistricted, made the district harder for him, and he beat the incumbent, who was very popular, who's, I think, what was his dad, the governor, or in the past. And he always had a very swing seat. And there were times, was it McGrath who ran against McConnell later?
Yeah.
I remember at one time during that race, when Andy being the incumbent, he was down 14 points. But he never gave up. That's why I always believed he would win. Because in this Senate race, you had another candidate that spent a lot of his own money, super PAC come in for another $10 million. He never gave up. And he just kept running.
It's sort of a
I would always bet on Andy.
It's always a fascinating race, though, because here you have Andy Barr, the former intern of Mitch McConnell. Daniel Cameron, also close ties to Mitch McConnell, and both of them walking this fine line, to some extent separating themselves from Mitch McConnell throughout the course of this race.
Well, everybody, look, he's his own member, so he showed where he said, but he never criticized McConnell.
Yeah.
There's a lot of respect for what McConnell has been able to accomplish. The longest serving leader. I mean, he's done a lot for Kentucky, and he didn't run away from McConnell, but he ran as his own person.
Nate Morris, of course, leaving that race after the president suggested he would have some sort of ambassadorship, still TBD on that front. We're talking about Kentucky. We've been watching some of the speeches there. Polls have closed now in that state over the course of the last 2 to 2.5 hours now. But let's talk about Pennsylvania, because we are seeing active vote count coming in. Steve Kornacki is tracking all of it, especially in one of the races we've been talking a lot about here, Steve, that we're looking at, Pennsylvania 3 in Philadelphia, right?
Yeah, we could take a look up there. So here we got about a quarter of the vote in Ayla Stanford. This is might be a bit of a surprise to some folks, but she is leading Chris Rabb. Chris Rabb, who's called himself a Democratic socialist, run far to the left here, Sharif Street. State senator, son of the former mayor here, Ayla Stanford, who is a doctor endorsed by the outgoing Congressman Dwight Evans. Several other members of the Pennsylvania Democratic delegation have endorsed her. There was a super PAC that was spending heavily on Stanford's behalf earlier in this campaign, although stopped spending in the final weeks of this campaign. But Stanford here, you could see leading, again, about a quarter of the votes counted. And I think one thing that's interesting that we've been looking at, again, this district is entirely inside the city of Philadelphia here. In the majority black precincts of Philadelphia, where we have results so far, Stanford is leading Rabb by 10 points. in the majority, is leading Sharif by 10 points. In the majority white precincts where we have results so far, Rabb is leading by 10 points over Stanford. So Stanford first or second in each type of those precincts, and then Rabb and Street, you could see, struggling a bit more. So that's what's going into Stanford's advantage here. You know, a lot of black population here. She's leading in the majority black precincts, and she's a relatively close second in the majority white precincts. And it's Rabb who's doing best in the majority white precincts, but getting very little support in the majority black precincts. And what that adds up to here, yes, is that advantage for Stanford with a fairly substantial share of the vote that's now come in. The other place we're looking, we continue to look here in Pennsylvania, is the 7th district. We got just a little bit more. Monroe County, a sliver of it is in this district, so it's not much to add to it. But again, Bob Brooks continues to lead the count there. And again, that sliver that came in Monroe County, again, just to show you now, that's 2 counties right here with Brooks ahead.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And so interesting here as we talk about the Pennsylvania races, because so much of it has been about the fight for what the Democratic Party looks like. We've heard that echoed again and again.
Absolutely.
And this is an interesting one, the progressive-backed candidate versus the person who's considered maybe more of the establishment-backed candidate. But here comes Ayla Stanford coming up here.
Absolutely.
Kristen.
I think we're going to make a call soon. Not quite yet. No, we do have it. We have an NBC News projection. Bob Harvey, the projected winner in the Democratic race of the 1st House District. He will be, we've been talking about this throughout the course of the evening, and whether this is in play, taking on Brian Fitzpatrick.
Bucks County here.
Bucks
it's a
County,
big one.
Hallie's County.
This is the most Democrat city, the Democrat district a Republican holds. It's always going to be in play.
He's the Bucks County Commissioner, of course. He's well known to Democrats in this county. But as we've talked about, Brian Fitzpatrick has won repeatedly here.
He
He's
has
somebody
won
who's managed to
repeatedly,
stake a
as I
lane.
said. I served with him as well, but it's a different time. And I think with this candidate in Pennsylvania 1, the tables have turned.
And you think the strategy is what in general?
I believe that just Kevin has talked about how influential the president's endorsement has been somewhat. I think the president is going to weigh heavily in District 1 as well. People who disagree with gas, the price of gas, cost of living, the war in Iran, all of those things, that's what you're going to see candidates run on going into the midterms.
Speaker McCarthy, you think the president's going to get heavily involved?
Look, Fitzpatrick, again, I tell you, the most powerful money is the money you raise yourself. He's done very well. He differentiates himself. He's able to represent this district. If I was a Republican, you know the districts I worry most about? Fitzpatrick will overperform every other Republican. It's how big the turnout is. If it's a 10% higher, how far can you go? He's like a Lawler and the others. They are sitting in Democrat seats. It's unheard of for us to hold them. It's just they're such good people. The ones I would worry about are the Republicans who won districts from 6% to 12%, because they're not used to a tough race.
I don't see the president
So you're saying
involved
like
in
Scott Perry, Rob Bresnahan, people like that.
Because they've been able to win by not having to work as hard. And if you wait too long in September and others, and you realize you're in a seat, you can't. Fitzpatrick runs a campaign 24 months that he's in that term.
Well, let's talk about this, and let's take a closer look. I know Steve's got Georgia up on the big board. We'll ask you to flip over to PA, Steve. We were talking about that Bucks County district. Bob Harvey with that projection here from NBC News. Not a surprise. We thought that was maybe going to happen considering the backing that he's got. And actually, I say that to you. We're going to go back to Kentucky for a quick second, because look who's speaking now, Ed Gallrein, on the heels of that victory in this Kentucky primary.
They're good, and I speak fluent Kentuckian. But I start with God is good. Amen. Now, some folks, I want you to bear with me. It might not make sense to all of you, but it's a long way from a family dairy farm on the river bottoms here in Kentucky to standing in front of you here tonight as the Republican nominee for Kentucky Congressional District 4. The winner of the race tonight is not so much Ed Gallrein. I'll come back to that. But it's the Republicans of Kentucky Congressional District 4 and their families who I will be a champion for in Washington. They're the winners. I want to thank a few folks, and bear with me, I'll keep this short. I want to thank President Trump for his support his endorsement, and his counsel as I navigated this campaign, which is a journey of unto itself, and for his courageous leadership of our nation at this critical time. I want to emphasize that, this critical time and juncture in history. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank my family that have endured this campaign in many ways that have been so unfair to them. I want to thank my team back here, and this is some of them here. Round of applause. Now, we got a saying on the farm that family farm is a contact sport. I can tell you that campaigning is one as well, isn't it, folks? A lot of talent back here. I want another round of applause for my team. Not only the ones in here, but I see them out there as well. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for what you've done, and thank you for what you do. Can I take a minute and also thank my teachers, all the way back to Miss Harden at St. Paul, Sister Mary Dorothea, Sister Mary Fulgence, Coach Walt Heath from Franklin Simpson just sent me a note, and I could go on, but the kind of people that shaped me into the young man I was and never realized till so many years later, you know, what they'd done, including my FFA teacher, Mr. Hammers, World War II veteran sniper, wonderful man, humble as the day is long. I want to thank my teammates from FFA, that's Future Farmers of America, for you out-of-towner folks. That's a big deal in Kentucky, okay? FFA. To football, to SEAL team and the Joint Special Operations team that I served on all over the world. Thank them.
Former Navy SEAL Ed Gallrein there speaking after Congressman Tommy Massie conceded that Republican primary in the 4th District in Kentucky there. And you heard Gallrein thanking President Trump for obviously, call it his endorsement. It's more than that, Kristen.
Being the difference maker.
It was
everything.
Ways, yeah, a game changer there. And it was interesting. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, some people weren't familiar with Ed Gallrein. He put his name on the map to some extent.
We're getting very familiar, those of us who hadn't been previously. And what's also interesting here is you heard Gallrein thank President Trump, Garrett Haake, our chief White House correspondent, for his counsel in the course of this race here, too. We were chatting here on set, along with our guests here, Congresswoman Demings, Speaker McCarthy, about how the president is really engaged in a lot of these races. He was certainly engaged in this one.
Yeah, that's certainly the case here. And in this case, the advice might have just been follow my lead. The president even this morning kind of joked in one of his videos promoting this race, like, go vote for Ed Gallrein because he's great. But then he said that doesn't matter because Thomas Massie's so terrible.
He called him a warm body and a big, beautiful brain. Right?
I guess you take that, all things considered, but it's not ideal. Look, the president does care a lot about these races, and I think actually the ones in the swing states he's even more dialed in on. I mean, I think about some of those Pennsylvania races, how much time we spent in some of those communities. The president doesn't always believe in a lot of hard numbers when they're presented to him. There are a lot of things he takes issue with, but he believes in ratings. And he believes in the polling data that he gets from his team. He's had good political professionals around him. James Blair now, who runs a lot of that in-house, is about to leave to go run it from the outside. Brian Jack, now a member of Congress himself before that. The people around him, especially since he's kind of come back post-January 6th in this latest phase, he trusts. And he uses that data and he spreads it around, and it sort of like seeps into and out of his brain in different ways. Not always the right district, not always the right moment, but he is watching these races very closely and in touch with a lot of these candidates, especially someone like Ed Gallrein, who he didn't just help put Trump didn't just help put him on the map. I mean, he kind of created him as a political entity.
Yeah. Speaker McCarthy, you were just making an interesting point, which is that the president's actually quite familiar with each of these districts.
I would sit down, go district by district with him. He knows them. He knows what vote he got. And remember, when he campaigns, he goes into these districts. He understands what people want. He understands what the vote had been before, where his challenges were. And you've got to give Ed a lot of credit. This is a former Navy SEAL. Yeah. He grew up in this area. He was a dairyman. I think he's going to be an impressive member of Congress.
For the president, this race was not about Ed. And look, I love his record of service. But this race was not about Ed. This race was about Massie.
Yeah.
And the president could have received numbers saying, Massie cannot lose, Mr. President. Don't go after him. And he still would have gone.
Yeah, he would have spent the money that was necessary.
I don't think this race broke until a couple of weeks ago. When you watch a race...
It was neck and neck.
Yeah, but what you want to see in there is trends, right? Because it's an incumbent. You want to see if what's moving. And there becomes a point in any race, and it's usually close before the election when one breaks one side or the other. Where are the undecideds going? And this one broke about a week ago. You could feel it.
Those close to Gallrein said even just last week that they felt like they were on the right side.
The trajectory was going. Lots of times is the clock runs out. You may have the right trajectory, but you don't have enough time.
At the right time.
We're talking Kentucky. We don't want to lose sight of the other big states that we're watching here. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Alabama, where the polls closed about 40 minutes ago. Steve's up at the big board. What you got, pal?
Yeah, I mean, take a look. I think the most intense drama really is right here in this Georgia Republican Senate primary, where, again, Mike Collins continues to lead big, but the question is who's going to come in second place right here. Derek Dooley, you see, with the advantage of about 6,000 votes, a little bit less than that to Buddy Carter. And again, we've been mentioning this Carter's congressional district has really been coming through for him in a big way tonight. There's still a lot of vote left there that he can get. For instance, look, Chatham County here, where Savannah is, you look at the number that Carter's putting up here. Look what Dooley's putting up. He's barely in double digits here. Only a quarter of the vote here. So Carter's going to make up a lot of ground as that comes in, as the rest of his district fills in. Meanwhile, what can Dooley do to counter that? Well, we've been saying his strength really tonight has revealed itself to be the Atlanta metro area, particularly looking at, we said he's the candidate endorsed by Brian Kemp in that division in the Republican Party when Kemp sort of went to war with President Trump. Where did we see Kemp do the best? We saw him do the best in metro Atlanta. We saw him do the best in places with higher incomes, with higher concentrations of college degrees. Those are the kinds of places where Dooley, Kemp's candidate, is doing the best tonight. Take a look here in Gwinnett County, where Dooley's leading. We mentioned earlier we hadn't had Cobb County coming yet. Now we're starting to see Cobb. Dooley's leading there. Fulton, apparently it'll be some time. Fulton, again, is a pretty big puzzle piece on the Republican side. Go to those farther north suburbs, really exurbs here of Atlanta. Take a look in like Forsyth County. Collins leading there, but Dooley right behind. Dooley right behind in Cherokee County. Hall's going to be a big one when that comes in as well. So can Dooley squeeze enough out of that Atlanta metro area and those fringe suburbs there to hold on to second place? Or can Carter, with what's left in his congressional district and then across South Georgia, where he tends to be running second more than Dooley, can that overtake him? So that's the dynamic here in Georgia in that Republican Senate race. And in Alabama, just quickly checking in, just a scattering of results so far. But again, the dynamics here in this Senate primary here, Barry Moore, the congressman, he's endorsed by Trump. He comes from South Alabama, the district here going across South Alabama down by the Florida border. Steve Marshall also. He's from originally up here in North Alabama near Huntsville, and then Jared Hudson, who's gotten into this campaign and demonstrated some momentum in the polling as well. So those are the dynamics. They were testing the Trump endorsement here, though. Barry Moore, the Trump endorsed candidate, and again, remembering this is another one of those runoff states, 50% needed tonight to avoid that.
Speaking of, can you go back to Georgia? So statewide up, and by the way, top voting Republican counties in a primary are Metro Atlanta, which is why it's so interesting to watch this Dooley piece unfold. Is there any chance that Collins can avoid a runoff here, Steve, based on the trajectory of where things are?
Yeah, no, we haven't characterized that, I should say, so that's for the decision desk to say. But if you look at these numbers, he's pretty far short of 50 here. And again, just the pattern that's coming in here, he's doing well in a lot of these places, but you need to do a lot better.
You got to give Collins credit, because if you're running statewide and you got a popular governor, he has an apparatus that's statewide. Yeah. And Dooley's battling to stay in second. Collins didn't have any.
What did he do?
And Carter didn't.
But does the race look different in a runoff too? I mean, that's the other question when it's just the two of them.
It's so far apart, and the president may come in on this one. I think he'll probably lean towards Collins. I think Collins is going to be the nominee.
And I think if you're Kirsten Gillibrand and Chuck Schumer and you were told tonight that the two candidates in Georgia and Texas were going to be Ken Paxton and Mike Collins, you'd be probably pretty happy about that.
I agree with that. I'm fascinated by this race. Like, the open nature of it is interesting to me. Derek Dooley, a former SMU and Cowboys coach, just saying.
We're going to
have to talk about Eagles. We're going to make my obligatory Cowboys mention. But the endorsement by Brian Kemp was so surprising. I mean, here's another political neophyte. Kemp was the person who a lot of Republicans were hoping would run for this seat. Yeah. And so I think this tells you two things. Number one, I think it tells you the strength of Jon Ossoff in a general election, that even Brian Kemp did not want to get involved in this race. I've talked to a lot of Republicans who basically said, these guys are not going to seriously compete with Jon Ossoff in the fall. And now you've got two, I would call them fairly generic Republican congressmen in Mike Collins and Buddy Carter, who only tonight I learned is actually named Earl, in this race, trying to make a name for themselves statewide after never making that much of a splash until this moment.
I think Governor Kemp just loves Friday night football, right?
I mean, who among us does?
Because it really, he has, and we've heard the reports about how Governor Kemp has been lockstep with Dooley, but it has not really made the difference that I know he's hoping
What
for.
do Democrats see with a Mike Collins if he is in fact ultimately?
Well, like I said earlier, we aren't going to take anything for granted because that's just the season that we're in. But Jon Ossoff has done it right. He has the war chest. He's working in the Senate on the right issues. And he's just letting them work through this. But there is no poll that shows him losing to any of these Republicans.
Just one quick thought, and then I'll shut up about this. But one of the first things...
Let's not make
we got like 4 more hours. One of the first things I covered at NBC News was the Jon Ossoff race that he lost for a House seat. I was there at his victory party.
I was there too.
I was there, and it was one of the saddest rooms I've ever been in. And the degree to which Ossoff has improved as a politician in that time is striking. That it's the same guy. I mean, he's gone a very long way from losing House candidate to Senate incumbent in, I think, a dominant position to hold on to that race, barring some unforeseen
You learn a lot.
factor.
You learn when you don't win, you become a much better.
But this is part of the theme tonight, I think.
We have to emphasize, though, that Collins has issues as a candidate, that his Republican opponents have pointed out. There's a looming investigation. He has a number of ethics complaints against him within his office with some of his staff. He also has a very checkered social media history, which I think will come out again. There were posts that were questionable at the very least. Some considered them to be racist. So Mike Collins has a lot of issues that I think Democrats are prepared to expose that the Republicans have been trying to expose over the course of this primary.
All right, let's, I think, go back to Steve Kornacki. I think we've got a little bit more of the vote count coming in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania 7, what do you got?
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting development here. And again, remember, this is that 7th District Democratic primary. And the new piece of it is we got a big chunk of the vote here from Lehigh County. Remember, there's 2 big counties here, Northampton and Lehigh, that are going to make up like 90% of the vote tonight. And here you actually see Ryan Crosswell. Remember, he's the former prosecutor, former Republican who got into this race, actually slightly, but leading the vote count there. So again, in Northampton, Crosswell got clobbered by Brooks. That puts him at a big deficit here. He does lead in that first quarter of the vote counted here, probably mail-in vote in Lehigh County. He would need to build on that lead to counter what happened here in Northampton, but it does show a difference, at least, in terms of these 2 counties and how they're voting here. And again, what that nets out to district-wide here is Brooks continues to lead big. Crosswell would need to pick it up even more with what's left in Lehigh, but he is at least showing more strength there than he did in Northampton.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you.
Interesting on this one. Let me just bring this up because Congresswoman Demings, this gets to something that you said sort of towards the top of the discussion here 14 hours ago when we began our special coverage. Ryan Crosswell, former Republican, former DOJ, resigned in protest of like the Eric Adams situation over there. And, we've had our teams out in the field talking with these candidates, and he is making a similar case about the rule of law, talking about sort of the constitutionality that is on the line here. A different argument than I think you're hearing from Bob Brooks, who's casting himself as kind of the fighter for the working class, somebody who in this economy can be the one to take on Congressman.
Yeah, and we've talked before about some Republicans who haven't quite changed their party, but they're certainly leaning more towards Democratic principles. The names Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. Democrats, look, if you need to switch parties, do that. But it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be embraced by the Democratic Party.
Do you think that type of argument, though, is effective in a general election and not a primary? Democratic voters.
It could be. But when you look at Brooks has all the juice behind him. He has the Governor Shapiro. I don't see him not advancing to the general election. And with that support, look, I do believe the governor has additional aspirations. He's going to make sure he does
Out
everything.
on a limb on that one,
He's going to do everything that he can to make sure that his endorsed candidates win.
Let me bring in a couple of folks who've been listening into this conversation, also eager to get in on it. And by the way, Alan Smith, our reporter on the ground in that district in Pennsylvania just recently, Ashley Etienne, Matt Corman, who are joining us now. We see them there. Ashley, let me have you pick up on this thread that we're talking about here, this Democratic fight in this critical battleground district. We are going to be talking about the 7th District in Pennsylvania for the next 5 months of our lives. I mean, that's just the reality here. How do you see it?
Well, no, I think I agree with the Congresswoman. I mean, there's a lot at play here in this race. I think Shapiro's strong. Shapiro's going to ensure that his candidate crosses the finish line. But we've covered a lot of ground here since we've been off camera, and I'd love to go back if you would allow me to. What I'm seeing here,
floor is yours.
All of these races is the theme that I'm seeing is that this is the struggle for the heart and the soul of the Republican Party. There's been over $200 million spent from my home state of Texas to Georgia, what we just saw in Kentucky, to really solidify this party as the MAGA movement. You know, for me, what happened with Massie was it's the final nail in the coffin of your father's Republican Party. Now we have a situation where there's going to be fewer Republicans in Congress that are going to serve as a check on this president. You know, Speaker McCarthy was one of those who I used to admire when they were the young guns and they used to needle their party and holding them to Republican principles. That no longer exists. And so to have a healthy democracy, you have to have both ends pushing to the middle and moving the president to his higher angels. And when we don't have that, when you don't have a check on the president's authority, you see this $1 billion slush fund to folks who committed crimes against the Capitol and against police officers, wars that were entered into without congressional approval, $1 billion ballroom, tariff wars that have cost the American people millions and millions of dollars. I could go on and on. So for me, that's what this cycle is all about. It's the death of the old Republican Party and the beginning of the MAGA movement that will not hold this president accountable and will have longer range implications on the health and the state of American democracy.
Matt, weigh in on that point. Ashley says this is the final nail in the coffin of your father's Republican Party, and speaking about the Massie race. What do you make of that?
Well, Massie was elected in 2012. My father's not that young. No, look, again, I think Massie went about this in a very disingenuous way. And I think many in my party, getting a lot of texts, good riddance to Thomas Massie. I mean, look, you can't tout that you vote with the Trump administration 90% of the time and call them then also in the same breath, quote, the Epstein administration. I think what I'm keeping track of the Yankees game right now. There's a statistic in baseball called, priorities, but called WAR, and it's wins above replacement. How are you as a player compared to the average replacement player, right? And so if you're representing a deep red district, right, like Kentucky, are you in step with your electorate? Or is a replacement level candidate or replacement level conservative more conservative than you? You know, we were talking about Brian Fitzpatrick before, and I think, Speaker McCarthy is exactly right. He is probably one of the few Republicans, maybe the only Republican, who could hold that seat. Susan Collins in Maine is another great example. As we're seeing tonight, there are a bunch of Republicans more conservative than Thomas Massie, and this also isn't new. I remember Tim Huelskamp in 2016 out in Kansas was defeated by Roger Marshall. You had Bob Good in Virginia was defeated last time. If you eventually stick your thumb in the eye of your own party over and over again, don't expect to win primaries by calling in those same voters.
Matt, thank you very much. Ashley, thank you. Hang tight. Turn off the Yankees game, Gorman. I mean, let's, at this point. We've got a projection to make here at NBC News, though. This one's in Georgia, and this is an interesting one. This is for a race that we wouldn't normally be getting into the nuts and bolts on, but here we are, Georgia Supreme Court, the projected winner in one of several races up in the Georgia State Supreme Court. Sarah Warren here over Jen Jordan. Warren, conservative-backed, Jordan, liberal-backed. Former President Obama endorsed Jordan as she did not pull it out in this race. And so this is not necessarily a shocker, but it is significant because of the makeup of the state Supreme Court in Georgia. It is more conservative leaning. Obviously, when you look at some of these key battlegrounds, Georgia, Pennsylvania, among them, if there are, this is the 2028 factor, right? I mean, potentially 2026 too, but if there are questions over the next couple of years about election discrepancies or concerns, obviously, President Trump has fomented those election fraud lies previously. It in many ways may come down to these state Supreme Courts, and that is why there's such a focus on these races.
And questions about redistricting as well. We just saw the significant impact that the courts had on this huge battle over redistricting.
Let's get to our man on the ground in Georgia, Aaron Gilchrist, who is at the headquarters of Congressman Collins. And I think that you just had a chance to catch up with him, or we just heard from him, Aaron, right?
We did. He's been working the room here for the last several minutes, really just sort of shaking hands and taking pictures with supporters who've gathered in this room here tonight. We were able to ask him how he's feeling at this moment and if he's been watching the numbers. He says he hasn't been watching the totals that have been coming in, and that's something that he'll look at after things have been called for this particular race. But you know, it's something to say that he's out here working the floor as opposed to backstage biting his nails and watching the numbers come in. He's been out here talking to supporters. He's still out here on the floor, as a matter of fact. You may be able to see him near the stage there talking to some of the folks here in the room. And as we've been able to ask him questions about the runoff, and it's very likely that this race is going to go to a runoff, as we've been reporting for a while now, that it looks like Mike Collins would likely be the leader in this election now and would go up against Derek Dooley or Buddy Carter in a runoff election. And I asked him, you know, are you thinking about your strategy for either of these men if they become the person you are on the ballot against in a runoff election next month on June 16th? And he said, you know, we're working on a strategy. We don't need to go through the details of that right now, but we'll be ready to face whoever we need to face in a runoff election. And as he has been doing throughout the entire primary season, he very quickly pivoted to talking about Senator Jon Ossoff. That is the Democrat who we know ran unopposed in the Democratic primary this cycle, and he will be the person that the Republican will have to face in November. And repeatedly we've heard Mike Collins and the other candidates, for that matter, saying that they don't believe that Jon Ossoff has represented the term that I keep hearing from them is Georgia values in his voting record in the time that he's been in the Senate, and that they feel like he's been somebody who's gotten support from places far away from Georgia, from California, from New York, in terms of dollars added to his campaign coffers, and they pointed to that as a potential liability. And those are the sorts of things that we've really been hearing from Mike Collins and the other candidates. Mike Collins, though, going into potentially November, and even going into this runoff next month, as he has been over the last several weeks in particular, is going to face a lot of questions and a lot of accusations around this House ethics investigation that's been going on for several months now. One that where there's been an accusation made that he misused congressional dollars for his office, and repeatedly we've heard him call those accusations bogus. He said that a complaint is just a complaint. It doesn't seem to be something that he wants to talk much about, but you better believe, Hallie and Kristen, that if he goes up against Buddy Carter in particular, who has hammered him on the airwaves on that particular issue here in Georgia, that's going to be something that we're going to hear repeatedly going into that runoff. And as Buddy Carter and Derek Dooley have pointed out, if Collins is the person to go up against Jon Ossoff in November, that is going to be something that Jon Ossoff is going to be able to use against him potentially, ladies.
Plenty of drama left in that race tonight here on primary night. Erin Gilchrist, thank you very much, live for us there in Georgia. Appreciate that.
All right, speaking of drama, let's go back to Steve Kornacki at the center of all of the drama. You have Pennsylvania up. Bob Brooks, what are you looking at?
Again, that 7th district race, about 10% of the votes going to come out of Carbon County here, and we just got our first readout on Carbon County, the mail vote there. But again, the significance here is Brooks winning this big here. And look, you got to go all the way down here to 4th place to find Crosswell. So the consistent thing now, we've heard from all 4 districts in some way. Carbon County, Monroe County, look, Brooks leading there. Northampton County, we got more than half the vote, and a big chunk just came in, and Brooks continues to lead there big. And then you go to Lehigh County. It's the only place Brooks isn't leading, but he's only half a point behind Crosswell. And Crosswell is not showing this kind of life anywhere else. So we've now heard from parts of all 4 counties in this district, and Brooks's lead now is looking pretty solid here.
All right, Steve Kornacki. Thank you for that.
Plenty to watch as we look about 45 seconds away from the top of the hour here in the East Coast. And it has been a night of some interesting moments, Kristen. I don't know any huge surprises necessarily, although Ed Gallrein, I would say, is super interesting over Thomas Massie in Kentucky. You've got the Georgia piece of it that Steve has laid out here, watching to see who advances to the runoff, who doesn't, and what that means for that critical Senate seat come November.
Well, and the 3rd district in Pennsylvania is very interesting, where the candidate who has the backing of the establishment, Sharif Street, not right now in 1st place. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it all turns out.
You find the Philly race interesting?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit interesting.
Kristen Welker. It is now, we can say, top of 9 Eastern here in Washington, and we've got a lot going on here on NBC News Now.
That's right, we do. We have a call to make. In fact, NBC News can project Senator Tommy Tuberville will be the Republican nominee for governor in Alabama. Not a surprise. He got the president's endorsement early on and has been a huge supporter.
His Democratic opponent for that race still too early to call, but look at this. Former Senator Doug Jones out in front, at least for a short term. This would potentially set up a rematch, albeit for the governor's mansion in this state, although, of course, Tuberville would be the heavy favorite.
That's right. And in Pennsylvania, any minute now, we expect to hear from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. And NBC News can project he will be the Democratic nominee there. Not a surprise he was running.
That's exactly right. Same on the Republican side with Stacey Garrity there. But this is an interesting one in the state of Pennsylvania. So critical, not just in 2026 in the fight for control of the House of Representatives, but come 2028 too.
That's right. We're also tracking all the big House races in Pennsylvania, which we've been talking about. NBC News can project Bob Harvey as the Democratic nominee for the state's 1st district. It's a huge race for the balance of power in the House. Democrats basically have to win there to take back the chamber.
And Harvey may have an uphill battle against the congressman that you are about to see, of course, and that is Brian Fitzpatrick, one of the few Republicans who came out on top in a district that former Vice President Kamala Harris won back in 2024.
But there is plenty of drama that we're continuing to track tonight, like in Georgia, the race for Senate on the Republican side still too early to call.
This one looks likely to be headed for a runoff, at least at the moment, and whoever wins ultimately there is going to go up against Senator incumbent Jon Ossoff, the Democrat, of course. Democrats have got to hold on to that seat if they want to try to take back the Senate. Again, that's the framing for so much of what we're talking about tonight. What is going to happen come November?
Yeah, who's going to have the balance of power? And, of course, the big race that we've been watching all night in Kentucky. Ed Gallrein, the projected winner in the 4th district there. That is over. Congressman Thomas Massie had a huge show of strength for the president and his hold over the Republican Party. And with that, we do want to go back to Steve Kornacki. Steve, take us inside some of the numbers in Pennsylvania that you're seeing. You're getting more vote count in?
Yeah, a couple things here. We just showed you the 7th district here. We are waiting for the next update here from the 3rd district in Philadelphia. Again, you're looking at the vote by mail here. So the next thing that's going to come in slowly, potentially, is that election day vote. But Ayla Stanford here, again, leading with about a quarter of the vote counted. And at least some of the precincts we were looking at, maybe a little bit more breadth to her support. But again, did that election day vote look different than the early vote? That's the question right there. Also starting to come in now slowly in Alabama, that Republican Senate primary. Again, Barry Moore, the congressman endorsed by Donald Trump. Just a scattering of votes that are in right now. Some from down here in Mobile. That is part of Barry Moore's district. In Georgia, as you mentioned, that Republican Senate primary, continuing to look at that battle for 2nd place between Dooley and Carter, which could be a ticket to a runoff. One other thing, it's close. I don't know how much this is going to be consequential for the fall, but let's put this in here because there is the Senate race in Kentucky. You know that Andy Barr has won the Republican nomination. He had Donald Trump's backing. I will say the Democratic primary is a close one. 42% of the vote. Yeah, and you can see here Amy McGrath, who has both of these candidates have run for this office before here, but Amy McGrath with that 3-point advantage over Charles Booker. Big place we have not heard from yet in Kentucky is Fayette County. Close. This is where Lexington is, city of Lexington here. Booker is from the Louisville area. Remember when Amy McGrath, she had previously run for Congress, she did run in this part of the state, but that's going to be a very significant for this race when you get Fayette County.
It's a shocker, Steve, that it's so close.
Well, it's also a race, I think, that's just gone under the radar. And both of these candidates, do have name recognition in Kentucky from past campaigns. For that matter, they have some name recognition nationally from past campaigns. McGrath nationally has been a fundraising machine. She hasn't been able to translate it into general election success here. But, yeah, again, under the radar, obviously a race for whoever is the nominee here would be the prohibitive underdog in the general election in a state like Kentucky that Donald Trump won by 30 points. But it is a close race, and we are keeping an eye on every bit of suspense tonight.
It sure is. All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you so much.
As we talk about all things Pennsylvania, it is that time of the night. We want to go back to Philadelphia and NBC Philadelphia's Lauren Make, friend of the show, friend of us here at NBC News Now. Lauren, we've been talking about sort of the dynamics in some of these key battlegrounds come November. We expect to hear from Governor Josh Shapiro, set to speak any minute. Obviously, we knew he was going to lock up his nomination tonight. I'm told by a person close to his team that he is going to be laying out the stakes, not just in Pennsylvania, but broadly about what this moment means ahead of the midterms.
Yeah, I would expect that would be the case as well, sort of a big speech that sets the table for November. We know that there are a number of districts, congressional districts, in Pennsylvania that could be critical to who controls the House next year, and then his own race. And it occurs to me that this race that he is entering in right now, this re-election race, is different than the one that he ran 4 years ago. Donald Trump was not president 4 years ago. We were in a different administration. And so when Josh Shapiro was able to really be extremely successful in that race, a double-digit win for him, he also had a lot of success in red areas as well. And so the question now is, will he be able to replicate that same kind of success in those redder areas at a time when he is talking about how he has stood up to President Trump? Will that message carry him in those areas, and how will he sort of balance those two things, those success in those more purple and redder areas, with also sort of carrying the mantle for Democrats?
Lauren, part of the test is the candidates that he's backed tonight and that he's going to back in November. Just like President Trump, it's a bit of a test of his own power in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we already saw this. He had some success already because he backed Bob Harvey, and we know that he has won his primary and is going to be going up against Brian Fitzpatrick in Bucks County. And now we'll wait to see what happens with Bob Brooks in the Lehigh Valley. That is one where he definitely is very involved. Bob Brooks, he has a history with the head of the firefighters union, and sort of choosing him as someone who could represent Democrats and reach out to some of the Democrats that the party has lost. But he was taking a little bit more of a risk in the Lehigh Valley because there's a larger field there, and really sort of putting his thumb on the scale than maybe in areas like Bucks County. So we'll watch to see both if Bob Brooks is able to pull that out, but also what those numbers are.
Absolutely. All right, Lauren, stand by, because there are a lot of races we're still watching very closely in Pennsylvania. We appreciate your analysis.
Including the one, the seat, this is one that we're watching necessarily not tonight, but come November, which is the Scott Perry seat. And I believe, I'll check with our control room here, his opponent, Janelle Stelson. I'm not sure if we've called it yet or projected that yet.
And this is a rematch, by the way.
Yeah, former TV news person. Yeah, exactly. And this is another one. Talk to me about the vulnerabilities that somebody like a Scott Perry may have.
The challenge here is the Democrats running again. She's on TV a lot. This is one that the super PAC always had to come in for Perry, which makes it tough. He's part of the Freedom Caucus. He takes some extreme positions, so that makes it a little more difficult. You don't want to have to be spending money here. You want to be spending money against Democrats. So he pulls from the conference by doing that, and then he takes positions, him and Chip Roy. And I've always believed if you follow the Freedom Caucus advice, you only end in two places, a cul-de-sac or the minority. And so if we're going to be spending money here, we're not spending money trying to win more seats.
And if the speaker's tone isn't making it totally clear, Scott Perry is not necessarily among the most liked members in his own conference over his term in Congress. There won't be a ton of people riding to his aid voluntarily should that race get.
And you talked about Fitzpatrick banging down the doors, knocking on every neighborhood to make sure people knew him. Perry doesn't have the same reputation, right? I mean, he has a much harder time connecting with his constituents than somebody like Fitzpatrick.
And we have called Janelle Stelson there, by the way.
He argues with them.
Exactly.
Congresswoman, I wonder, let's go back to the 3rd District. There you have it, the official call. Janelle Stelson projected to advance to the general election. But let's go back to the 3rd Congressional District, because the fact that you have Ayla Stanford out front right now, we don't know what's going to happen, but she wasn't backed by the establishment. She wasn't backed by the machine, if you will. And here she is sitting out front, a doctor, worked at HHS.
Picked up a couple of congressional endorsements.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that was early vote, if I heard it correctly, or vote by mail as well. But, you know, when you think about the majority of this district in Philadelphia, it is a diversity of issues. And I think people will not necessarily fall behind the establishment candidate. They're going to go with the person that they feel comfortable with and who addresses their issues. Now, we will see where it falls out, because you have a lot of different candidates in this particular race that bring a lot of different backgrounds. But we'll see what happens. I mean,
you should be clear. She's not the progressive candidate like Chris Rock.
No, she's not.
That's an important distinction.
She has two good things going for her that I'm sitting outside. She got endorsed by the incumbent. You always want the incumbent member, they're popular. Secondly, she's the only woman in the race. So you differentiate between. So, look, I'm not following this race as a Democratic primary, but if I just look at the race right there, those are the two things I say. Who the incumbent endorsed? And I like the idea that you're the only woman against the other men.
She's also been a healthcare activist, and I wonder if that's another the bread and butter issue. You know, this is something
you have more respect for doctors than other occupations. It is a good occupation to have. She's got. I don't know what type of campaign she's running, but those are the advantages if you're just looking at who's running.
Let me ask our Philadelphia brain trust a question here, because I, as someone who covers more Republican races than Democrats, do think of Philadelphia as kind of a machine city. It's not like the Harry Reid machine out in Nevada, but it is a place where the establishment does carry a lot more weight than it does in other parts of the country traditionally. Or do you think we might be seeing the end of that era? In some, I don't want to overread what we're seeing right now early in the night.
I think it's a great way to say it. I do think we're potentially seeing the end of that era. I grew up being told there was a machine, in fact, in Philadelphia by my parents who love to follow politics. And so I think you're absolutely right. But it is notable. This is Sharif Street, the son of John Street, a two-term mayor in Philadelphia. And I think Governor Josh Shapiro is about to take.
Let's listen in for a moment to the governor speaking about this critical battleground state.
The best decision I made 4 years ago was choosing you to be my running mate. You've been an outstanding and impactful lieutenant governor and a trusted voice in my ear. And tonight, my fellow Democrats once again showed great wisdom in elevating the son of a hairdresser and a union bus driver from Western Pennsylvania to the second most powerful job in our state, and I could not be more excited to wage this re-election campaign together. Thank you, Austin Davis. Thank you. You know I am called to serve by my faith, and I've been guided on this journey of service by my family. The way my parents raised me to care about people around me. The way a girl in the 9th grade took a chance on me by granting me a first date at Goodnoe Farms in Newtown, right here in Bucks County. That date led to 29 years of a happy marriage, the blessing of 4 children, and a life dedicated to doing our part to repair the world. And so to Pennsylvania's First Lady, that girl I shared an ice cream and some cheese fries with back in, you ready for this, 1987. I love you. Tonight, Laura and I take another step on our journey of service. This work I do, you know, it comes with a responsibility to honor those who came before me and carry forward the baton of freedom and progress and democracy. Our first executive arrived on the banks of the Delaware River on a ship named Welker in 1682. His name was William Penn. And he set out to build a place that would be welcoming for all, an example to the nations, he said. He was guided in this work by these core principles: the freedom to worship as you please, a government that was fair to its citizens, and free elections where people would choose their representatives. Now, 3.5 centuries later, we are gathered here tonight with a duty to protect those principles, to ensure that we do our part right now to pass them down to the next generation of Pennsylvanians. We have a responsibility to show that we will be the model to others who are watching us for our lead. I know that all feels at risk right now. I know we're worried and we're fearful and we're angry that this country that we love so much feels like it's slipping away, that the values that we hold dear are being squandered by a president and his band of enablers, hell-bent on injecting chaos and cruelty and corruption into our lives every day. But we are here tonight. All of us are here because we choose not to be captive to the chaos. We choose not to be part of the cruelty. And we choose not to turn a blind eye to the corruption. We are here tonight to push back, to say enough is enough, to reclaim our power and to stand together in common purpose, the Pennsylvania way. You know, my faith teaches me that no one is required to complete the task, but neither are we free to refrain from it. And so, with a firm commitment to staying in the game and doing my part, I stand before you tonight to again accept the Democratic nomination for governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You know, in these divisive times and with a politically divided legislature, we've shown that we can be the example that Penn spoke of. Here we've shown that we can get stuff done and do it in a way that respects all Pennsylvanians, no matter what you look like or where you come from, who you love or who you pray to or choose not to pray to. Together, we've increased investment in public education by 30% and drove those dollars out to the schools that need the most help. We've increased the number of teachers after years of decline and expanded mental health services in nearly 800 schools across our state. And now, free breakfast for all students is the law in Pennsylvania. I've taken on the utility companies and told them to their face that the rate hikes they were seeking were pure greed. We won, and we saved the people of Pennsylvania hundreds of millions of dollars on their energy bills. Pennsylvania has the only growing economy in the Northeast, creating nearly 23,000 new jobs during my time as your governor, more than all but 2 states in the entire nation. And get this, we've done more economic development during my time as governor than the previous 15 years combined. At the same time, we are preparing our workforce for tomorrow, doubling our investment in VOTEC, apprenticeships, and ending the college degree requirement to work in state government, treating all Pennsylvanians with respect. As of today, we've enrolled over 42,000 apprentices to open up new pathways to opportunity. We brought down crime to record lows while passing sweeping criminal justice reforms because we believe in second chances here in Pennsylvania. We have shown that we can respect our cops and we can respect our communities. Every Pennsylvanian, as the LG said, deserves to be safe and feel safe. We put money back in people's pockets, cut taxes for small businesses and families trying to afford childcare. We passed the largest targeted tax cut for seniors in nearly 2 decades. And we brought Democrats and Republicans together to pass the most progressive tax reform in years by giving 940,000 Pennsylvanians up to $800 back this year, working Pennsylvanians. When insurance companies tried to jack up the cost of your health care, I stepped in and saved Pennsylvanians millions of dollars on insurance premiums, and we even got them to finally cover mental health care in Pennsylvania. And when the eyes of the nation were on
Governor Josh Shapiro there speaking in Pennsylvania, really setting the stage, setting the tone for what is going to be a critical several months for his state. We've seen already some of the results coming out on the Democratic side and some of these critical primaries where Dems are hoping to unseat some Republican incumbents. Steve Kornacki is posted up at the big board. Can I just issue a quick confession? I did interrupt your M&M break, and I'm sorry about that. I know you need fuel. You can't go 17 hours.
I had all the time I needed.
Thank you for working us in. But talk to us about what you're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, so two things here. The 7th District, we've been talking about it. We've got some more vote since we last checked in. More vote out of Carbon County. Actually, we have most of the vote there. You can see Bob Brooks easily leading there. And we got more vote now, 2/3 of it out of Northampton County. This is one of the biggies. And again, Brooks is really winning by a wide margin there. 14 points over Lamont McClure, who's the former county executive, and 27 over Ryan Crosswell. And then you go down to Lehigh County here. We were saying Crosswell had led in the vote by mail here, and he would need to pick it up as we started to count the Election Day vote if he was going to have any chance. Well, we started to count the Election Day vote, and what's happened is Brooks is the one who's picked it up. He's moved into the lead in this portion of the district. So Brooks is leading in all 4 counties of this district. We've seen now vote by mail and Election Day vote in all 4 parts of this district, and just a clear lead for Brooks here, basically 2-1 over both McClure and Croswell. So again, you heard Shapiro talking there. This is his candidate, also his candidate endorsed by Bernie Sanders. Don't get to say that every day, but Brooks in great position there, certainly in the 7th. Where we're waiting and where there's real suspense in Pennsylvania is right down here in the city of Philadelphia, where about a quarter of the vote is in now in the 3rd district. Now, this is not general election consequences here. This is the most Democratic district in the United States of America. Ayla Stanford leads here with about a quarter of the vote in. This is vote by mail. So what we're waiting on is the Election Day vote. And where there's a little bit of extra suspense with this, I think, is when we say this is the vote by mail. Think about this. There was a super PAC that was heavily engaged on Stanford's behalf until about 2 weeks ago. So that Election Day vote, the folks who went out and voted today, you know, is it going to be as pro-Stanford as what we were seeing on votes that were cast by mail? Maybe when those ads were still on the airwaves. So very interesting dynamic here. Again, this is a test of the temperature within the party here. You know, Rabb calls himself a Democratic socialist. Sharif Street, I know, Kristen, you've been talking about this. He embodies sort of the Philadelphia Democratic establishment, the son of a former mayor, a state senator. Ayla Stanford, you know, she's endorsed by the outgoing incumbent here, Dwight Evans, as well. She's endorsed by several other members of the Pennsylvania delegation. The issue of Israel has come up a bit in this race, too. Stanford drew a line at using the term genocide to describe Israel and its conduct in the war in Gaza. So, again, we've been hovering here at 24%, waiting for more out of Pennsylvania's 3rd district, but very, very much suspenseful there. A pretty clear picture emerging in the 7th, but a very interesting one here in the 3rd district. And again, folks are going to be looking at this result in terms of taking the temperature of the Democratic Party base nationally and just checking in back here in Georgia. I wanted to see if you just see this race for 2nd place here in this Republican Senate primary. Derek Dooley has now opened up a 12,000 vote advantage over Buddy Carter. And I think, again, what's really looming large here in that race for 2nd place is this right here, Fulton County, you know, where the city of Atlanta is, largest county in the state. Even in a Republican primary, this one packs a big punch, about 6% of the vote. And just look, Dooley, this is where Dooley's doing the best. You could certainly expect he's going to get a good number out of Fulton County, and he now has opened up a 12,000 vote advantage over Carter. I know you've been talking about it with the panel. The question, though, becomes if this is a Dooley versus Collins runoff, and Dooley is looking at a pretty big gap between Collins and the preliminary, how do you make that up here? Yeah. And again, I think you're seeing demographically Dooley's drawing from a very specific part of the state. A lot of votes there in the metro Atlanta area, but as you get away from it, Dooley hasn't been doing nearly as well. And Alabama, again, is coming in very slowly here in Alabama, though I do think it's notable. I do want to just check in here. Barry Moore is the Trump-endorsed candidate. You know, Madison County, this is a big county. This is where Huntsville is. This is Steve Marshall's neck of the woods, you know, in North Alabama. You know, Barry Moore's district's down here in South Alabama. Right. Even the vote we're seeing up here in Madison County in North Alabama, Barry Moore's leading there. So this is the Trump-endorsed candidate. It's just a scattering of votes. But at least in those early votes, you're seeing a geographical breadth to the support of Moore, from Mobile up to Huntsville. Mobile's his district. Huntsville's as far from his district as you can get. And yet in the initial count, he's leading there, and he's leading big there in his district. So, again, with just a small scattering of votes in. But again, this is all candidates here aligning themselves publicly with Trump, but Trump aligning himself with Moore. We saw what happened in Kentucky earlier, Louisiana over the weekend, Indiana before that, how these Trump candidates have been doing in the primaries. Another test of it here in this Alabama Republican Senate primary tonight.
All right, well, we've still got some cliffhangers. Steve, thank you so much for that. And I think the Georgia race is so fascinating as we wait to see who the final two candidates are. Obviously, you see Derek Dooley opening up a little bit of a lead. Speaker McCarthy.
Yeah, for the second place, but Collins is so far ahead. Look, if they got to go to a runoff, it's advantage to Ossoff. And if I'm sitting and I'm the leader and I've got an incumbent in a state that I think Republicans are going to play and they can fund it themselves, that saves you a lot of money. Go play somewhere else. And Ossoff has so much money, I don't think this Democrat senatorial committee is going to play.
If I look at Collins and Buddy Carter 6 months ago, I'm not sure what, if anything, differentiates them to voters statewide outside of their districts. When you look at that race, what do you see? Neither one of them got the big endorsements that were on the table there. What makes Collins stand out more than Carter's?
Collins' father was a congressman before him. He's a small business. He's more grassroots. And one thing he found when Collins went in, I'd see him up in these challenge races. He'd be up there walking. And so he's really developed a campaign issue, and he's passionate. I think he connected with all the Reagan and Lincoln Day dinners, and from that perspective.
Is he vulnerable because of all of the ethics investigation swirling around him?
Well, it's not about him. It's about a staffer. And the challenge you get within there, ethics doesn't tell you what's going on.
Well, I think every ethics investigation, or at least a lot of them, has been about staffers. But
it's not that way.
But I mean,
it's a male staffer
there was always
supposedly overspent, from what I know of.
And he's ultimately accountable.
It's not good to have an ethics.
But the bottom line is, there will be a runoff. Whichever candidate comes out of that will be weakened because of what will happen during that runoff. You've already heard that Carter's going to just continue to nail Collins on the ethics investigation. He's already done that. And Jon Ossoff will be waiting for whoever that is. I think clearly he's going to win this.
I don't think that we should just assume that Mike Collins is definitely going to get Donald Trump's endorsement either.
Well, so
I think that's something that the Dooley campaign, along with Brian Kemp, have not given up on yet. I know that Dooley has met with Trump. He's tried to impress it upon him. One of the things that Dooley likes to remind Trump of is that his father, Vince Dooley, who was a legendary University of Georgia football coach, was one of the first prominent people in Georgia to endorse Donald Trump back in 2016.
Which the president will love.
Of course, the president loves. So
if this race was closer, I'd agree with you.
Yeah, right. The problem is the chasm there.
The difference between first and second, I don't.
To that end, how much political capital does Brian Kemp spend on Dooley if they start the runoff and he's 12 or 15 points down? What does Brian Kemp want to be when he grows up?
But the other challenge is which one of these Republican candidates raise money like Ossoff?
Yeah.
There's also kind of a sunk cost thing, I think, with the Brian Kemp piece of it too. I mean, he's been out with Dooley a ton. I think it was this race you were talking about dangling. You think the president will endorse at some point, and if it is Collins and Dooley, what do you think he does?
I think he'd go with Collins.
Okay.
Because Kemp is in a different place. Kemp recruited him, and it's not close between first and second, and Trump likes a winner.
We've got a call. We've got to make a projection here in a race that we have been talking about a lot in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and that is Pennsylvania 7. This is that critical district here. Bob Brooks, the projected winner. Steve has been tracking it here over Lamont McClure. There's others in the race as well. Ryan Croswell among them. This is obviously to take on Congressman McKenzie in what is going to be a big, big battleground. And it is going to be Bob Brooks who gets the spotlight of the National Democratic Party and the National Republican Party on him now moving forward over the course of the next 5 months. You heard Governor Josh Shapiro talk about the importance of the state of Pennsylvania come November. And now we have the projected winner. Steve Kornacki looking through all of it here. Pennsylvania 7, the NBC News projection. You talked us through some of the numbers, some of the places that we were looking at. What stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, again, the breadth of it here for Brooks, we were looking at those 4 counties that make up this district come in. He's going to, it looks like, win all 4 of those counties. So it's a pretty thorough victory in this primary. And again, a reminder in terms of the general election implications here, Trump won the district by 3 points in 2024. Joe Biden won it by a point in 2020. Ryan McKenzie, the incumbent, won this by 1 point, about 4,000 votes. It was one of the closest congressional races in the country in 2024. It will be one of the most closely watched this fall. This is the candidate that Josh Shapiro, the governor, wanted. Say Bernie Sanders wanted too, and they will get that candidate to take a shot at McKenzie. Interestingly, though, as that was coming in, we finally got some Election Day vote down here in Philadelphia in the 3rd district. Now, remember, it was vote by mail before this, and we were asking, is the Election Day vote going to look a little bit different? If you remember, when we were looking at the vote by mail, Stanford was leading with 40% of the vote. So you can see what's happened. We've started to get the election day vote in, and at least in the precincts that reported so far, she's not doing nearly as well. In fact, what just came in, I wrote the numbers down here. What just came in was 41% for Street. Okay, the election day vote that we just got was 41% for Street, 31% for Rabb, and only 25% for Stanford. Okay, now again, that's just a small amount of the election day vote. We got a lot more to go right here. Okay, and these precincts here can vote very differently depending on where they're coming in from. But that's what we were talking about. Would the election day vote look different than the same day vote? Here's an early indicator, just a reminder that it can. And already that Stanford number, which was over 40% when we first saw the vote by mail, has come down to 38. The Street numbers come up a bit. It's going to have to come up a lot more. He's going to need a number like this across Election Day if he wants to catch her. And the Rabb number stays pretty much exactly where it is. So Street with the boost from the election day vote we had, Stanford falls a little bit, but still a long way to go with that. But an interesting development there.
That's good intel. Because what you'll find is when you take that by vote by mail, that's usually 2 weeks out. The whole campaign changes in the last 2 weeks. So what is the new attack? And if you're taking the day of the vote, is there enough to make up? And she looks like she's dropping some, but is there enough that is winning?
All right, and we actually have a projection to make. This is a big one. NBC News can project in Georgia.
The suspense.
The suspense. Here it is. We can project that Mike Collins will advance to the general election, to a runoff, I should say.
It's all relative. It's a nugget, you know, it's something.
Derek Dooley still in second place, and we're waiting to see what happens between second and third place there. But again, Collins poised to go to a runoff. We've been talking about this race throughout the night. The big question now, of course, Hallie, will he get an endorsement from President Trump?
It is a big one, Kristen. I'll back you up on that because this seat is a big one, right? I mean, this is a seat that everybody's going to be watching. It's a huge flip seat.
I will say that in the waning days of this, Mike Collins was suggesting that perhaps he could get over the 50% threshold. So he set expectations sky high for these.
We'll get back to this. Let me just dip in with one more projection here, and that's Alabama governor. No surprises here. The projected winner for that primary, Doug Jones.
I think we can protect the general election too.
We would not officially do that at the decision desk.
Doug Jones is the last Democrat to win statewide in Alabama.
Who was the Republican? Setting up a bit of a rematch with Tuberville for a different seat. Although I think that, you know, given how red Alabama is, let's go back to Georgia for a second and get into that because, listen, we've been talking about Collins, we've been talking about the dynamics at play, and there's also a thread as we're looking for kind of these bigger themes of the night. I think there's an interesting one when you look at how some of these folks are campaigning. You touched on this a little bit when you were talking about who Congressman Collins is and how he's been running, trying to sort of cast himself as like a man of the people, right? I mean, he's somebody who can relate to people in Georgia. You see that with somebody like Bob Brooks on the Democratic side in Pennsylvania in that Lehigh Valley seat, casting himself as a fighter for the working class.
Well, and affordability.
And affordability, that's exactly right. Who's got the backing of unions? He's got the backing of Shapiro, the backing of Sanders, the backing of Buttigieg. I mean, it's the Democratic spectrum coalescing behind him.
Brooks, I'm fascinated by this because I'm on his email list, and every email begins firefighter Bob Brooks. They don't like hide their light under a bushel here, right? The firefighter thing is front and center. And I'm old enough to remember when Joe Biden was running for president in 2020, one of the first and most important endorsements he got was from the firefighters union.
Right.
Democrats have spent most of the Trump era trading blue-collar voters for highly educated, formerly Republican voters. And the math has not worked in their favor. That's why Donald Trump is president again right now. You saw Kamala Harris try to address this by picking Tim Walz as a running mate. That didn't work either. The idea of Brooks as someone who can appeal to these different cross-sections of the party and highlight his blue-collar qualifications as a politician and it's just like as a human being is, I think, something we're seeing reemerge in the Democratic Party that's really important. Look at it in Maine with Graham Plattner, where you've got another candidate trying to do the exact same thing. Whether it works or not remains to be seen, but it's a really critical part of the Democrats trying to put back together a national coalition that can win races.
And Congresswoman, it raises the question, is part of the strategy to take a page from the playbook from Governor Mikey Sherrill. For example, what we just saw in these gubernatorial races in New Jersey, in Virginia with Abigail Spanberg.
That's absolutely correct. I do believe that Bob Brooks is the perfect candidate for District 7. And getting back, and we have learned a painful lesson, right? Getting back to basics, getting back to practicing what we preach with people who have to go to work every day. Look, everybody loves firefighters. I have 2 sons that are firefighters. He just has the absolutely best profile to pull this off in November.
And what we heard from Governor Shapiro, what was fascinating, it sounded, I mean, yes, he was giving this victory speech, if you will, but there were clear themes that were looking towards 2028, would you say, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, he's probably going to have a book coming out. He'll run for his governor campaign, he'll run turnout, especially in this district. My father was a firefighter. I was a firefighter. It's a great occupation. People love firefighters, right? Yeah. And so the Democrats under Trump, they gave up the union vote. They gave up doing the police and the crime, making sure your streets are safe. And they've got to make a decision going forward. Do they go this progressive route and keep giving up those issues? It's really an issue of how Obama or Clinton ran. Clinton put 100,000 cops on the street. I mean, if you listen to the Democrats who want to run, I think one of them is really smart on his messaging, and that's Rahm Emanuel. He's really being honest. Now, I don't know that he will become the nominee, but Shapiro, this is his moment to show he can win races and be a Democratic leader at the same time.
Whenever I talk to Democrats about what their messaging can be, what they want to shed more than anything is the red versus blue label, the Democrat versus Republican label. They want to once again become the party of the less than, the second half, the bottom half of the American class system. And that's the message that a Graham Plattner is trying to resonate with. He's not your typical Democratic candidate. He's not a typical politician. But what he's trying to connect with the average voter on is that I struggle just like you. I have to wait paycheck to paycheck before I make decisions for my household. And what they're hoping is that they connect that back to Donald Trump, who's a billionaire, who doesn't have those same sort of struggles that the everyday American does. But what I don't think we've talked about a lot here is that while the Republican brand is having a difficult time right now, the Democratic brand is not much stronger.
You know, when I go out and talk to different groups, when I go out and talk to different groups, I tell them, stop talking about political parties.
Most, like the younger generation, they don't identify with either.
They don't really care, right? People care about what they're paying at the pumps. They care about their health care. They care about their children. They care about child care. They care about things that have nothing to do with political parties. So my message is, stop talking about parties. Let's talk about the issues and how we can work together to solve them.
And how much should Democrats talk about Trump, what we just heard from Governor Shapiro?
Look, I think that Democrats cannot afford to not talk about Donald Trump because he is the elephant in the room. If they want to talk about gas being $5, people believe, whether they're on the Republican side or the Democratic side, because I talked to both, that Donald Trump is responsible. Look at the polling. They say they believe, the overwhelming majority of people say they believe that Donald Trump is directly responsible.
Can I push on that, though? If you're a House candidate running in a random district, how much is it important that you say Trump? Like, Trump is omnipresent culturally and politically in this country. Why do you need to run against Trump? Why shouldn't you be running against Brian
I didn't say run
Fitzpatrick
against Trump. I said I think it's almost impossible to not talk about Trump.
Well, sure.
Right?
Okay, well let's just make one point here. I mean, you made a point that the president is wealthy. That's true. But he identifies more with the working person. He was the one in the McDonald's drive-thru handing out in Pennsylvania.
Well,
this is where the Democrats don't quite understand. He's gone after the working class.
And he's losing them right now. He did. But he's losing them now.
Well, I want to pick up on the top-bottom, right-left combo, but we've got a projection to make in Kentucky, and this is on the Democratic side. Mr. Speaker, come on.
You are a guest here, sir.
The projection, this is interesting. Charles Booker, Kentucky Senate on the Democratic side, projected in that Senate race here over Amy McGrath, who you see the numbers here, and I look, okay, 83% of the vote coming in now.
So this is
interesting. This is interesting, right? And go ahead.
No, I am sorry. I interviewed him earlier today.
Yes,
he said, I think I've got the momentum.
And he was
He says, I think I've got the closing momentum. She was widely seen as someone who'd taken on Mitch McConnell directly. Yes, she had lost, but she had the name recognition.
Graham Paul.
Yeah.
Statewide as well.
You know who's the happiest here is Andy Barr. Because either of those two have run and lost numerous times, and that's who I'd want to run.
Well, they ran against Mitch McConnell.
Let me go.
No, McGrath first ran against Andy Barr in a Democrat seat, and she was ahead, and he beat her.
We are looking here at, obviously, these boards. We've got Steve Kornacki, who's going to talk us through how Booker did it here. And again, an uphill battle in this particular state. Live look here in this particular state against Andy Barr, Steve. But walk us through some of the numbers as the vote counters come in.
Yeah, I think we were saying when we checked in on this before that it was going to come down here to Fayette County, where Lexington is. And wow, did Lexington deliver for Booker here, clobbering Amy McGrath. And if you remember Amy McGrath in the race that kind of made her a national name back in 2018, it was a congressional district that was based in Fayette County in the Lexington area. But she gets absolutely crushed there tonight. Booker opens up that big advantage statewide, will win double digits, it looks like, or close to it in this primary. But again, the context for it, this state in the presidential election, to remind you, was Donald Trump by 31 points here. Right, so that's the scale of the challenge for Booker. You know, or even in a great Democratic year, if it emerges as that, that's quite a hill to climb in a state like that. Just while I have you, I give you a quick update here. We got more vote out of Pennsylvania at 3. In fact, literally, this happened as I was.
Oh wow!
This just happened as I was.
Whoa!
As I was showing, this is in the
Another
last 30
surprise.
seconds. What you're looking at. This is now wow. So. Chris
What's going on
Rabb,
here?
again, who calls himself a Democratic socialist,
Okay.
has moved into the lead here. Ayla Stanford has fallen a second. Remember, she had been at 40% in the vote by mail, and Sharif Street is sitting there just at about 30%. That's 38% of the vote now that's counted. I'm going to go look here more at a precinct level what is driving this here, because we're seeing big splits between how different demographic types of precincts are voting here. But the one consistent thing now is this is 3 updates of Election Day vote. And this is the 3rd update that has brought Stanford's number down. So we said that question, would the Election Day vote look different for her than the vote by mail? And the answer seems very clearly to be yes here, because we've now had 3 substantial updates with Election Day vote, and her share has dropped from 40 to 33%. She's fallen from 1st to 2nd place. And again, she had that super PAC that was backing her, that put a lot of money onto the airwaves for her, but that stopped in the closing weeks of this campaign, and you're seeing a big split between mail and Election Day here.
Super interesting, Steve. Let me, if I may, turn to my dear friend and colleague, Kristen Welker, because what's so interesting about this race, and I know it's one that you've had your eye on, Chris Rabb, Steve has laid out the dynamics there. Sharif Street, are you surprised to see somebody like Sharif Street with the endorsements that he's racked up sitting there where he is at this moment?
And you have to understand, in Philadelphia, in this district, the name Street is politically significant. That's part of the shift that we're talking about, Garrett, where all of a sudden this name that, so many of us grew up with, the Street name in Philadelphia politics, the fact that he's gotten some big endorsements in addition to being the son of John Street. And yet, here he is in 3rd place. We have not called the race. But again, it's this battle for the soul of the Democratic Party. And here you have right now the progressive candidate sitting at the top of the heap, endorsed by AOC, endorsed by other progressive groups. So it's a significant moment. I'm sure some Republicans will say this would make Democrats more vulnerable in a general election. Obviously, this is going to be...
No, this is a safe seat.
No. I don't mean this district. I mean the message.
Look, I would take a couple different things.
It's notable that the progressives...
It's a change in the Democrats. Right. Okay? They may be tired. I don't know what type of candidate he is. He may rest on his laurel. I'm a Street. I think I'm just going to win and not work hard. Intensity matters. The quality of the candidate matters. But I'd always give the progressive the advantage in a district that's highly Democrat. Because it's going to reflect more where the party's at.
And what I would love to see here is who is voting.
Yes.
Is this a younger crowd? Is this an older crowd? Who's actually voting? But I do believe, and we talked earlier about the established candidate or the establishment, the influence. I think that's a different Philadelphia. I think people are voting now on how am I personally doing today with my life. And this reflects that.
Dynasties come and go. Ask the Bushes. I mean, dynasties don't last forever in politics. But also, let's be clear, there's like 3,000 votes separating first and third place in this race right now. So there's a lot of time left before we know exactly.
Yeah, no, it's a very important.
Well, I would just say my phone is blowing up with PA folks. You know what I mean? Who I think are interested in this conversation about is there such thing as a machine anymore? And what does that look like? And what are people, to your point, the point that you're making here, how has this, I don't want to get like super philosophical, whatever, but like what does... Yeah, exactly. That's not till after the Sauv Blanc comes at 11.
1 a.m.
Correct. But what does that look like right now? Like, what are the voter trends that are solidifying in this sort of new post-current Trump era?
I don't know if there's a machine anymore. I do believe, because we've seen people with the most money lose elections. I mean, it didn't make a difference at all. We've seen candidates who we thought had it sewn up because of their last name. They're at the bottom of the list. I think people are just, they're not necessarily following the crowd anymore or the blueprint. They're voting for the person who they feel hears them and will better address their issues. And it's reflected here.
I think there's old machines. They might not be an effective machine. Think about when AOC came in. She beat Crowley, who was the number 3 Democrat, who controlled the party, everything. But they rest on their laurels. And it's the intensity level, right, of the candidates themselves. And if AOC comes into a Democratic primary and there's more than 2 candidates running, there's going to be a little advantage because money follows and organization comes.
I think we should bring Matt and Ashley into this conversation because I'm curious to see what they have to say. Ashley, as you're watching along with us.
They're like, don't forget we're over here.
Now listen, we're having
but Ashley, it's so fascinating because here, I mean, you have the speaker's point that, look, this is a heavily Democratic district, so it's not a big surprise that a progressive candidate could win in this district. At the same time, it is notable, and it is the debate that's playing out in the Democratic Party right now. Can progressive candidates be viable in larger elections, statewide elections, in general elections?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. But I think the issue that's probably looming large in this particular race is emblematic of a larger struggle that we're seeing happening within the Democratic Party around Israel and the war in Gaza. You had Street, who was very nuanced, did not lean in. Rabb, on the other hand, actually did lean in. He leaned in so far as to say we should not be funding Israel. He called it a genocide. He even called Netanyahu a war criminal. And when you think about Philly itself, you know, it's a place with a huge Muslim population. It's generationally young, generationally young with a lot of universities, and it's very progressive. So I think that issue is really at play. And as we've talked about on Meet the Press in the past, you know, there's an NBC poll that shows that 57% of Democrats do not support Israel. This is a larger issue, and we know also too that it was a factor in Kamala Harris's loss in the presidential election. So this is a larger issue that the party has not grappled with yet. It's positioned on, and it's playing out all over the country in these primaries.
Matt, what do you think when you look at this race unfold? We have not called anything, but certainly we've spent a lot of time talking about this broader debate inside the Democratic Party. As Ashley's saying, this fight over the Middle East, but also, can progressive candidates be viable in some of these bigger races? Again, this is a blue district. I'm not talking about this district specifically, but this message, I think, is worth exploring.
Well, look, ask Janet Mills. She's sitting at home right now. She no longer has a campaign. She's still the governor of Maine right now, and she lost to a oysterman or alleged oysterman who's pretty rich up in Maine, Graham Plattner, right? And he's going to take on Susan Collins in probably one of the most watched Senate races in the country. But, you know, we've been talking a lot about Georgia, and if you'd asked me about a year ago, I would have said, you know, I think all things being equal, that's the best Republican pickup opportunity in the country. I no longer think that because I think Michigan, and this is an area where you're seeing a brutal Democratic primary, and one of them, to Ashley's point, is making Israel an issue, and yet Mike Rogers, who on our side, rare, we don't have a primary, Mike Rogers came narrowly short in 2024 and is beating all 3 Democratic candidates in head-to-head general elections. So that's something I'm watching. That's a real-life stress test, to your point, on whether or not the far-left candidate, Al Sayed, can beat somebody who's
Yeah.
Haley Stevens, a sitting congresswoman, and Mallory McMorrow, who is a darling of the Democratic establishment.
Matt and Ashley, great points.
Look at you locking in. Look at you turning off the Yankees game to really get into it. This is something
I do not know
special.
what an alleged oysterman is, though. Are we ever going to have like an oyster-based conspiracy?
We do unfortunately have to let the Speaker and the Congresswoman go. But before we let you
Did you
go,
just say thank you? I'm offended.
Before we let you go, can you weigh in on this race in Maine? It is so fascinating, Congresswoman. Graham Plattner, controversial candidate. Janet Mills, the governor, as Matt points out, no longer in the race. It's a stunning moment.
Yeah, the governor, we all were excited about the governor being in this race. We felt like this was definitely one that would flip because she was in that race. But he's connecting with the people. He's connecting with the people. He is the candidate. And what he has to do, I think he should do what he is continuing to do, talk to people about things that matter to them in Maine. Yeah. Talk to everybody. Don't leave anybody out. Talk to Republicans, Democrats, Independents, no party affiliations about things that matter to them.
Mr. Speaker,
this is
how
a
do you
generational
see
shift.
this?
You've got a sitting governor that can't win their own party's nomination. She should have been so strong no one even ran against her. But it's also, if I was Schumer, I'd be afraid. This is who you recruited. A lot of it, talking about Michigan, he's 100% right. It's the best pickup for Republicans. But you look at the candidates that Schumer's recruiting. It's yesterday, glory days, and that. Look, the things Republicans have best going for them when the wind's against our face, money, and who are the leaders of the Democrats, Hakeem and Schumer. Both of them, not generational as Schumer, but Hakeem won't make a decision. That's the weakness in the part that Republicans can take advantage of.
The leader of the Republican Party is Donald John Trump.
Who won the popular vote and won every single state.
He's 80 years old. And with that...
But he does... But you know what?
Okay.
He doesn't take naps.
I think he's older than Governor
I will
Mills.
just say, we got like 5 more midterm primaries to go before November. We'll have time.
You're both invited back.
I'll project all the other races.
Thank you both for being here tonight. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you both. We are going to be getting to more of some of these other races. Maine, we got to talk Texas. Now that Garrett's here again, we got to look ahead to what else is coming. But let's get to Aaron Gilchrist, who is live for us in Georgia. Because, Aaron, can you untangle for us? Steve mentioned this, I want to say now 2 hours ago, but it's still kind of a live ball. What's going on with Fulton County? And when do we expect some of these numbers to come in for us at these polling sites?
Yeah, it's going to be a longer night looking at these races because of Fulton County. We've been told that we should not expect any results from Fulton County until after 11 p.m. Eastern. There is one polling site in Fulton County that had to close earlier today because of police activity in the area. It was what was described as a soft lockdown at a Sandy Springs, Georgia facility. This is north of Atlanta. As a result, again, of that police activity. And so that means that since it was closed for about 4 hours today, the site will remain open until 11:02 tonight. And Fulton County has made us aware of the fact that they will not report any data on races from that county until then. Now, when you look at the Republican Senate race that we've been covering here, as we're at Mike Collins' campaign headquarters tonight, you sort of wonder how much of that county that is, including Atlanta, would impact potentially a Republican Senate primary. And I mean, listen, we're talking about significant numbers. It is the largest county population-wise in the state of Georgia. And we do estimate from our decision desk that there could be 58,000 votes outstanding at this point for the Republican Senate primary. And so we wait, right? We've already called the race in terms of knowing that Mike Collins will advance to the runoff. And I'll note for you that here in the room, folks don't seem to be aware of that just yet. We haven't heard any reaction to that. Mike Collins has not come back out since he was here a little while ago. But that still leaves those other two candidates that have been sort of going back and forth as we've watched the numbers change throughout the night with other counties reporting their data in. And so given that Atlanta is an area where we've seen Derek Dooley doing well, we have to wait. We have to wait to see exactly how much of the vote in that county is going to come in and going to impact who is number 2, who is going to face Mike Collins in a runoff potentially next month on June 16th. And so that's the issue that we're waiting on in Fulton County here as the night rolls on. And we know that Mike Collins, we expect, Hallie and Kristen, just for your record keeping, we expect that he'll be coming out right around 10 o'clock Eastern to make some remarks.
Well, Aaron, you know us well, because we are keeping vigilant records.
Yes.
We are just, the paperwork is really impressive on the
But
desk
we
here.
will come back when
Thank
he
you.
speaks. Aaron, thank you so much for that. Let's head back to Steve Kornacki. Steve, you're getting in more vote from the Philadelphia area. How much is left out?
Yeah, we have half the vote now.
Okay.
And I mean, look at the story that's developing here. This is the election day vote that's really moved the needle here and transformed this race. Chris Rabb now leading by double digits in the tally in the 3rd District in Pennsylvania. Remember, Ayla Stanford had led when we got that initial batch of vote, that vote by mail here. Everything that's come in since was vote that was cast today, and Stanford has really been struggling with every one of those updates. Her numbers keep dropping. Meanwhile, Rabb is getting some extremely high numbers here. This last update that just came in, a batch of election day votes that just came in, Rabb is winning nearly 60% of them. Sharif Street was winning just over 20% of them. Ayla Stanford was only getting 16% of them. One thing that we said earlier, and it was interesting, we saw with the vote by mail, was that Rabb was doing much better in majority white precincts than in majority black precincts. It's a very diverse district. A minute ago, we had calculated that so far in the election day vote in the majority white precincts, Rabb was getting 71% of the vote. So putting up some big numbers. This is, the votes are still being tallied here, but you could see what has been powering Rabb here. Election day votes, we've seen him doing particularly well in majority white precincts. Half the vote in now. That's a double-digit advantage for Chris Rabb. Again, calls himself a Democratic socialist, leading here in this primary. Another place we're looking to go from Pennsylvania, we'll go down south because we are starting to get more substantial vote here in Alabama. This is the Republican Senate primary there. Remembering that Alabama is a runoff state. If nobody gets 50% plus one tonight, it goes to a runoff. So here is Barry Moore, congressman from South Alabama. He's endorsed by Donald Trump. He's got the clear advantage with nearly a fifth of the vote in now over Steve Marshall and Jared Hudson, but Moore running under 50%. And just take a look down here. This is some of Mobile County is Barry Moore's district. So this is the area where it should be as good as it gets for Moore. He's just under 50%. In Baldwin County, this is where Gulf Shores is. He's just over 50%. These are all his counties right here. This is as good as it's going to get for him. And you can see he's well over 50% there. But, you take a look up here, a third of the vote in Madison County. This is a very big one. This is very fast growing up here. This is where Huntsville is. And actually, if you went to Marshall County, this is Steve Marshall's home county. Not a surprise he's leading there. Birmingham, the big one, Jefferson County, we don't have much there yet. But the question here, I think, of, can Moore get close to 50% right here and avoid that runoff? He's going to have to step it up outside of his district here. He's going to have a chance of that. Otherwise, we're going to be in a situation here in Alabama like we are in Georgia, where you're looking at that battle for second place.
Steve, quickly before you move on from Alabama, Jefferson County, any ETA for when we might have more vote count there? And once we do, could that give us a clearer picture?
Yeah, no, it certainly will here. About 11% of the vote here. In the Republican primary, it's more spread out where the vote comes from, and then the Democratic primary. But yes, Jefferson County, where Birmingham is, will be very big. Shelby County, for that matter, too. We have nothing there. Give me those, and we'll have a much better readout on it than we see right here. And just quickly checking in, too, in Georgia, where that battle for second place here. You see here, Derek Dooley now with a 20,000 vote advantage over Buddy Carter that's grown. And again, no Fulton County yet where Dooley should do very well.
All right, Steve. Thank you.
Lots to follow. I mean, I think Georgia is still outstanding. Yeah. Obviously, we've got some of these interesting races now that we know the landscape more in Pennsylvania. Obviously, we've seen some of those interesting results in Kentucky, and we're going to talk about all of it, Kristen, when we come back. Stay with us. More coverage in just a second. primary night in America. I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I am Kristen Welker. As we watch polls close all across the country, the big headline tonight, Ed Gallrein winning the House race over Thomas Massie. A huge show of force for President Trump and his power over the Republican Party.
We've got some other projections to make here, too, like in Alabama, NBC News projecting Senator Tommy Tuberville will be the pick on the Republican side for governor there.
He'll also face the man he beat to win that Senate seat, Doug Jones, the Democratic nominee for governor.
In Kentucky, we've also got some other races that we're watching, too. NBC News projecting Charles Booker will win the Democratic nomination for Senate. An interesting race. He'd been up against Amy McGrath there, an establishment favorite.
That's right. Booker will face Congressman Andy Barr. And NBC News can project he'll be the Kentucky Senate nominee. He was President Trump's pick over Attorney General Daniel Cameron.
We've got a lot of activity in Georgia, too. Senate race on the Republican side will advance to a runoff. We know that current Congressman Mike Collins will be one of the candidates in that runoff. And we're still waiting to hear who else is going to go to that election just about a month from now, too.
That's right. They'll go up against Senator Jon Ossoff, who will again be the Democratic nominee. Democrats will likely need to win that race to win back the Senate.
Democrats, want to win back the House. To do that, they're going to have to flip some seats in Pennsylvania. And this district, the 7th Congressional District, a big one, Bob Brooks will be their candidate there. He won endorsements, a variety of them inside the Democratic Party, from Governor Josh Shapiro to Senator Bernie Sanders across the political spectrum.
But Democrats are also battling out for the direction of their party. You see there a progressive Chris Robb right now in front of a seat in deep blue Philadelphia. Let's head to the big board, of course, where Steve Kornacki is standing by. Steve, you've got some more vote count from Georgia, I see.
Yeah, it continues to trickle in here. And again, you say that race for second place in the Senate runoff is now almost a 20,000 vote advantage for Derek Dooley over Buddy Carter for second place there. And again, keep saying Fulton County, big piece of the puzzle, no votes there yet. But you can see that is sort of the heart of Dooley country tonight in Georgia. So can Dooley hold on to that, get into that runoff with Collins? He'd have a heck of a hill to climb, though, in the event of that runoff. Also, speaking of runoffs, this was early on in the night. It was very clear in the Republican primary for governor in Georgia that it would be heading to a runoff between Trump-backed Burt Jones, the lieutenant governor, and Rick Jackson, who's poured just a fortune into this race. Big distance you can see between them and the other candidates here. So heading into the runoff, it does appear Jones here is going to outpace Jackson tonight, but does raise an interesting question in that runoff. Trump had endorsed Jones. Jackson has aligned himself closely with Trump. How active will Trump be in this runoff here? Is he going to really lean into Jones, or is he going to kind of let these two go and say, hey, I'm happy with either one of them? Jackson has certainly tried hard to align himself with Trump. And then, of course, the story of the hour really may be this up here in Pennsylvania's 3rd Congressional District. Again, the winner of this is the de facto next congressman. This is the most Democratic district in the country. Mm-hmm. And Chris Rabb, running very far to the left here, self-described Democratic socialist, has moved into a double-digit advantage. What's been happening is, at least so far, as they've been counting up the election day vote, the vote cast today, he's been running up some monster numbers here, had lagged badly in the vote by mail, but a very different story so far. Half the vote still to come, but the trend in that election day vote has been very favorable to Rabb. In the final place, we're looking, this hour, maybe we'll get a little bit more clarity here in Alabama, this Republican primary for the U.S. Senate for Tommy Tuberville's seat. Again, Trump-backed Barry Moore out to a sizable lead here in the vote tally. This is a runoff state, though. He'd have to step it up to hit 50% here. Otherwise, Steve Marshall, Jared Hudson, who would make that runoff potentially.
Any more from the big counties we've been looking at, Steve? Jefferson County?
Yeah, so Jefferson, I click on it hoping it'll show me something. Yeah. We're still at 1%.
Still
we just got more Philly. I'm told we got more Philadelphia.
Okay.
Just update you. Yeah, we got a bunch more, right? So now look at this. We were at 50. Now 2/3 of the vote is in here. And you can see here, wow, that Rabb number, he's now over 40%. Street has now swapped places with Stanford has just plummeted as that election day vote has come in here. And Rabb now, that's very meaningful to have a 10,000 vote advantage with 2/3 of the vote in.
What's the path for somebody like Steve Street then?
Well, the question would be, we have to take a look here to see what the outstanding precincts are. They'd have to be very street friendly, and he'd have to run some massive numbers there to overcome a 10,000 vote deficit. This just speaks to the male vote was about 20% of the vote, 24% of the vote here. So Rab has very consistently, this is a huge chunk of Election Day vote that's in here. And Rab has very consistently been running strongly with that Election Day vote to build an advantage like this. Really, the mover here on Election Day hasn't so much been Street. It's been Rab up and it's been Stanford down. Right. And again, it's in my head that, Stanford had that super PAC that was backing her that pulled the plug. And wow, the difference between where she was in the mail and where she is with the Election Day.
Well, Steve, thank you very much. Keep us posted on what you're seeing there. And if stuff comes in, you're only a few feet away. Just yell. Just yell. You know what I mean?
Raise your hand.
It's late night. We're
Do
good
anything.
On that.
We'll come right back
Kristen's
to you.
been raising this really interesting point when you look at this, right? Because Chris Rabb, what does that say? Again, it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. The fight for the soul of the Democratic Party. Like, we have to talk about it. Is this district the exception to the rule, the bluest House district in the country, right? Or does this say something about where the party goes? And I'm actually going to give our chief Capitol Hill correspondent first dibs on this one.
Fair.
Feels fair on that. Go.
I think it's more than just a flash in the pan, and I think it reads more than just the fact that this is a deep blue district. I think the candidates across the country who are running in Democratic primaries that have energy behind them are the ones that lean in more to a progressive viewpoint. Now, I wouldn't go as far as the former speaker said and label them all as socialists, although I don't think the socialist label has the same negative connotation that it maybe had 5 or 10 years ago. But it's clear that younger voters in particular, the voters that are showing up to vote, it's not just enough for you to tell them you're not Donald Trump. You have to come to the table with a message and a plan that's going to meet them where they are and fix the problems that they're dealing with. And this progressive idea of an us versus them, the rich versus the not rich, and giving us a fair seat at the table, that's what's resonating with voters in a way that makes them want to come out and vote.
Well, it's a great point. I won't bore everyone by agreeing with Ryan too much, but I do think, like, when I first started covering Congress, the novelty of the squad was that there were so few of these very progressive
and they were
members.
considered radical.
That's right, and they were the outliers. And year by year, election by election, they have grown their ranks. And I think your point about giving people something to vote for is excellent, because really only the progressive wing of the Democratic Party has been consistent in what they are for, what they want to vote for, what they want to put in front of the American people. Maybe it's not as popular as they'd like it to be, but at least they have sets of policies that they're ready to run on. What I would call mainstream, more traditional Democrats have really struggled to define what they're for other than being anti-Trump. The progressives do not have that problem. Their messaging is much more clear. And I will say they've had some very dynamic figures show them how to do it, including Mayor Mamdani in New York City, most recent example.
This was the argument you were making to the Congresswoman who was here, Val Demings, that why not focus on affordability, which frankly has been so central to so many progressive candidates. And I do think, back to the point that Hallie was making, it raises the question, can a Congresswoman AOC, who did endorse Chris Rabb, by the way, can she be competitive running for Senate or even higher office with a progressive message?
I think in New York State, probably. I mean, given the percentage of the vote in New York that comes out of New York City and its environs, I mean, I don't know that she necessarily plays as well across the rest of the country, but ask me again where we are in another year and a half or so, right? I mean, some of these things that seemed on the fringe when they were far left ideas 8 or 10 years ago have been sort of slowly mainstreamed. Look at the popularity around raising the minimum wage is a very basic example, which has been embraced by more and more states. The Green New Deal stuff has kind of fallen on and off. I think there's some other policies that they'll trip over. But on the economic parts of progressivism, I do think you're seeing more voters willing to try that on for size, at least.
I think healthcare is the other big one that I think the progressive message resonates with. And I'll say this about AOC.
Medicare for all, is that still too negative of a buzz phrase? I don't know.
But I'll say this about AOC, about whether or not she resonates across the country. And when I chased Bernie Sanders around the country between 2019 and 2020, she was one of his top surrogates. And I remember a speech that she gave in Council Bluffs, Iowa, which is not the kind of place that you would think would play big for a candidate like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She came out and told that crowd, which was largely white, that she'd never even been to Iowa before, which those of us that have been to Iowa a lot,
18,000 times.
When you tell an Iowan that you've never been to Iowa before, you lose the room. And she had that room eating out of the palm of her hand. She's one of the most skilled politicians, and she goes into places where you don't think that she's going to resonate, and she finds a way to resonate.
But this builds up, right? Well, I mean, but this builds up to this question of the leadership in the Democratic Party, right? Who is the rightful heir to the mantle of like the person who's going to mobilize Democrats over the course of the next 2 years? Because it's sure not, you know, the former president, obviously Joe Biden, and so it's the generational question. It's the question of our team has been talking about this a lot, and you talk about this too, like not left versus right, but top versus bottom, right?
Yeah,
like that
right.
idea.
Yeah, and look, there are stylistic and important policy distinctions between all the people who want to vie for that role. I mean, look at Josh Shapiro, for example, who I think we all we could dispense with the pretense here. I think we all at this table think he has.
My favorite was Welker. Some subtle cues of 2028. I mean, like, yeah, because of what? He's not saying
Not
it.
so
No, of
subtle.
course.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not so subtle.
Exactly.
Hasn't
People who
officially
may have
announced.
imagined themselves in the Oval Office, there is a wide, I think, disparity in what that is. And I'm not trying to be cute here, but I do think it's going to take time. I think the voters are going to tell us. I think it's very hard to put a finger on exactly what that looks like. You know, usually it's a rejection of the thing that came before it. Right. And, you know, this person will probably almost certainly very much not look like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, I don't think.
All right, we have to pause momentarily.
Sneaking in a very quick break, a super quick one. But when we come back, we're going to hear from some of the candidates who have won their races tonight.
And we will take you back, of course, to Steve Kornacki at the big board on our special coverage of primary night in America.
Primary night in America, 6 states, the fight ahead of November. The stakes are high because we're talking about who could ultimately control Congress come the midterm. Steve Kornacki is tracking all of it. You've been watching the Kornacki cam. He's been in that little box on the bottom of your screen. You've eaten some M&Ms. We all have hung out. You haven't really moved other than that, candidly.
I don't think he's gone to the bathroom. Are we allowed to say that?
He's
been there the whole time.
He's a marathon. We don't want to make you talk about that. Talk us through it, man. You got a lot.
We got big news. Look what just happened in Pennsylvania's 3rd District. We are now up over 80% of the vote, and Chris Rabb is blowing away this field here. He is winning, I can tell you, the Election Day vote. We said, is it going to look different than that vote by mail? Remember, in that vote by mail, Chris Rabb was somewhere in the mid-20s. He's winning 48% of the votes that were cast today on Election Day. So in Stanford, remember, who had won the vote by mail that we first saw, she is running a distant third here. So there is a breadth to this for Rab, but there is another dynamic. This is a racially diverse district. There is a larger black population here than a white population, but both are substantial. There's a very big difference in where Rab is getting his support from here. In the majority black precincts here on Election Day, Sharif Street's actually winning the majority black precincts. He is beating Rab 43-30 in majority black precincts. In majority white precincts, with this Election Day vote, Rab is getting 70%, Street is getting 16%, and Stanford's getting 12%. So this is Rab showing in the majority white precincts, this in the majority black precincts. And so he is absolutely running up the score here, and it's a big ingredient for why he's been able to go from being pretty far behind coming out of that vote by mail to now with more than 80% of the vote in. 17,000 votes, nearly 17,000 votes ahead of Sharif Street here. Again, I know you guys have talked about this. You have familiarity here. Sharif Street embodying in many ways the Democratic establishment in this city. Chris Rab, self-described Democratic socialist, and look where things stand.
Look where he is. All right, Steve Kornacki, we'll check back in with you in just a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Yep, often, for sure. Thank you, pal. Let's go to Kentucky now because Charles Booker is joining us. He is going to be the Democratic nominee for Senate in Kentucky. Congratulations to you on your victory over Amy McGrath, and thank you for being with us here.
Of course, honored to be with you.
Let me start by asking you, I think, the question that I have heard come up in conversations, or even already before tonight, et cetera, which is about your past record, that you have run statewide and you have not been successful in the past. Why do you think this time would be any different for you?
Well, the powerful part about this campaign is that I haven't changed. My message is the same. Everything around us has changed. We are seeing so many people that are hurting. They're looking for real change, and they see in me a leader that is poised to deliver for them because I'm putting my story out there. We've been organizing through community for years, and it's why we're winning tonight, and it's why we're going to win in November. This campaign is for everyone, no matter your background, because we are all being screwed, and I'm just proud to be a part of this.
Well, it's good to talk to you for a second time today. Thank you.
That's right.
I talked to you before the results came in, and you were incredibly confident. I wonder what your strategy is going to be in the general election, because we are having a debate here about what the message should be from Democrats. Should it be solely focused on the economy, what you are going to bring for voters, how you're going to bring their prices down and make their lives better? Or do you see this as also taking aim at President Trump? What's your strategy?
Well, we have to do both. And this isn't about fighting Donald Trump because I don't like him. We have to stand up to defend democracy, to defend our Constitution. So honoring the fact that we need to protect our children and make sure that there's accountability in our government, that's a priority, and that's not partisan. But at the same time, we have to deliver for people. So many Kentuckians are hurting. Kentucky has been one of the poorest states in the country. And for my entire life, Mitch McConnell has been screwing us over. So lifting up a working people's Bill of Rights, lifting up policies that deal with the challenges we face in the day-to-day, Medicare for all, true living wages. This isn't about party, it's about meeting our needs. And that's why Kentuckians are standing with me, because we're tired of the BS, we're tired of the status quo, we're tired of being ignored. The government we pay for should work for us. And that's why we're gonna win this.
So let's say, obviously, this we flash forward to November. Let's say you end up winning the seat over Andy Barr here. Obviously, you'd be representing your state on the national stage. You have said that you would not support Chuck Schumer as your party's leader. So who do you, as we talk about, and as Kristen has so aptly framed this question, sort of the future of the Democratic Party, where do you go in the midterms and beyond into 2028? Who would you back in the Senate?
Well, I think you raise an important point. The future of party politics in general, there's a big shift that's happening. There's a transformation that's happening. You're seeing a lot of regular people that are standing up because they're tired of the status quo. They're tired of the politics that has ignored them. And our leaders that are currently in position have to be accountable to that. But I'm speaking to the challenges we face right now. Because as I often say, no matter if you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, we are all being screwed. And so this is a moment to listen to the people, to lift up organizing, to lean into community, to lean into love. That's why we're going to win. And I look forward to bringing new leadership to Washington and holding accountability for the people who deserve it.
I cannot help but notice that you did not name a name, or any names, in fact. Is there somebody who you would want to see, if it's not Chuck Schumer, then who specifically?
Well, I want to do my diligence. I want to get there and have the conversation about how we're actually going to fight to end generational poverty, how we're going to end endless war, how we're going to stand up for humanity. And I've heard names floated around, and I know we need real change. But my focus right now is on winning this campaign for the people of Kentucky and delivering a vision that meets their needs. And whoever in Washington is committed to fighting for us, they will find a partner in me.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. We'll continue to track the general election very closely.
Thank you.
Of course. And Kristen's going to be doing that 5 nights a week.
That's right.
And on Sundays.
And on Sundays.
Plenty where that comes from. We've got a lot more to get to tonight. We're looking at the clock. We've still got other races. We're looking in the West now, too. Our friends in Idaho, our friends in Oregon. I want to take you to Idaho now and bring in our reporter, Abby Wilt, from our Boise affiliate, KTVB. She's at the Idaho GOP Watch Party tonight. Abby, we're so glad to have you with us. Thank you. And in this instance, not a ton of suspense, I think, in the races that we're looking at. Jim Risch, Brad Little, but walk us through it.
Thank you, Kristen Hallie, for having me. Yeah, we just closed polls here about 20 minutes ago, and you can see here at the GOP Watch Party, people are starting to trickle in, starting to get some food, but there are some big races that we are watching. First off, like you said, Idaho Governor Brad Little is running for his 3rd term. He's been endorsed by President Donald Trump, and most notably against him on the Republican side is Mark Fitzpatrick. He's a retired police officer here in Idaho. He's actually known for organizing a hetero awesome fest in response to pride organizations in the state. I did just speak with him a few minutes ago before I came to this watch party. He says he's seen an outpouring of support from the state through his campaign, and he says he's feeling hopeful as he goes into tonight. Now, also to note, both of Idaho's House seats are open. Mike Simpson and Russ Fulcher are both running for re-election in their respective districts. Idaho's Senate seat is also open. That's where Senator Jim Risch is vying for his 4th term. Lots of people here supporting Risch, and Fulcher is in the building with us. And on that note, there are 3 Democratic candidates and 4 Republicans. Now, Idaho hasn't sent a Democrat to the Senate since 1974. So if that were to happen, that would be a big deal for tonight. And on top of all of that, we're watching $183 million worth of school levies and bonds on the ballot. So, Kristen Hallie, lots to watch for tonight. I was at the polls all day, and there's been a really strong voter turnout. I'm here in Ada County, which is the biggest county in the state of Idaho, and they were expecting about a 30% voter turnout, but the lines were longer than they expected. And so we'll see what happens tonight as polls are just now closing, and we'll start to watch for those races.
Abby Wilt, live for us there in Boise. Abby, we're glad to have you. Thank you very much.
And we do have, on that note, another call that we can make. This is another significant one, folks. In Pennsylvania, House District 3, Chris Robb, the progressive candidate endorsed by AOC, endorsed by progressive groups, has now advanced to the general election, besting Sharif Street, as well as Ayla Stanford, who until the same day vote came in, it looked like he was trailing, but he has now moved to first place. Again, this is significant because it speaks to the battle that's going on within the Democratic Party, Hallie, the battle for the soul of the Democratic Party,
that's right,
if you will. And it raises questions. This is a reliably blue seat.
Bluest in the House. I mean, it's,
it raises broader questions about whether this message resonates beyond a reliably blue seat.
Somebody like Sharif Street had been endorsed by the city Democratic Party. I think the mayor, former governor. You had
son of John Street.
That's right. Chris Robb, progressive, backed by sort of that wing of the party in Philadelphia, handily sort of defeating his opponents in this race. Let me go to Steve Kornacki here, because Steve, we've been talking about this tonight. You've been kind of pointing out, like, there's some real ground to make up for these other candidates, and now here we have this projection for Rabb.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been an overwhelming performance by Rabb on Election Day. The folks who went and turned out at the polls today, you could just see he's now built nearly a 20,000 vote lead. With more to come. He's basically winning half of the Election Day vote. Stanford, who had done so well in the vote by mail, the floor just absolutely fell out for her in the Election Day, in that Election Day vote. Again, we talk about the diversity of this district. I mentioned this before. Slightly larger black population than white population. Both are substantial. And Rab's message seems to be resonating particularly in the majority white precincts. That's where, where he has really turned it on with this election day vote has been in majority white precincts, where, again, he's getting upwards of 3/4 of the vote. In the election day vote in those precincts here. He's not even winning in the majority black precincts, either overall or with the election day vote. Sharif Street's winning the majority black precincts here. In fact, right now, Rab is running in third place overall in majority black precincts with 28% of the vote. So he's really gotten it from the majority white precincts in the city of Philadelphia that are part of this district here, but just overwhelming support that he's seen on election day here. And yeah, this is a feather in the cap of that of the left wing of the Democratic Party. A victory here for somebody, aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America.
Well, Steve, just so dramatic to watch the way in which he's surged to the top, Hallie, throughout the course of the night as the same-day vote has come in. And it's also fascinating to hear Steve with the breakdown. Yeah. That he's winning majority white districts and the implications of that he's clearly reached a broader audience.
It is maybe indicative in this particular district when you look at some of the precinct results that come in. I still think the question is this, can I make up a word? Extrapolatable. Somebody's gonna get at me and email me about whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
You know why it's more extrapolatable, if we're going with that?
Sure.
Than I think in past years is because of what redistricting is doing to the map all over the country.
Yeah, that's a great
We're creating districts, both red and blue, that are redder and bluer. And so that means if you want to win in districts like this, you've got to become even more pure in terms of the electorate that you're reaching out to, and you're far less concerned about winning a general election because the battlefield is really in the primary election. And what that leads to is people that are more blue and more red coming to Congress, and it's just harder to get stuff done.
Let's keep sticking with Democrats here. We've got a projection to make, an interesting one. This is in Georgia in the primary, Democratic primary for governor. The projected winner, Keisha Lance Bottoms. And here's what's interesting. This is not a runoff, folks. This is a 50+1 state, handily defeating her opponents in this race, including Jeff Duncan there. We had spoken with Mike Thurmond earlier in the program, 100 hours ago now, it seems like, who had felt, I think, confident about where he was. But obviously, it is Keisha Lance Bottoms who will move on in a race against either Trump-backed Burt Jones, Rick Jackson, who spent a ton of money in the state of Georgia. Very interesting here, given the makeup of this race and the makeup of this state, too. Which hasn't had a Democratic governor in almost 30 years.
To clear the 50% threshold.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
With that many candidates.
But that was the question. If there was suspense, there was some suspense obviously around this race generally, but also runoff or not. I think that was in many ways the question here.
But I think it's significant because she's obviously the former mayor of Atlanta.
That's right.
So
that's right.
There was a sense that she was going to do
name
well.
recognition.
She was the front runner. I interviewed former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who switched parties, by the way, from Republican to Democrat. As you and I have been talking about, the Trump factor has hung over this race because that's part of why he switched parties. And he was confident he was going to a runoff. And yet in these closing days, his path looked increasingly challenging. Let's go to Steve Kornacki. Steve, can you break down a little bit of how Keisha Lance Bottoms won outright tonight?
It was overwhelming is the short answer. Let me just get the Democratic primary called up here. What did I press? There it is.
You got it. We're there.
It's a pretty simple story when the shade of blue we've assigned to Keisha Lance Bottoms is the shade of blue in every single county that's reported tonight. I think you're talking about it. The suspense that was coming into this was there was some chatter that there was some concern among Democrats that Bottoms, given her record as mayor of Atlanta, role with the Biden administration, might be a vulnerable candidate in the general election to Republican attacks. And if that was going to be something that took hold with Democrats, it would be in a runoff campaign when there'd be a one-on-one matchup with Bottoms and somebody else who could raise electability and see if that's something that Democrats were concerned about. But when Bottoms easily breaks 50%, there's not going to be a runoff. Those concerns clearly weren't deep enough on the Democratic side to prohibit her from getting through tonight. And it's just an overwhelming top-to-bottom victory here for Bottoms in this primary tonight. Not much to say about look. she's the former mayor of Atlanta, and she's done this without a single vote from Atlanta.
Wow. Well, so this is so interesting, Steve, because I will tell you that there are those in her orbit who do feel like, and this is how one source close to her put it to me, that she, in a general, can really appeal to some of those suburban swing voters, as we know in Metro Atlanta, because of what she has done in the city. They see, her record maybe is standing on its own against somebody like a Jones or a Jackson, even in what's going to be a sort of an interesting, competitive, potentially gubernatorial race.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, the governor's race will be competitive. The Senate race, obviously, we already know is going to be extremely competitive here. We also know that Democrats in Georgia, in their statewide success, Joe Biden was able to narrowly carry the race in 2020. Democrats won those Senate runoffs in 2021, and Raphael Warnock was able to get elected to a full term in 2022. Democrats, in their successes in Georgia statewide, have had black candidates on the ballot statewide. When Joe Biden won that in 2020, that was, Warnock was on that ballot. He made the runoff from that election. Warnock got himself elected in 2022 outright, over Herschel Walker. So Democrats, and we've seen an interesting dynamic tonight, too, by the way. This is a bit of an obscure point, but in these state Supreme Court races that we're getting some attention here, where the Democrats put two candidates up. One of those candidates was white, one of those candidates was black. The African-American candidate is running far better tonight in those court races than the white candidate is. There are some gaps in these counties that we're seeing of 30, 40 points between those candidates. So, this will be, just by nature of Georgia, it's a competitive state now in every presidential election. The increasing Democrat, we've seen this trend over the last decade or so in this Atlanta metro area. The Democrats have been doing they didn't do quite as well as they were wanted in 2024, but overall, there's a very pronounced Democratic trend in the Atlanta suburbs here. The Democrats are thinking one of these years is going to tip the state more from sort of swing, a little bit more Republican-friendly, into a little bit more Democratic. There are Democrats who talk about Georgia as a state that long-term could be on a political and demographic trajectory, at least they hope, is similar to Virginia. We used to think 20 years ago of Virginia as a red state. The demographics changed, the population, toward that Washington, D.C. metro area. And Democrats think that Atlanta metro area could do something long-term similar for them here in Georgia.
What's so interesting, Steve, Keisha Lance Bottoms wants to be the first Atlanta mayor to serve as Georgia governor. That hasn't happened. And so that is obviously where she's headed. The other factor in this race, and I kept hearing about it, right? And I'm sure you both did too. The money that was spent in the governor's race on the Republican side, it almost in some ways made it harder for other candidates in other races to make an impression on the airwaves, because it was just so saturated. There was just so much money that went into this. And you have to think, with that governor's primary headed to a runoff in the next few weeks here, Keisha Lance Bottoms said, an interesting dynamic at play in the state, not just in the governor's race, as Steve was talking about, but in the Senate race as well, Ashley.
No, I mean, I think she's performed so well tonight that she's going to be able to raise money all over the country. And to your point, the Republicans are going to continue to spend money. It's going to continue to get nastier as they go through a runoff, and she'll be able to sort of invest that time in building a war chest. My question though is, what is the ground operation like what is her ground operation like in Georgia, across the state? We know Stacey Abrams built an incredible army that's been utilized. My understanding is over time that's sort of diminished. It's not as strong as it used to be. So that's going to be the question now. I think she's going to be able to raise money because she's proven tonight that she's a formidable candidate. But the question is whether or not the ground operation is solid enough for her to win.
Matt, who do you think would be the strongest candidate to take her on the Republican side, given what we saw tonight?
I think it depends. I mean, look at Rick Jackson, entered the race when Burt Jones was already endorsed by Donald Trump, spent $70 million, has a name idea of his own, and I thought he was going to come out a little bit more ahead than he has, but Burt Jones already has a Trump apparatus behind him. We'll see. I mean, I think it also depends on how the Senate race, how competitive that is, whether the Kemp machine gets behind Derek Dooley, if Dooley makes the runoff, it's looking like it could, and how that affects the governor's race.
I think there's an expectation that Ossoff will probably outrun Keisha Lance Bottoms. He has more infrastructure there, having been in that role for longer. I think Republicans I talked to are a little bit more concerned about Ossoff as a statewide candidate than Keisha Lance Bottoms. But to your point, if he does open up a more significant lead, does she ride his coattails a little bit further? And they do complement each other. I mean, Ossoff benefited from this in the first race with he and Warnock both, having candidly a mixed race ticket.
Right.
They're talking to different elements of the Democratic base. They're turning on different people who might, vote for them both along the way.
But keep in mind, who was also on the ballot in 2022 when Warnock won was Stacey Abrams, who did not win against Brian Kemp. So that, at least in that state 4 years ago, that wasn't true. So we'll see.
What'll also be interesting to test here is whether the Joe Biden service works against her, right? Does she face a Joe Biden penalty for her time in the Biden
RGA was excited to run against her.
The African-American vote is so important in Georgia. It is the key to Democrats even having a shot in Georgia. Raphael Warnock has harnessed that vote better than any candidate ever has in Georgia. If they can, and John Ossoff has done a lot to reach out to the black community. He often talks about his work with John Lewis, make sure that they know that
We're talking in rural communities.
Right.
They're not the urban centers we're talking about. He mobilized, rural black voters in a way that no one else had
And
before.
you cannot take that voting block for granted if you have any shot of winning in Georgia as a Democrat.
Ashley, what do you think she would need to do in a general election in order to win?
I think she's going to, she's been incredibly focused on the cost of living. I know we've had a lot of conversations here tonight about what's the winning message. I'm getting messages from the DCCC, the Democratic Congressional Committee, that basically said they told all their candidates focus on cost of living. Everything from, what Republicans have done with the big, beautiful bill to the tariff wars, cover it all. And she's going to be doing that. But I think the key for her is going to be how does she expand her appeal to those independent voters, to disaffected Republicans. I think those are going to be the voters that are going to make the difference, is those disaffected Republican voters. And I think she's going to lean a little bit on her record as mayor. But more importantly, I think she's going to talk about, exactly what people are living through every day in their lives and their pocketbook issues.
On the other side of the aisle, what about the Kemp factor in this state? Because he is somebody, we've talked about it, really popular governor among Republicans. He's backed Derek Dooley here in the Senate.
He put a lot of political capital.
Dozens of times. By the way, time. Dozens of campaign stops with Derek. That's a list.
Why he
you know
didn't
what I
run
mean?
himself.
Well, if he's going to do it, he's going to get out there and pound the pavement. So that's part of this too.
Absolutely, texture the hip. And you want to talk about somebody who had Trump's influence. It wasn't that long ago that Kemp had a primary. Trump picked out David Perdue, a former senator, and Kemp crushed him. Crushed him. And so he's been at the hip with Dooley, going essentially everywhere that Dooley has. And again, I am very curious. I tend to agree with McCarthy. I could very much see Trump weighing in on Collins' behalf as we get to the general, especially with the margins the way it is. Though, Kemp and Trump have patched things up. They're not buddies, but maybe can he get him to hold off and see how things go in the first couple weeks of the runoff? We'll see, but we'll see.
The president does not like to take risks with
I was
his
just going to say,
endorsement,
the president likes a winner.
He'd be
He likes
boring
a
in
winner.
Vegas, right? I mean, he always takes the odds, right? He picks favorites when possible. And if Collins is that far out ahead, I struggle to see him sticking his neck out for somebody he doesn't feel like he has to.
When we talk about the president and his endorsements, we've been keeping a scorecard, basically, of all the endorsements that the president has made tonight in these different primary races. I'm going to give the team in the control, I'm going to give you a beat to pull that up. But it's super interesting here. When you look at the president, and listen, he obviously hasn't endorsed in some of these key races. He's endorsed
more
in a bunch
than
of others.
3 dozen candidates.
Yeah, but look at this. Winners, losers, runoffs. We're still waiting on, I think, a handful, half dozen, 6 or 8 or so. But that's significant. The president's going to like those results here. And it's also not necessarily surprising because in many ways, some of these are seats that were safe seats, people that were not having competitive primaries, et cetera.
Yeah, and his record in Republican primaries is much better than his record overall, right? I mean, this is a run up the scoreboard situation for the president, but the people who win Republican primaries does not necessarily a majority make.
But is that the Derek Dooley story?
Yeah,
is that part of the?
Yeah, look, I think it's certainly part of it, right? And again, why do it now when you haven't to this point? If it's net, you're going to get a Republican candidate who you're sort of marginally okay with. I just don't know why he'd expend political capital on an underdog.
And we should make a similar graphic with the general election results.
Yeah.
And see what that's like.
Will you come back?
Hopefully you'll still
You
be
want me
here.
to build that graphic? I can only come back if I build that graphic. Is that
How are
what
you
you're
in
saying?
Photoshop?
Yeah. I'll get right on that.
We're going to pause for just a second because polls will be closing in less than 30 minutes in Oregon. And for more on the state of that state's races, let's bring in Evan Watson from our NBC Portland affiliate. Evan, great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. So Oregon uniquely only votes by mail, which has been a big topic of debate for the president, as you well know. How are things looking there? What are you watching for?
Absolutely. We're tracking voter turnout around 32% as of this time. And when results come in less than half an hour now, we should have a pretty good idea of some of the states of these races being a vote by mail state, with a lot of those ballots having already been processed and ready for those results to be revealed at that 8 o'clock Pacific hour. Now, I'm currently at State Senator Christine Drazen's watch party here at a winery in Oregon. She's the expected favorite among Republican candidates for governor to challenge Democratic Governor Tina Kotek in this race. If Drazen were to win this primary here this evening, that would set up a rematch between Drazen and Kotek from 2022, when Drazen lost by about 3.5 points, 43.5% of the vote to Kotek's 47%. Drazen says she's focused on affordability, public safety, and, as she says, accountability for years of Democratic leadership in Oregon. Among the other candidates in this race for Republican governor candidate, that includes Chris Dudley, a former Portland trailblazer who was the candidate for Republicans back in 2010, and State Representative Ed Deal. Now, another thing to note in Oregon, it is a closed primary system, so only Republicans are voting for the Republican candidates in this race. But we're getting very close now to seeing our first look at results in less than a half an hour here in Oregon to see who's really rising to the top of this crowded field of Republican candidates for governor.
All right. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. We'll check back in with you when we hopefully have some results. Thanks for that reporting.
Steve Kornacki, let's get another check with you on what you're looking for as some of these outstanding vote counts are coming in.
Yeah, that runoff shaping up here in Georgia in that Senate race on the Republican side here. Again, Mike Collins, the congressman, advancing. Who will face him? Derek Dooley, we've been telling the story for a few hours, just slowly inching his way to an advantage over Buddy Carter. You can see it sits at nearly 30,000 votes now between Dooley and Carter. Look, one of the biggest outstanding sources of votes for Carter is Chatham County, where Savannah, as you can see, this is in Carter's congressional district. You can see how he's doing here. There still is a third of the vote here. So, and you can see how Dooley's doing as well. So Carter's going to make up a little bit from here, but that's only a fraction of that statewide gap that he faces against Dooley. And meanwhile, again, we've been talking about those issues in Fulton County. We don't have any votes from Fulton County yet, but look everywhere outside Fulton County. That's the Dooley shade of red there, pink, I guess you would call it. You just don't have any votes from there yet. But again, 6% of all the votes cast in Georgia tonight and this Republican primary roughly are going to come out of here. Look, in Cobb County, it's Dooley, it's Collins. It's a distant third to Buddy Carter. Gwinnett County, it's Dooley, it's Collins. It's a distant third. So you just see what's going on in the area here. So when this comes in, you would expect, based on everything we're seeing, something similar to that, with Dooley having an advantage in a big, big population place over Carter. We just haven't seen any votes from there yet. But if that is what happens when it comes in, then that Dooley position over Carter is looking very safe heading into the runoff. And the question then becomes, he makes the runoff. Folks didn't think he could do that maybe a month ago. That'd be an achievement for him. But he's going to be double digits behind Collins. How does he navigate that?
All right. Well, we're watching that race so closely. Steve, thank you. And what's fascinating about it, it's not impossible for a candidate who comes in second place in a runoff, Matt Gorman, to actually wind up winning. In fact, in 2018, we saw an example.
You might be seeing another example next week with Ken Paxton in Texas.
Oh, get ready. Brace yourself.
But, no, you're right. And Thad Cochran was another one about 10 years ago down in Mississippi, too. So, again, the right set of factors have to be at play. You got to get close, and you got to have the right set of circumstances. This could be tough. Collins is no slouch. And, again, if the president weighs in on his behalf, then that it could be close to game over in the runoff. But we'll see what happens.
Matt Gorman, what is that? What is that I hear? What is that? Was that Garrett Hake's music? My God.
Somebody mentioned Texas. I'm contractually obligated to weigh in if anybody
We
brings
did,
up
I don't know, about 17 hours ago when we were in the first couple of hours of this broadcast, we did sort of lovingly tease you about how you're going to want to have some thoughts on Texas, but it was so interesting. I mean, Kristen made the really excellent point that this is a dramatic endorsement for the president. It is a candidate who, Ashley, I'm sure you'll want to weigh in here, who Democrats are kind of licking their chops about in a state that, as you well know, how many times have you talked about and reported from Texas about how Democrats are hoping that maybe this is the year?
Yeah, maybe this year. Look, so I will tell you, this endorsement is pure Trump from everything I've been able to tell. And I've been trying to report this out for months. And at no point in my reporting journey on this story has anyone told me that the president was particularly close to endorsing Ken Paxton.
Okay.
It was either that he was going to endorse Cornyn or he was going to stay out of it.
Okay.
And I think some of that is candidly, the bias of a lot of these sources who wanted to see this happen. The president has been told by the majority leader of the U.S. Senate, by his former campaign manager, and by his top political aides not to do this, that he should be backing John Cornyn as the safer path to win the seat with a, nominally pro-Trump candidate. And today he went the other way. And I think so much of that is this feeling of essentially his own political oats, his own political power that he has after knocking off all those Indiana, state house members. Bill Cassidy, he knew, I think he felt confident he was going to beat Massie tonight and decided he was going to make the move that he wanted all along. But now he owns this in Texas, and it could be almost certainly the most expensive Senate race maybe in history we're going to see right now, with Democrats, as always, champing at the bit to go after what now looks like a potentially winnable race.
And Ryan, that's what we've been talking about throughout the course of this night, the money aspect of this, where Republicans are going to have to pour so much money into Texas now that could have been used to defend other battleground seats.
And will it be easy to raise that money? I just don't know. I think that's a big open question for Republicans tonight. You heard Kevin McCarthy talk about the fact that the funding that a candidate can take in on their own is so much easier spent. They can buy ads at a cheaper rate. Ken Paxton just does not have the same fundraising prowess that John Cornyn has.
He's been dramatically outrageous.
John Cornyn is one of, if not the best fundraiser in the United States Senate. If he ends up losing this primary, that is a huge deficit that the Senate campaign arm is going to have to come in from behind and fill in the gap. And I also think that if Cornyn had won, I think Democrats, I think they felt very positive about James Tallarico as a candidate. But if Tallarico didn't catch fire right away, I think they might have had to assess whether or not it was worth the investment and then look if maybe those resources were better spent in North Carolina or in Maine or maybe even a place like Kansas or Iowa if you start to see the race starting to tighten in those
Talk about the Tallarico factor. Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I said that this was a dream of the Democratic Party, the Texas State Democratic Party. I mean, if you look at the polling, Tallarico's outperforming Paxton 42-34, 47-45. I mean, that's giving them a lot of encouragement and a lot of hope. The other factor is we've seen how you've seen a move from within the Latino community along the border now to come back to the Democratic Party. I mean, that is a huge shift that we're seeing right now that's giving Tallarico a lot of wind at his back. And so folks are on the ground are feeling incredibly encouraged by the fact that Paxton is here. And as I said earlier, he's completely compromised. He's been impeached. He's been indicted. Even his wife has dumped him for biblical reasons. I mean, he's got a lot of baggage that he's going to have a hard time explaining. And we're also seeing Tallarico, set records in terms of fundraising. I mean, he's performing incredibly well, and he's putting together this formula that we've not seen from any Democrat yet, leaning into his faith, leaning into corruption, even as it relates to economic issues. I mean, I think he's setting a new playbook right now. I think he's got an incredible opportunity. The question that's outstanding is what are black voters going to do right now? There's a lot of them that are feeling disillusioned and disaffected by what happened with Jasmine Crockett. Also, coupled on top of that, what happened with Kamala Harris. So the question is whether or not he can galvanize black voters.
Is it a key?
Can't win without black voters.
For Jasmine Crockett to get fully behind James Tallarico?
Absolutely,
and get
and
out
early.
on the stump for him.
Absolutely, and early, as quickly as possible.
We want to continue this conversation, but we do have another big conversation to have before we're out of time.
This one down south, Doug Jones, we want to take it to Alabama. The Democratic nominee for governor in that state is joining us now. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, ladies. Appreciate you having me tonight.
So here we have set up, sir, the projections from NBC News, a rematch of sorts with Tommy Tuberville. What's your plan? What's your strategy to try to come out on top this time?
We plan on getting in every corner, in every zip code in the state. We're going to go where Democrats haven't been going before in a long, long time. This is the first time we've had a full ticket in 20 years. We've got all 7 constitutional offices. We'll have 2 Public Service Commission candidates. And we're building a house with a crowded table. This is, the other side is doing nothing but divisiveness. We see the hate, the rhetoric, and we're doing just the opposite. We're going to be talking about things that matter to people, their kitchen table issues and the affordability issues that they have every day of every month that they're facing right now. People are hurting, and we're going to address those needs.
Well, and you take me to my next question, because obviously Alabama is a big Trump state. He won big there in 2024. To what extent do you stay focused on issues related to affordability? To what extent do you talk about President Trump and the policies which you disagree with him on?
Kristen, remember, you're talking to a guy that ran against Roy Moore, okay, in 2017. I do a pretty good job of staying focused on our message, and we're going to do that. And I've got a whole team now behind me. That was a special election. It was just mine. We've got a whole team this time. And by the way, I think according to the latest Economist YouGov poll, Donald Trump's underwater in Alabama by 2 points. So this is an incredible opportunity, not just in Alabama, but from across the South.
Well, you mentioned Roy Moore. Listen, we've got to say Tommy Tuberville is not Roy Moore, right? I mean, as you well know, this is different set of circumstances, different time period. We just spent a couple of minutes, I know, just to loop you in on the conversation, talking about President Trump looking to really tighten his grip on the Republican Party, and that would presumably include Alabama. So why would this time be different in your view?
It's going to be a lot different because right now Tuberville's got a record that he's got to run on. He didn't have that last time. We were running in COVID. He hid behind so much the last time. He can't hide from the lack of positive things for Alabama. He can't hide from the fact that he blocked the promotions of military generals for about a year. He can't hide from the fact that he is one of the most prolific stock traders in all of Congress and has made millions of dollars. He can't hide from the fact that he continually divides this state by race. Those are the things that I truly believe, guys. I really believe Alabama does not want to go back. They are not happy with the gerrymandering. They don't want to see us move back to the era before the Voting Rights Act when people were getting discriminated against. And that's what Tommy Tuberville and our Alabama legislature represents. And we're going to make sure people understand that and know that because we have a different vision for Alabama where our divisions in the past have healed. And that's what we're going to do going forward. It's helped us. It caused us to win before. And you're right. He's not the same flawed character. But I got to tell you, this is a flawed candidate as well.
Very quickly, one of the big debates nationally is should the gas tax be suspended? I wonder how you see that in your state. Is that something that you would try to implement if you were to win? If gas prices were still elevated, would you try to suspend the gas tax in your state?
Absolutely. I called for that about 2 months ago, just as this war started and we knew where gasoline prices were going. I had to pay over $5 a gallon for my vehicle the other day when we were traveling around the state. I called for that 2 months ago for the Alabama gas tax, and I would absolutely call for that again. And that's the one thing I appreciate the fact that the president said he'd like to do. I think it's time. We can hold off in our new roads for a little bit until people can get used to this and we can get those prices down. If the president can ever get this war completed and these prices and get the straits opened up where prices will actually come down, it'll help everybody, especially our farmers.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We will track your race very closely, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you along the way. Doug Jones, thanks so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
So as we're watching these races, not just in Alabama, not just in Oregon, Idaho, elsewhere, obviously Pennsylvania, Georgia, and there's an interesting piece of information in that it sounds as though, according to what we've just heard from Derek Dooley, Congressman Carter is making calls to sort of say thanks. It sounds like giving concession vibes. I will note NBC News has not projected who advances to the runoff in addition to Congressman Collins there, but I think it does give you maybe a sense of the vibe, Steve Kornacki, as you're watching this too.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking, by the way, you're talking Alabama here. Barry Moore, the Trump-endorsed candidate in that Senate primary, leading easily with half the vote in. Runoff state, though, would Steve Marshall, Jared Hudson finish second there? Yes, in that Senate primary in Georgia, the advantage for Dooley, we talked about that, near 30,000 votes, and he's doing very well in this area. Big piece of real estate there, Fulton County. Just haven't heard from anything there. If it goes anything like this, there's no way Carter could catch him. It would have to be some, what a football analogy. It's 3 Hail Mary passes in a row or something. Here.
Look at you whipping that out. That was good.
How's that? Okay. In terms of the other headlines tonight, look, I think just quickly, maybe a temperature check in each party's base. On the Republican side, at the start of the night, the power of that Trump endorsement, the power of Trump saying, I want an incumbent 14-year member of Congress out. Trump got his way here in the Cincinnati suburbs. And then on the Democratic side, we were saying it is the most Democratic congressional district in the United States, contained entirely in the city of Philadelphia. Look at this. Chris Rabb not just winning, ends up winning big here. A Democratic socialist defeating, a product of the street machine in Philadelphia. Ayla Stanford, who had some big financial backing early in that campaign, not late. That was an interesting factor there. But for the Democratic base, that insurgent, left in the Democratic base gets a big win in this district tonight too.
Super interesting. Steve Kornacki, thank you very much.
All right, we want to just kind of whip around the table.
Can I point of personal privilege?
Please.
Can we do one thing you're obsessed with?
Yes, please.
I feel like that's the thing that you're obsessed with.
There are many
Get
things.
around. I mean, there's so much, but
There's so
it's
many
been an interesting night. I mean, listen, we've seen the Gallrein call coming fairly early in the evening against Thomas Massie. There, we've seen that Philly race that Kristen is such an expert in and knows so well. We've seen these dynamic in Georgia that's still kind of a live ball. I think we seem to know where that's heading, but certainly interesting as it relates to a runoff there. Let's thing you're obsessed with. Go.
My thing I'm obsessed with is the concept that this moment, and we may look back on it this way in years to come, was peak Trump. He's had an outrageously good month politically, from the VRA decision to Virginia redistricting getting tossed. He's knocked out a bunch of his political nemeses within the Republican Party. And he's facing down now against a midterm election where, if historical trends are any indication, he will lose at least one House of Congress. And even if he doesn't, he's on the tail end of his elected political career. This period right now, starting about a month ago with the start of that process and ending in November, I think is the most political power we have seen President Trump accumulate. And I'm very curious to see how he uses it.
That leads right into my thought process: is will any of it matter?
That's dark.
I mean it in this regard. The volume of money and energy and political capital that he has spent in these Republican primaries to replace Republican members of Congress that vote with him 95% of the time. Are they going to look back on it and say, boy, maybe we should have spent that money in New York. Maybe we should have spent that money in Oregon. Maybe we should have spent that money in Brian Fitzpatrick's district. I think that Kevin McCarthy wouldn't admit it, but I have to imagine that there are a lot of Republican campaign officials that are wishing all of that money that they've raised could be spent in these swing districts and swing states that are going to decide the majorities.
All right.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, if we stay on that particular theme, right now what's encouraging is that these congressional races, congressional Democrats are outraising Republicans 5-1 in a margin. So to your point about where the money should be best invested, they've got a situation where they could lose the House. And for what? To what end, to your point? What do you gain by spending $200 million in these primary races when you could have spent that money in these congressional seats? So that's so as we look to November, that's the advantage Democrats have. We're outraising Republicans on the ground in these competitive races.
Matt, what are you obsessed with? And I don't think we really got your take on what's happening in Texas.
No, look, there will be money in Texas. Obviously, they're going to have to put quite a bit of money in, $100+ million. Susan Collins will have the money she needs. I think Mike Rogers, if that's the number one offensive opportunity, he'll have his money. I think places like Georgia or places like North Carolina, where they might go down the priority board a little bit. I've been in these rooms. There's only so much money to go around. Brian Fitzpatrick, they'll find money, but it's the seats that come online late. Those triage conversations you have in September and October are really tough.
Yeah.
Kristen, what are you obsessed with?
Well, all of it.
I know. That's like asking you to pick your favorite
But,
kid.
okay, I'll go back to Philadelphia since I've been talking about that all night long. I am really fascinated by the Texas race. I mean, I just think that's going to be absolutely fascinating. And since I first got to Washington, the big question has been, can Democrats turn Texas purple? So far, it hasn't happened. Could this be different? But the Philadelphia race also fascinating. Will this message be one that emboldens other progressive candidates in other parts of the country to lean into that message? And what are the implications of Thomas Massie losing tonight? What are you obsessed with?
I would say two things. Obviously, PA, got to tell you, but the 4 battleground districts as we look ahead to November. Bucks County, my home county, but the dynamics there could be it, right? That could be everything when it comes to control of the House of Representatives in November. The other thing I'm obsessed with, dude, it's gas prices. It's gas prices. What is going to happen to them? What's going to happen with, the geopolitics, the Strait of Hormuz, the war against, but that is something every week people are going to the gas pump and filling up their tank. And so when you talk about affordability, the K-shaped economy, economy, all of this. It's going to be a part of this conversation moving forward.
Well, and what's so interesting is when you talk to a Doug Jones, is he going to try to suspend the federal gas tax or the gas tax in Alabama? He said yes. We're hearing a lot of people say yes, and yet federally it's so much
I
more
actually don't think they're going to do it. If we're taking a bet on it. I'm obsessed with one more thing. How many times you dropped your hairspray?
The one we brought out for you, friend. Gang, this has been quite the night. We cannot thank you all enough for being here. It's been incredible.
It's been absolutely fantastic. And that does wrap up our special coverage of primary night in America.
We got to say one more goodbye to Steve Kornacki.
Yes.
Look, come back to Washington often,
Steve,
friend. And if you could not get
you.
enough of Steve, he's going to answer questions during a live Q&A with NBC News subscribers. That's the QR code on your screen. Submit your question. You're going to be like, listen to me. You get to ask Steve questions, and he'll answer them tomorrow, 2 Eastern, 11 Pacific on NBCNews.com.
And we will be back tomorrow right here on NBC News Now. I'm Kristen Welker.
And I'm Hallie Jackson. Thanks for watching.